working? Got better.
Yeah, I did a tech check earlier. And it was good. Yeah. I had an actual nightmare about it last night. So
It's
got
literally.
up super early and did a tech check. And it was good.
I'm not going to pretend it hasn't woken me up the last 2 days. I've just gotten first was 5 yesterday, and then today was 6. I have to grab my switches over. So yes. No, but I need to flip it over to whatever. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. It's really frustrating. You want to do that now?
Yeah, no, let's do our quick intro. Let me try to gather some people with their.
Kentucky.
No.
Flat as you can be.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, that's why.
Okay, good.
I'll still check them out. That's really interesting. Yeah. I thought your.
So let's put all of the stuff that I enjoy most. Yeah. It is. The stream right now. People are watching. We are. You should see that.
Yeah, exactly.
It should still track what
No, but I had previously, but after your presentation. We partnered with computer science. We had this year.
Our first speaker is Keegan, so one person, easy to manage. Sometimes. But we'll do some very quick opening stuff and then go from there.
Have to unmute it.
Yeah. This year, they just had.
I unfortunately am about to start talking. The panels are starting. Yeah, just until Courtney comes up. Yeah. Should we? Do you want me to start talking, or do you want to talk too? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I don't really have a ton to say here. Welcome to day 2 of Meaningful XR. Woo! We made it through an intense day, and what's better than one intense day than 2 intense days? A couple of small notes that I'll just throw out there for everyone. First, I just sent it on Discord. I'll send it as an email. There are a couple of virtual presentations that we have that I encourage, even if you're in person, to attend. Particularly our poster sessions. A majority of them this afternoon are virtual. Our demos are not, they're in person. But especially if people are posting to Discord their posters, try to look at them and comment on them. We have one presentation that's going to be happening on a social VR platform made by the presenter, so that'll be fun. And people that are here are invited to visit that platform either on their PCs or via headset. And aside from that, we have a bunch of awesome keynotes today, a couple of mini panels, a couple of paper panels. It's going to be a whole full day. I think that's everything. So I'm going to turn it over to Robbie, and then we'll introduce our first keynote.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your great engagement yesterday. Thank you, Max, for doing all of this organizing and leading the conference, of course. I'll keep saying that. But most importantly, I'm going to open a suggestion box as a channel in Discord. Some of you have come to this conference now. Who's come 3 times? Anyone? Yes. Yeah, so you're continuous. Some of you are new. We want to keep this going. So throughout the day, if you can put in the suggestion box comments, then we can do that in the recap at the end of the day, kind of the closing.
Yeah, we're going to do a recap sort of midday or like early afternoon. So it'll be a great time to sort of think things through before we close out with our demos. All right.
Right.
Yeah. So we're going to jump in. I guess, Ty, if you want to start switching over, I'll start introductions. So our first speaker of the day, I have the honor of introducing. So I am going to be reading from our speaker program, but I'm going to emphasize things that I think are cool. So Courtney Harding is a leading authority on the integration of smart glasses and agentic AI into global enterprise. As the founder of Friends with Holograms, she has spent over a decade re-architecting how the world's most complex organizations like Walmart, Amazon, Accenture, Verizon, and Lowe's scale human intelligence and operational performance. I think again, thinking about real world applications, those are some pretty good and big names. Courtney is also a prolific author, the author of The Spatial Race in 2025, co-author of Fast Future Blur. She developed and leads the world's first university-accredited curriculum for smart glasses at New Mexico State University, and she's taught at Caltech, NYU, and Barnard. She regularly writes columns for Forbes, provides strategic blueprints for post-smartphone economy, and advises a whole bunch of executive boards that navigate $1.2 trillion in terms of risk and opportunity. So I think we have a real pleasure of someone who is an expert, who's spoken to some of the biggest leaders in the world, and I am looking forward to what she has to say to us today. So with that, thanks so much, Courtney.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for having me. I'm really thrilled to be here. I'm from Portland originally, so it's always nice to have a great excuse to come back to Portland when the weather's good. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and dive right in. And the title of this talk today is "The Future is Right in Front of Our Eyes." And that's a little bit of a double entendre because, we're talking about smart glasses, which are quite literally right in front of our eyes. But we're also talking about the fact that we are now at a place where we can see this future, right? This is not theoretical anymore. In the last couple of years, we've gone from smart glasses being a little bit of a concept and a niche product to being something that is about to go very mainstream with a lot of big releases happening this year. So with that being said, we need to make sure that we are thinking about how we design this for accessibility, right? We don't want this technology to only benefit big companies. We don't want it to only benefit a certain few. We want to make sure that when we think about this stuff, that it is benefiting everyone. And there's been a lot of negative press about smart glasses, right? And some of it is absolutely warranted. But I think there's a different way to think about this, which is how can we use this emerging technology to benefit everyone? So again, why are we talking about this now? We're hitting a point with real market momentum. So we're seeing these huge numbers of year-over-year adoption, and we're going to see in the next couple of years, hopefully, this real hockey stick growth curve where we've got so many new products coming to market. Just a couple of weeks ago, Google announced their suite of glasses. There are rumors that Apple's going to announce something next week at WWDC. We have a lot of Chinese companies coming into the market, Even Realities, whose glasses I'm wearing right now, XReal, Mentra, which is based in San Francisco. Then you have niche players like Engo, who specialize in athletics. So a lot of stuff is happening, and a lot of people are getting interested in using these. But again, we need to make sure that this technology, which is like pretty much all technology, fundamentally neutral, is being used for good, right? We're making sure that we're using this to benefit humanity. And we need to make sure that we're focusing on human connection, because there's one of two ways this can go, right? The first is we're not staring down at our phones all the time. We're looking up, we're looking at each other through these glasses. The second is these glasses just become this thing like hyper reality. If you haven't seen hyper reality, I would suggest you go on YouTube and check it out. It's pretty old, it's about 10 years old. But it's this really funny but dystopian vision of what happens if we are just getting stuff beamed at our eyeballs 24/7, 365, just this chaotic world. And I hope we're not going to get there, although I do fear that a little bit. But we need to make sure that when we're thinking about this and designing for this, we emphasize connection. And again, it needs to be human-centered and consent first, and that's something I'll go into in a little bit. But I want to start with a case study and a story. And this is a personal story. This is a good friend of mine's uncle, who I also know as well. This is someone I grew up with. And this guy, Mike, is a boomer and a Vietnam veteran. And he suffered combat-related hearing loss in Vietnam, but he still could hear enough to socialize. So when I was a kid and I would hang out with him, he was this outgoing, gregarious, really funny guy, life of the party. Well, as he got older, his hearing started to decline to the point where he really couldn't hear much anymore. And yeah, he could get hearing aids, But, you know, a lot of older people, and especially older men, there's still a stigma around getting hearing aids. So what wound up happening is he couldn't socialize anymore. He couldn't go out, he couldn't participate in conversations. And so he started to become kind of a hermit. And he got depressed, and he just really never, he just kind of disappeared, right? And my friend was really upset by this, right? This is somebody that she loved and cared about very much. And all of a sudden, he's just withdrawn into himself, sitting in his house all day. And so she and I talked about this, and I said, you know, there's these smart glasses that Meta's doing right now that have a transcription feature. So you can basically get closed captioning on your glasses. And I said, why don't you, you know, see if he's interested in that, if he doesn't want hearing aids. So she went out, she bought a pair for him, gave it to him for Christmas. And then she came home a few months later, and it was like night and day. He was back out into the world. He could socialize again. He could function again. He could move around again. And she said it was almost like a rebirth for this man who was in his late 70s, right? And that's just a really good example of how these glasses, if done well, can benefit everyone, and especially audiences that we might not think about benefiting from emerging technology, right? This technology does tend to be adopted by younger people, which is common, right? Young people do tend to adopt technology earlier. But I think if we sort of talk about this for folks who suffer hearing loss of any age, but it is more prevalent in older folks, then that's something where we can really have a huge benefit and impact. Let's talk about other accessibility benefits. So the first is people who are visually impaired. Meta has done a partnership with an organization called Be My Eyes. They're based in the UK. And what Be My Eyes allows folks to do is put on the glasses, have a dedicated number of trusted people who are, you know, friends, family, vetted volunteers, whoever. And when that person wants to do something, they connect their glasses to a volunteer, and that person is able to then guide them through the world because they see what that person is seeing. So all of a sudden, you've gone from having to use a cane or a guide dog to being able to actually hear everything as you walk around and potentially get extra information, but even then just be guided around the world by somebody you trust. And that's huge for a lot of people. And there's a great case study that came out where somebody actually ran the London Marathon with a guide who was seeing it through their glasses instead of an Achilles guide, which they do great work. But imagine that. Imagine being able to run the London Marathon with just somebody in your ear and your glasses rather than two people. And then, of course, we have people that are hearing impaired. So you can follow conversations seamlessly in noisy environments. And this is something that benefits people, again, with the hearing impairment, but also just benefits people who, I live in New York City, I like to go out. A lot of the restaurants and bars are very loud. So understanding that this is a way that you can communicate more clearly and more seamlessly, no matter who you are, is really profound. And the third is real-time translation in the glasses. I was in Japan last month, and I was using my glasses to translate as I was moving around the city. And it was definitely beneficial. It's not perfect, right? The translations are not always going to be incredible, but they're going to be good enough, right? You can get around, you can move around through your day. And you're not having to look down at your phone, hold up your Google Translate app. It's just a much more seamless way to move around the city. And that was just a nice benefit for me. I'm a tourist. I'm, you know, privileged enough to go goof around in Tokyo for a week. But think of the people who are in different situations where they're in a place where all of a sudden they don't speak the language. Immigrant and refugee populations have to adapt very quickly. So first of all, many of them have gone through deep trauma before they even get to their next destination. And then from there, they're having to deal with their trauma, rebuild their lives, and potentially learn an entirely new language very quickly. And that's very, very, very hard to do. But all of a sudden, if you have glasses that can translate everything in real time, both visual and spoken, that allows much quicker adaptation, and it allows people to participate more fully. And you have a pretty sizable immigrant and refugee population of people who were trained professionals in their home countries. Now they come to the US or Canada or wherever they go to. They might not speak the language. They might not be able to find a job initially doing what they had done before. And so now you have the cliche of, you know, the doctor who drives the taxi cab in New York City, except now they can be doctors or lawyers or do whatever work they were doing. And that helps them adapt, that helps the economy grow, and that helps everyone. So when we kind of think about the benefits of these glasses, again, there are really meaningful benefits, and these are available now. Like a lot of glasses on the market have this capability as we speak. There's another case that is deeply personal to me, and that's about healthcare and memory support. So my grandmother had dementia for many years before she ultimately passed away. And she and I were very close when I was young. And I remember going to see her after she'd gotten sick, and she didn't remember who I was. And the heartbreak of that moment for both of us was really profound. And now the glasses can have facial recognition, and I know that's very controversial. But if the facial recognition is done correctly with opt-in consent on all parts, having somebody remind a person who's suffering from early stage memory loss or dementia who this person is, what their role is, whether that's a family member, a caregiver, whomever, can be incredibly powerful. And it can prompt them not only just who this person is, but it can prompt them to recall certain details about this person and help them have more seamless conversations. And then, of course, you have navigation support. So again, for people suffering from early stage dementia, they tend to sometimes wander off. You'll see silver alerts pop up every so often on your smartphone or on the highway. You know, somebody has wandered off. So if those have location tracking enabled, they can actually help people be found more quickly, and then they can help people navigate back. So if you're somebody who's, again, early stage dementia, your glasses can ping and say, okay, I think you might have wandered a little bit further off path. Let's help you get back to where you are. So it still gives them that sense of independence, and it also keeps them safe. But of course, there are ethical considerations when we talk about how to design this. The first is, again, making sure it is consent-based, right? Meta came under a lot of fire, and rightfully so, for this proposed name tag feature. And if you don't know what the name tag feature is, that was basically persistent facial recognition in the glasses. Now, that's obviously pretty scary, and they have since walked back and said they're not going to do that. But I do think, again, for certain circumstances, like a conference like this, where everyone opts in, you can see who people are. You don't have to do the whole dog and pony of like, oh, what's your name and what do you work on, right? You can just kind of dive in and have deeper, more meaningful conversations to these medical use cases. There's a lot of interesting stuff there. We also need to think about how the data is being handled, right? So you don't want somebody to be concerned about using one of these assistive devices because they think this will get back to my health insurance company. They're going to raise my rates because they can see that I might be starting to suffer from hearing loss or dementia. So you want to make sure we have data privacy locked down. And then you want to make sure that the caregivers who can actually access these controls, if they can, are audited and safe. So again, there's a lot of stuff that can be built into the back end to make this happen, and we need to make sure we focus on that. And then there's other safety applications. So these glasses can actually be really beneficial in keeping us safe. The first is for frontline medical workers. Now, I'm not here to advocate that somebody should be able to do like open heart surgery just because they have smart glasses on. That would be unhinged, and I don't want that. I want somebody with like a, really good medical degree from a really good school to do that. But there are circumstances in emergency situations when it actually makes sense. So my husband, he's going to be mad at me for sharing this story, but whatever, he's not here. So I don't think he's watching online. Hope not. Sorry if he is. He was riding his bike last week, and he hit a patch of gravel and went, unfortunately, kind of tumbled over and scraped up his knees pretty badly. Now, luckily, it didn't go beyond a scrape, but it could have been worse. So he came home, and he was trying to decide, should he go to the ER? Should he not go to the ER? What should he do? And then how to clean up the wounds and bandage them. And how great would it have been if I could have put my glasses on and just kind of taken care of it myself, rather than like asking ChatGPT and watching YouTube videos and trying to Google frantically and make sure my husband doesn't like get a weird infection in his cut and his leg falls off. So for things like that, remote medical assistance for, if you cut your hand in the kitchen while you're cooking dinner and you need to make sure it, you don't get too much, to have it kind of get packed in before you go to the ER, things like that. Like that's where it can come in really handy. And then if you're in an emergency situation, so if there's an earthquake, a flood, something like that, this can be deployed to do that sort of emergency medical guidance. In the workplace, and we've seen a lot of adoption in the workplace earlier with smart glasses than we have with other technologies. So there's great potential in terms of hazard recognition. If you work in a physical job, right, that's really important. So you can have AI-powered hazard recognition in the glasses to keep your workers safe. You can do remote upskilling support, which is great as the market shifts and more people need to upskill. And again, this benefits workers. I want to make clear that this is like a rights issue and a labor issue and a benefits issue, because if you can do your job more safely and better, that's a net positive. And then, of course, instant danger recognition. So taking that data and making sure that people are staying safe in their workplace. And the last one is a little bit trickier, right? And this is something that I struggle with too, which is personal safety. So I'm a runner. I live in New York City, and sometimes I have to run really early or really late. And that can be really challenging. So for me as a very petite woman, I've had men scream at me, get in my face, harass me, and it's not a particularly good feeling. And it's hard for me to get my phone out, right? My phone is in a fanny pack, so I have to like get my phone out, put it in their face, and then of course they can rip it out of my hand. But if I have my glasses on and they're persistently recording and they can capture that person who again is harassing me or intimidating me or getting in my space, that's a net positive, right? That's a net positive for women, for queer people, for people of color, to keep them safe. The last time I did this talk, I was at MIT at Reality Hack. And as I was getting ready to do my talk, my New York Times news alerts popped up. And it was when there was the shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis. And I thought, first of all, God, how do I even give this talk about like smart glasses after that's happened? And then I thought, you know, what if everyone had been recording on their smart glasses, right? Could people have been safer? If everyone knew that they were being recorded in that situation, would things have turned out differently? I'm not saying they would have, but I think then you have much more safety when people are recording, say, ICE agents or things of that nature. And then, of course, it also gives way to, you know, people staying in safe areas, safe area wayfinding, things of that nature. So again, this is really tricky, right? The persistent recording can be really great, and it can be really terrible. But I think when you look at it from a safety perspective, there are obvious upsides. The next piece of this is cities, data, and infrastructure. So how does this make our cities safer and work better? So the first is these street level insights, because these glasses can get massive data sets, right? So you can understand, again, the data is all anonymized, right? It's all just, you know, these bodies and movement patterns. It's not individualized. But if you can see how people are moving in a space and through a city, you can then make the necessary changes to make them safer. So if all of a sudden you notice, okay, tons of people are congregating in this one area, you can, okay, understand why that is, right? Maybe it's for a festival, maybe it's for a party, maybe it's for a good reason, or maybe it's because transit has collapsed in that area, or there's potential criminal activity in that area. So understanding human gathering and movement patterns based on these glasses can be really important. And you can also identify dangerous intersections. So if you see people's glasses are always catching a car coming at them because maybe it's the intersection's not marked well, or the traffic lights aren't timed well, or whatever, like now you have that data to potentially make a difference. The rapid reporting piece is interesting. So in Dubai, there's actually an app where you can take a picture of like a pothole or any sort of problem in the street, send it to the government. They will send you updates as they fix it, and they'll send you a photo when it's fixed. Now, Dubai, for all of its downsides, does tend to work better for things like that than a lot of American cities. But I think there is potentially a way to allow people to use their glasses to tap, again, hazards. You know, maybe the snow's not cleared, maybe there's a pothole, an obstruction. Send it to the government and then get that real-time reporting, and that holds the government accountable. They are supposed to be working for us, and they're supposed to be working for us on these street-level fixes and projects. And then there's accountability. So we do need to make sure that we are, again, ensuring data privacy. We are not looking at this to track one individual's movement, right? This data has to be anonymized just so we can record patterns. We can also use it to capture reckless driving incidents. You know, as somebody who walks everywhere in New York, right, I almost get hit by cars or cyclists like almost every day. And there's no way for me to capture that because I don't have my phone out always recording. I know some cyclists that have a GoPro on their helmet, which is great. But again, that's not for everyone. So the idea that all of a sudden we have this real-time accountability for people who are, in fact, putting other people's lives in extreme danger, that's really powerful. And then, of course, we do need to require opt-ins for sharing. But again, that's something that we can do in different ways. So if I'm taking photos of somebody, I need to get consent, unless it's somebody who is, you know, about to run me over on the street, in which case they kind of waive that right. So you can see here just some examples of the real-time data flow, understanding when peak traffic is happening, understanding how many reports are being filed every day. So this, again, gives greater accountability and greater transparency into something that works for all of us. And then there's the opportunities in education and healthcare. But again, there are risks. So a lot of this is about balance. A lot of this is how do we address the risks while not going so far that we eradicate the benefits. So in education, again, real-time ESL translation. kids who don't speak English as a first language who are trying to learn in the US or wherever you are, right? Immigrant kids, refugee kids, these kids deserve good educations. And a lot of the time, if they get funneled into ESL programs, they are then further behind. So it's beneficial for them to learn the language eventually, but as they are coming up in their education, this real-time translation can really help them. AI-powered deep tutoring. And what I mean by that is kids have different interests and they learn in different ways. And wouldn't it be fascinating if kids go on a field trip and they can understand specifically what they are interested in? So rather than getting the same thing that everyone else is getting, they can ask their own questions and get that information in real time without the teacher having to be an expert in every single thing they're talking about or having to ask a million questions so they're just standing in one place all day. And then you have democratized expert access. So again, you can call in folks from different places. You can have them give guided tours. You can have them create experiences. And you don't have to be in a certain place to have this. So again, this brings people closer together. But of course, the risks, right? Distraction, cheating. There's already schools that are banning smart glasses in certain instances, like during exams. That's probably the right move. I think at this point anyway, there probably will be blockers and things of that nature that we can do further on where it's just you still have the glasses on, but they're not connected to the internet. But I think that's probably the right move right now. And then the one that scares me more than that, because that's the solvable problem, is this idea of kids having invisible screen time. Because we've already seen so much data about the harm that quote unquote iPad parenting is doing to young people. And I see this every day. I see a kid who just maybe fusses a little bit and the parent immediately shoves a phone in front of them, right? And they're watching some loud blinky cartoon without headphones, which, oh my God. But, clearly that is really negatively impacting their cognition and their reasoning ability, right? There's tons of research on that, but still you see it every day, people doing it. So my fear is that now people will just shove glasses on their kids and let them go. And the tricky thing with that is that at least when the kid has an iPad in front of them, you can kind of see what they're watching. You can make sure they're not going down some insane YouTube rabbit hole. But the glasses have privacy built in, which is most of the time fantastic, unless your kid is going down that same scary YouTube rabbit hole and you have no idea. And then all of a sudden your kid is in Andrew Tate land, and that's obviously bad. So we need to make sure that we are very, very careful about how much access we allow young children to have. And I would even go so far as to advocate for kids under 12 not being allowed to have smart glasses at all, unless it's in very specific circumstances, like an ESL classroom or on a field trip. And then from 12 to 16 or 18, they can have limited access with parental controls. Because again, there's a lot of benefits to this technology, but we don't want kids to get that cognitive distraction that we see kids now having with the tablets and the iPads. And then in healthcare, again, we talked about this earlier, the remote worker guidance, conflict and disaster support, and creating that expert access in underserved areas. So these are all really, really useful things. But on the flip side, right, we see clinicians losing focus, right? We could see somebody who's a doctor, trying to pay attention, but they've also got their text messages popping up and maybe there's a fun video they want to watch. So understanding that, we want to make sure that clinicians are focused on their patients when they're actually doing the work. And then governance challenges and privacy issues. So again, HIPAA compliance for these glasses is going to be an absolute crazy nightmare because we want people to have the benefit, but we also don't want somebody, even if it's accidental, surreptitiously recording a patient, perhaps leaking their data. So again, it's all about the trade-offs, the costs, the benefits, but I think we are at an early enough stage right now where we can manage that. So how do we think about design choices? The first is affordability and access. So right now, these glasses range in cost. They're for a few $100s on up. That I think is fine because again, it is so early, but eventually, and hopefully this happens like it did with smartphones, we want a range of devices that are available. So you have maybe simpler, lower cost options for folks who are in that state. You want fancier options, more expensive options, designer glasses for folks who can afford it. So it's fine to have a range, but we do need to have a range that makes it available to everyone. We also need to make sure that insurance companies are covering it for assistive applications. So I think this is going to be fascinating moving forward. Do insurance companies cover these glasses if they are being used for hearing loss, vision loss, et cetera? And then how do we subsidize these glasses for education and healthcare uses? So we need to make sure we have programs in place where Google, Meta, Apple, et cetera, are subsidizing those use cases and then selling it to people for their own personal sort of fun use, maybe at a slightly higher cost, and that balances out. We need to make sure that we're creating public-private partnerships. So making sure that in schools and clinics, we are deploying these experiences and this hardware to make it so people can actually have access. And then we also need to work with community organizations to make sure that they are educating folks in how to use these glasses and getting them deployed. And then the next piece of it is like the most critical piece that I don't hear anyone talking about. And that's our infrastructure. Because right now, especially in the US, our connectivity infrastructure is absolute garbage for the most part. Like, it is kind of insane how bad our connectivity is in a lot of places. I live in New York City and I go upstate pretty frequently to spend time with my in-laws who live up there. And when I'm driving up there, there are parts of a pretty major road that I drive on, like an hour outside of the biggest city in the country, where I don't have any Wi-Fi coverage, or I don't have any like 5G coverage. I have no coverage at all. That's absurd, and that's not uncommon, right? So all of a sudden, these glasses, which are like amazing and magical and so cool, are just like a chunk of things sitting on my face because I can't access any of the benefits without that connectivity. So we need to make sure that we focus on equitable connectivity and make sure every part of the United States, and in fact, every part of the world, is covered so that everyone can access the benefits of these glasses. And that's, again, something I don't really hear people talking about as much, and they should be. That is the foundation for this technology. And then again, making sure we have inclusive design. So a lot of different types of glasses for different face shapes, for different face sizes, for people with different facial disabilities, right? We need to make sure that everyone can access these glasses, and then make sure that they are tailored for all abilities. So, you know, one thing that is really amazing about these glasses right now is they look really cute. That's one of the other reasons they're having a moment right now versus 10 years ago with the Google Glass, is they just look better, right? There's an ad that I get on Instagram all the time now where it's somebody getting these different frames that you can swap in and swap out for your smart glasses so they can match your outfit, right? And that's kind of a big thing for a lot of people. You want them to look nice. So I think we're at that stage. Now we just need to figure out how to extend the design principles one step further to make sure that everyone can access these. So where we're at right now is this inflection point where we're defining the next 20 years of this hardware. So we're about 30 months in to these being really widely available to most people. We are really selling a lot more units, and they're projected to sell even more, and it's growing very quickly. But we're at this inflection point because they can go one of two ways, right? When I read that New York Times story about the Meta name tag feature, my heart sank because I thought, here's this technology that could be so powerful and so useful and so beneficial, and I'm so excited about it. And what if it just becomes this, you know, surveillance data? I called it the Stasi smart glasses, right? And the Stasi were the East German secret police, where everyone surveilled their neighbors. And so you had this constant state of mass panic and mass fear because everyone was reporting everyone else and no one felt like they were actually free. So we don't want that. We do not want a situation where everyone is just recording everyone else, reporting everyone else, where you feel like you can't be yourself in public and you're constantly sort of afraid of, oh my God, what if somebody's seeing me do this or that, right? And I don't mean criminal acts. I mean, like, what if somebody sees me, you know, picking my nose somewhere or something, right? You all of a sudden don't want to go viral for, like, you know, tripping on the sidewalk. And so I think we really need to think about that possible future and how do we prevent that? Because there are so many benefits. What I've outlined here today is just a small handful of the benefits these glasses can provide, not to mention they're really fun. They're really useful. You know, when I was walking around Tokyo, I had the maps going. And so I didn't have to, like, look at my phone, look up, look at my phone, look up. And if you spend any time walking around a major city where a lot of people are doing that, you know just how annoying it is when you're constantly having to dodge people who are just absorbed in their phones. So there's all these, like, practical benefits, and then there's all the fun, right? I've seen really cool games for the glasses that people enjoy. I've seen really cool location-based experiences where people can learn and play games and get something really positive out of it. So there's all these amazing benefits we can harness from this. But again, we need to start now, because one thing we learned from Web 2 as we move into sort of the next phase of all of this is we now know what the mistakes are. We now know what went wrong. We were building Web 2 from, like, the mid 90s on to the current phase in real time. So now we can look back and say, yeah, we probably shouldn't have done that thing. We should have done this other thing. So all of that Monday morning quarterbacking will actually help us build the next iteration of this. So this is something that requires collaboration from policymakers, ethicists, health educators, teachers, like everyone needs to be involved in this. And we need to do a couple things to make sure this works well. So the first is we need to create pilots and we need to co-create them with the communities that they are meant to serve. So we don't want somebody in the Meta office, the Google office, whatever, as well-intentioned, as brilliant as they might be, we don't want them designing for people who have certain disabilities without actually co-creating with those people, right? We want to make sure that we are pushing for privacy regulations that make sense and equitable access so that everyone can actually participate in this. And then we really need to be tracking, measuring, and giving full transparency. So one thing that I'll credit Meta for, honestly, is when they first put out the smart glasses, they did a lot of research on what people might want. And then they did a lot of research on how people were using the glasses. And they have changed their strategies based on that. They weren't actually thinking about real-time transcription and closed captioning until they noticed that a lot of people were using it, and they've since built out that feature. So credit where credit is due to them. And I think other companies, as they come to market, need to be doing the same thing. So to close it out, like the future is right in front of our eyes. Right? We can see where we're going. We can see what this holds, and we can see positive outcomes and negative outcomes. So the goal is for us to choose what we want that future to be and build it together. So thank you so much for having me. I'm really thrilled to be here. And I've got like, I don't know, 10, 15 for questions, something like that. Cool, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, we've got a hand up, so I'm just gonna head straight on over.
Yeah, so thanks for the talk. I really appreciate the overall sort of where this could be going. I guess my concern is around the privacy issue, because when you dig into it, the third-party doctrine says that any data you give to a third party has no reasonable expectation to remain private, which means the government can get access to it without a warrant. So it's already like there's no protections for this. And there doesn't seem to be any movement for the US government to do anything around privacy in the foreseeable future. If anything, there's more of a democratic backsliding and authoritarianism that's happening. So it feels like these are just like Stasi glasses. So I'm wondering, like at some point, it just seems inevitable that there's going to be just as much backlash to like the glass hole effect with Google Glass, that we're just waiting for the same type of backlash we see against AI to go against these smart glasses. So I'm just curious how you start to, like you have a lot of aspirational things around, like we need to have consent first for privacy, but that's totally not where we're at right now. So just curious how you resolve that. Like we're not protected at all, and doesn't seem like that's anywhere near happening in the horizon.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, it's a tricky one because that's already happening with the smartphones, right? That's already happening with anything that we post on the internet, right? But you're right, the glasses capture things differently, right? The persistent recording features that can be enabled will capture things really differently. So I think that again goes back to how do we advocate for that change at the government level? And I know that's really hard, especially given the current administration. But I think that's somewhere where we have to push back, and whether that's lobbying our elected officials, making that a bigger issue with, you know, people that are running for office, all of that stuff. Like that's where that really has to start changing. And, you know, I don't think that's going to be easy, certainly not. And I think the backlash, again, will come from like the backlash against AI, I think partially is a messaging issue, because if every CEO from an AI company spends 3 years going on TV and saying how it's going to take everyone's jobs except for theirs and they'll be billionaires, obviously people are going to be angry about that. So I think part of this that we haven't seen with the smart glasses is this idea that, you know, we don't see smart glasses manufacturers doing that. Now we have seen some people certainly committing bad acts with the smart glasses. And I think it's using existing laws to crack down on that, right? So there are laws against, you know, quote unquote revenge porn. There's laws against upskirt filming. And I think that would actually be more challenging with the smart glasses because you'd have to get in some real creative positions to do that. And that's not to make light of any of that. That stuff is horrifying. But I think we need to be pushing for stronger laws on that. So I think it's a real like policy and government challenge to make sure we are protecting folks from that space. And I think the Chinese smart glasses manufacturers that I've talked to have actually had a different take on this because, you know, at the end of the day, Google and Meta in particular have different incentives than these independent companies. So, Google and Meta, at the end of the day, they want your data so that they can monetize it. That's literally their whole business model, and they're fairly transparent about that, no matter what they really say about like serving the world's information or whatever. Like, they just want to sell your data to advertisers. That's how they make their money. So, looking at who are some privacy first folks, and I think Apple could be really instrumental in this. Whatever Apple announces, whatever they do, could be really groundbreaking. And so I think maybe working with promoting these privacy first glasses, like the Even Realities, for example, I think is another way in. But it's really tricky, and I don't have, unfortunately, like a clear answer.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think it sparked a lot of interesting questions. One thing that I was thinking about is even if, like, let's say there are laws in place to help create these protections, if the societal sort of practices sort of override that. So I was thinking of, for example, like texting and driving. There's a lot of laws to prevent that from happening, so people can't be on their phones when they're driving, but people do it anyways.
Sure.
And I'm just thinking about, like, similar to smart glasses, there are no regulations, but I'm sure there will be eventually on, like, for example, recording in bathrooms or changing rooms. But in certain countries, like where I'm from in Korea, people have these like secret hidden cameras in bathrooms all the time, and that's shaped how women feel in bathrooms. So I'm just thinking about, like, even if there are laws in place that make it illegal, if there's sort of these other societal pushes that make it more quote unquote normal.
Yeah, and I think, like, the unfortunate thing is, people will commit bad acts no matter what, right? Like, that's just the unfortunate thing. I've had people freak out about smart glasses because it's like, well, what if they're secretly recording me? And I was like, have you ever watched a spy movie? Because you can do that right now very, very easily, right? I've secretly recorded all sorts of stuff on my smartphone because I know how to hold it correctly and how to angle it, right? And that's not, I don't do that in a way that is sort of like, oh, I'm secretly taking a picture of somebody changing their clothes. I do it in a way where it's like, my safety might be compromised and I want a record of this. But, we are kind of already in that place, and there's limited stuff we can do, right? Obviously, there's laws we can pass about secret recording. We have those already. We can certainly strengthen them, and we can also create social norms around when it is okay and not okay to record. And I think we're at this really interesting inflection point with that, because so many people are constantly creating TikToks and Instagram Reels, and you see influencers running around with their phones out all the time. And so understanding, like, what are the social norms of that, right? And it's fine to record, you're at a restaurant, you want to meet, you want to record your meal and talk about how you liked it or didn't like it. Like, that's fine. I think most people accept that. But then it's like, if you're in the gym, for instance, there's a lot of back and forth in fitness spaces about people recording, because on one hand, people like to share their fitness journeys. That can be really inspiring. It's good marketing. If you've got somebody really attractive in your Pilates studio showing off their workout, other people might want to come do it. On the other side of the house, right, they can record and, maybe they capture somebody who doesn't look traditionally like a Pilates student, and then there's online harassment of that person. So it's a really tough nut to crack. And I think that, again, it's creating social norms about when is it okay to record, when is it not okay to record. My fear, and I'll be totally transparent, is we, since COVID, have done a really bad job at creating social norms around other people's comfort and other people's technology use. And that does give me a little bit of pause, because, I was in Japan, which has a very strong set of social norms around, behavior in public spaces, behavior particularly in public transit spaces, and to come back to New York after a week in Japan, and just like everyone's blasting TikToks on their phones without headphones. And I was like, oh, this kind of scares me a little bit, because we've just normalized that pretty rude, messed up behavior. And so I think, again, it's creating these strong social norms and enforcing them, right? And we don't want to be doing things like giving people tons of tickets and putting young people in the criminal justice system too early just because they played a TikTok on their phone. But at the same time, we don't want to kind of let that behavior go. And one thing that is good about the glasses is all the audio is bone conduction. So at least it'll solve that problem, which is good. But yeah, it's really tricky. Like, I'm not up here to shill for smart glasses 100%. There are definitely issues around the adoption and use of them. But my goal is to highlight, A, some of the positive impacts they could have, and then B, really encourage us all to work together to make sure that as we design, we are designing in a way that's ethical and responsible and encourages good behavior, and then creates social norms about the bad behavior.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the talk. I have a concern around the word democratization and how that's used. And because for me, democracy is when everyone has a vote and everyone has a say. And when we heard about AI in 2023, 24, we were hearing democratization of creativity, democratization of such and such. But I don't know if everyone in education, for example, had a vote on AI. So I'm just curious how you define democratization with tech and what that word means to you in this context. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, again, with the use and overuse and sometimes misuse of AI, particularly in educational settings, but I think in a lot of settings, you know, you're right. It's we didn't have a vote on that, and I don't know whether that's something we need to think about. But I think, unfortunately, like the horse is kind of out of the barn with a lot of this stuff. I think there are individual things you can do in terms of, as an educator, if you want to prevent your students from using AI, there are different ways you can teach. There are different ways you can measure, you know, student knowledge, right? Like when I teach, I don't have the students write papers anymore because it's too easy for them to use AI. So I get them in a room one-on-one and I speak to them and I ask them questions, and we use a Socratic method so that I understand what their process is, what their thoughts are. Now, obviously that's not feasible for online teaching. Obviously it's not feasible if you have, you know, 100 students, right? That's much harder. So there are different things you can do and ways around it, but you're right, it is really tricky. I think the other thing is, at a certain point, when you cheat, you're only cheating yourself. And I know that's something your parents probably told you as a kid, certainly mine did. But like, if you fake your way through college, eventually it will catch up to you. And I think what we're honestly going to see in the next couple of years is kids coming out of programs where it seems like they've learned stuff and then they actually have to perform in the real world and they're caught off guard. Now, if you can keep cheating using AI forever, I mean, then maybe you can skate through, but I think that's increasingly harder and harder to do. So that's a tough one. And with the glasses, again, like you can choose not to wear the glasses, right? One tricky thing is now, if you choose not to have a smartphone, your life is actually functionally more difficult than if you do have a smartphone. And I've seen people write about that and say, okay, I don't want a smartphone, but I can't get concert tickets, or I can't use the QR code for the menu. And there's, you know, varying ways that you can solve that. Some of it is just like letting people print their concert tickets at home, right? That's easy. Printing out menus, that's easy. But again, like you are participating. So even if like I don't really like TikTok, I don't want to be part of it, but I walk around in public and I just assume that I'm in the background of someone's TikTok video somewhere, and that just kind of is a thing, right? So at a certain point, there is just going to have to be this level of acceptance. I have seen people try to do creative, interesting things where they have like face masks, like the COVID masks that have like little patterns on them that make facial recognition impossible, which, I mean, sure, if that's really a concern. I think the other thing is, and this is a strange thing to say, I don't want to minimize privacy concerns because those really are important. But there's like a little tiny bit of narcissism about this where people are so concerned about being recorded all the time. But functionally, like you are just an NPC in someone else's story. And I think being overly concerned about that is maybe something to just kind of let go. Like, it's not that big of a deal if somebody sees you walk past on the street while they're filming a TikTok where they do a dumb little dance. Like, that's just the cost of living in the society we live in today. I mean, unless you're in witness protection, in which case, like, I don't know, that's bad. But, you know, I talked to this woman recently and, you know, she puts her kid on her Instagram page constantly. Like every other photo is her kid doing something, which is amazing. She loves her kid. She wants to share her kid. And then she's like, but I would never let anyone wear smart glasses around my kid. And I was like, your kid is literally all over your Instagram. Like, I don't know how to tell you this, you know, I would never let anyone put a picture of my kid in an AI so that it could, you know, create a funny little illustration. I was like, do you understand how LLMs work? They're not scraping the picture of your kid and then like, I don't know, selling it to some dark web thing that I don't think actually exists. I think it's just a Law and Order SVU plot point. But like, people have that functional misunderstanding of technology and that functional sort of like overestimation of the value of their image, I guess. And, you know, again, obviously I don't want somebody recording me in a changing room, in a bathroom, in a, you know, and sharing that on the internet. But if somebody just sees me walking around, I kind of don't care, right? And again, that's kind of for everyone to decide. And if you really want to go in the direction of super privacy protection, you can choose to, you know, wear the mask, I guess. But I think we sort of have to step back a little bit and say, you know, sometimes you're just going to be part of a crowd and sometimes that's okay. Sometimes you're just going to be part of a data set. Like at the end of the day, we're all just data sets, right? As weird as that sounds. And like being one tiny data point in a billion point data set is, to me, personally not all that concerning.
Questions?
Yeah, highly provocative defense of the panopticon, and I love like the unbridled optimism in how like these technologies are going to come. I love seeing all of the different cases. Just thinking about the aspect of, I mean, it does intersect with privacy and sexual violence, but how like in California, like when ICE is on the side of the road, what you do is you like whip out your phone and you like take a video of it, right? So it's like drawing a gun. It's like a non-lethal gun in that way. And similarly, other people can do that to you. So like if you're like a woman and you're like walking around, people whip out a phone, right? So I'm just curious about, of course, like we're losing the regulatory battle. We're going to cede our bodies to like the billionaires or to like the surveillance capitalism, and like the trend is going. And then maybe like in the stratified area of society, some people will get some benefits and the thing will tilt more. But is there any benefit as we like move into the panopticon culturally? I guess like I am trying to find that silver lining.
Yeah, so I think to go back to your point about ICE, because I think that's a really good and provocative one, right? The one of the reasons that, you know, ICE defended their I mean, let's just call it murder of Alex Preddy was, you know, he was holding a smartphone and they said, oh, I thought it was a gun, right? And this is something that has happened time and time and time again, particularly to, you know, I mean, Alex Preddy was an outlier because he was a white guy, right? But this has happened to people of color much more frequently. And so I think all of a sudden, if you have the smart glasses, right, that might make you safer. If you are a person of color driving and you have your smart glasses on and you can record everything, I mean, you're wearing glasses. There's no way to mistake that for a gun, right? If you are in an environment where you're being sexually harassed or where you are being, you know, physically harmed, right? To be able to record that straight from your glasses will keep you safe. Now, there's obviously the flip side, right? If I'm on the street wearing glasses and somebody comes up and starts harassing me and they're wearing glasses, we're kind of canceling each other out because I'm recording my harasser and they're recording their harassment. And I think then you get into this weird, like, what's that meme with the Spider-Man all pointing at each other? But again, like, it's really tricky. You know, I don't want to stand up here and say there won't be privacy violations, but I also don't want to stand up here and say there's no net benefit when, if you are recording ICE or if you are recording law enforcement when they're harassing somebody, that having that heads up perspective and the glasses, you know, it's a very different visual for somebody to rip your glasses off your face, right? Think of what somebody taking your phone out of your hand looks like versus somebody doing this. Right? I mean, the idea of glasses as a marker of something and glasses as something that means violence can be committed against you, like that goes back to like Khmer Rouge, right? And so just the visual of that, somebody like ripping your glasses off your face, is very different, and capturing that like in action in real time, right? And being able to share it is kind of different. So like, again, it's tough. Like we now, unfortunately, like there's just so much surveillance. You know, I talk to people who are like, oh, you know, people are recording me. I'm like, what do you think everyone's Ring camera's doing? You know, what do you think? There's cameras on every single corner and bodega and store in New York City. When I walk from my house to the subway, I'm captured like 50 times. I'm staying with my parents right now. They live out in the suburbs. And I went jogging yesterday morning and I was like, everyone's got a Ring camera. I could track my entire run around my parents' neighborhood if I wanted to, just on everyone's Ring cameras. And that's just a thing that we have kind of accepted, and whether that's good or not is up for a lot of debate. And we saw that happen with the Super Bowl ad about the lost dog and the Ring cameras. But I think the idea that, you know, these glasses will take us from 0 to 1 in terms of surveillance is kind of misinformed, because there's already tons of surveillance, right? Like our phones are surveilling us. We know this. We know that they can track our locations. They track tons of our data. They can track sometimes what we're saying. So there's a lot of surveillance happening, and I'm not saying that's good, but I think the idea that these glasses are sort of the starting point, when in fact we're kind of at a much further along point with surveillance, is just something to think about.
All right. Wow. Courtney, this was a very provocative, visceral talk. And I realize I'm holding the last question. I think about Isaac Asimov's story, The Last Question, where it's insufficient data for a meaningful answer, I think. I'm wondering if there's any kind of document right now that is something that, because this is a lot, if you want to say, I believe in this, I believe in that, is there something that's a great collective norms document that's not fear-based, but more proactive, but concerned? Because I keep thinking about discernment. Like right now, it's time for discernment and for up-leveling people's understanding. So is there a top document or place or website that you would recommend we share with other people if we want them to up-level their understanding of the situation and what's at stake? And is there a collective norms document that people have put together saying, I stand for this? So we could share like, yeah, I've already agreed to these standards and I'm part of this coalition, so we can be more proactive.
Caitlin, why are you giving me homework?
I'm sorry. I just feel like the time stamp on this is so short that all that we're bringing up needs to be shared collectively.
I know. And you know what?
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to start building that, aren't I?
Okay.
Or we're going to have to start building it together, right? I'm not going to build it on my own because I don't have the time. Like I do have a job.
Seriously.
I have like 6 jobs. And B, like obviously I have one POV. Obviously people in this audience have different POVs. Obviously like policymakers have POVs. I mean, I'm part of the World Economic Forum, and I've said to them, that this is something they need to be really investing in. And I've started those discussions with them. So far, we haven't gotten much further than early discussions, but I do think, what you said is critical. Like we, in the next, really 6 months to a year, need to build out exactly that document, right? A set of norms, like policy norms, social norms, design norms. I mean, I do have this class that I teach, what I think are the correct design principles, and those are, of course, open to debate and interpretation. I'm not saying that I'm 100% right. People like different types of design, and there's a lot of discussion about that. But yeah, I think this is, we're at a place right now where this is, as we have this growth, but it's still super early. So I think as, Meta's growth in the market, Google's coming to market, Apple will come to market at some point, right? That's a given. When that happens is up for debate. And then of course all these other companies, and there are these Chinese smart glasses companies, which are fantastic. There's also some concerns about that country and their privacy laws. So I think we need to discuss that and that market as well. So yeah, I mean, I even though you have given me homework, I do appreciate it, because I think this is something that we can start like here with this group. This group is uniquely well positioned to start to make this happen, and then we can grow it out from there. So yeah, I mean, I'm around for most of the rest of the day if you want to come chat with me about it. And I know we have another panel to get to, and I'm over, so I can wrap it up there. But yeah, let's start the discussion here. This could be the room where it, as they say in Hamilton, the room where it happens.
I'm in to help. It's critical for well-being. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Courtney. No time for stretching this time. All right, sorry, 2 minutes for stretching, but we are going to be doing our micro panel in 2 seconds. Thanks again, Courtney.
And I recorded it. So.
It's great when my expression has no word translation. Like,
Are you
sharing?
HDMI. How many laptops are playing? Oh, yes. Oh, you should have that should work. Okay.
Points on my car and screens.
Yes.
Okay, I need to know where you are. You're a so video to see if it's gonna.
You want HDMI?
Okay.
Yeah, it was up. Yeah. Okay. About the phone?
Yeah, it's been interesting.
Can you try it?
It's been interesting.
Yes. You are? Okay, so this one needs to go pull into the screen. And then and turn on the volume just a little bit too loud. My first time. Yeah, and then you can try now. I can change the volume down. Don't worry. Okay. And then that is yours. Okay. No problem. No problem. Okay. Perfect. And then this is your microphone. Right now it's your spot.
This is on. Yellow is on.
Oh.
That was nice. I never got to go watch the park.
Yes, both speak. I'll introduce you. Just 10 seconds. Okay.
All right, guys, we are ready to tell you about Tokyo Dome. I know it's not a big break, but come on back, friends. Come on back. The show must go on. How's the hallway? How's the hallway? All right. Just a few stragglers. All right, everyone. I'm just going to start with my introduction of the Tokyo Dome team. We are so grateful to have them here. They have been a sponsor of Meaningful XR since we started back at Stanford. It was a lovely coincidence that one of their colleagues, Kaori Nishibashi, took my class. She was a visiting student from Japan, and I was teaching a class about virtual reality at Stanford over the summer. She took it, we got in touch, got connected to Tokyo Dome, and she took the class because Tokyo Dome was interested in getting into XR. I don't want to tell you too much about what Tokyo Dome is because I think Sho and Daisuke are going to do a great job of that. But we're really grateful that they've been part of our community here because we get a very unique perspective on XR happening out in the world. It's not academic. It's not a production studio. It's an amusement and entertainment city, which is so unique. So without further ado, Sho, Akagi, and Daisuke are going to take it away, please.
Hello everyone. I'm Sho. I work for Tokyo Dome Corporation. Let's get started. I'm here today to talk about Tokyo Dome City, a comprehensive sports and entertainment complex located in Tokyo, Japan, and its future vision. In particular, I would like to discuss how we plan to transform Tokyo Dome City by leveraging XR technology. First, let me briefly introduce Tokyo Dome City. Tokyo Dome City is located in the heart of Tokyo. Our city attracts 40 million visitors annually. Tokyo Dome City offers a variety of facilities. It includes Tokyo Dome, a multi-purpose stadium, a large urban amusement park, a resort hotel, a conference halls, music halls, and spa resort, among others. Tokyo Dome, in particular, is massive entertainment facilities that showcases professional baseball games and concerts by top all over the world, such as Taylor Swift, Bruno Mars, Ed Sheeran, and Lady Gaga. But I really like 90s hip hop artists, A Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul, Tupac, Nas, and Jurassic 5. They never came to Tokyo Dome City. Yeah. We are the one handling these real experiences. In addition, we try to go beyond our legacy and achievements. We aim to evolve Tokyo Dome City into the next generation entertainment park, the XR theme park. In the future, Tokyo Dome City, we will use the cutting-edge technologies such as VR, AR, and MR to provide new experiences to all visitors. By leveraging XR technology, the theme parks and services like ours that utilize real assets can offer both real and digital experiences. As a result, we believe we can double the quality and variety of the experiences we provide. We believe in our future vision and are committed to creating XR products that harmonize with our history. For businesses like ours that operate leisure facilities, XR technology offers numerous advantages. For example, compared to constructing physical attractions, XR allows us to lower costs, build more quickly, and face fewer constraints. Additionally, it makes it easy to update and modify the content of the experiences. We can also make use of underutilized spaces. For instance, a space that's usually used as a public area can be transformed into an attraction using XR technology on event days. This enables us to create attractions that are cost-effective, flexible, and adaptable with a quick turnaround. Moreover, as we move into the age of AI, it's crucial to enhance the value of things that cannot be replaced by AI. Real estate and physical spaces are valuable assets that AI simply cannot replicate. I believe XR technology is incredibly effective in maximizing the value of these irreplaceable assets. While free virtual environments might face the risk of being endlessly reproduced by AI, our goal is to offer services that AI can't replace. That's why I see great value in using XR technology to create new experiences that merge the physical and digital worlds. We have several key projects in Tokyo Dome City. First, Space Travelum Tenkyu is a unique facility. It is more than just a museum. It is a hub for space entertainment and education. The main feature is free roaming VR. Users can walk around freely and experience a realistic space journey. It is a place where people can enjoy, learn, and exchange ideas about space together. Next is XR Mission Battle World 2045. This project uses advanced MR technology. It allows players to move between the real world and VR space seamlessly. This project is highly recognized globally. In fact, it won the OG Award at AWE Asia 2024. We are actively testing these new ideas to create deeper connections. Now, I will pass the microphone to my colleague Daisuke. He will talk about our most challenging project.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm Daisuke. Now moving on our next major topic. Among all our initiatives, we consider Godzilla AR our most ambitious challenge. By combining the outdoors, augmented reality, and head-mount displays, this project tested our limits, both technically and in terms of physical experience design. Before I explain the details, I would like to show you a short video. This video will give you a clear image of Godzilla AR experience at Tokyo Dome City. Please take a look at the screen.
目標再捕捉完了。着弾まで5、4、3。今。作戦区域から離脱しろ。ゴジラ頭部に熱量集中。熱戦です。総員会議。
As you saw in the video, the presence of Godzilla is very powerful. Now let me explain the overview and the concept of this project in more detail. The core concept of Godzilla AR was simple yet powerful. Putting something huge and terrifying right in front of you. Using outdoor AR technology, we made a life-size Godzilla appear seamlessly within the real landscape. But true immersion goes beyond sight alone. By combining the HMD visuals with spatial audio and haptic devices, we allowed users to physically experience the intimidating atmosphere of Godzilla right before their eyes. You might ask, why did we insist on the complex combination of outdoors, AR, and HMDs? The answer is that we specifically wanted to create an experience where a life-size Godzilla appears in the real world. Looking at the Godzilla from below is a completely unprecedented experience. To achieve that true sense of scale and high immersion, outdoor, AR, and HMDs were absolutely necessary. This bold approach yielded extremely positive outcomes. First, we achieved the creation of an overwhelming presence by contrasting Godzilla with real breathing through the HMD. We produce a sense of immense scale that is absolutely impossible to replicate on the smartphone screen. Secondly, we fostered shared emotion and unity with up to 10 people experiencing it simultaneously, sharing a desperate situation and feeling fear together significantly boosted communication and enthusiasm among the users. Despite these successes, we identified critical challenges that we must address moving forward. First, are weather risks. Outdoor operations expose hardware and users to the elements, requiring us to manage risks unique to outdoor HMD use, such as sudden rain and heat stroke. Second is the barrier of environment and customer attraction. A structural issue unique to XR emerged. It is very difficult for onlookers to understand what is happening. Finding ways to visualize the experience for bystanders is necessary. To summarize our vision for XR Tokyo Dome City, I would like to share 3 key points. First, we want to maximize the value of our physical assets. In the AR era, we are using XR to improve real-world connections and build new entertainment. Second, we focus on delivering overwhelming immersion. Through our unique projects in locate-based entertainment, such as Godzilla AR, we combine outdoor spaces, HMDs, spatial audio, and haptic technology. This creates a life-size experience that you can never get on the smartphone screen. Finally, our main goal is sharing excitement. By connecting digital and physical spaces smoothly, we allow groups of people to share strong emotions and build deeper connections through these special experiences. So if you have a chance to come to Japan, we are very glad to experience this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Courtney, you didn't go to Tokyo Dome Godzilla, did you? Okay. Maybe one question and then break before the short papers. So, Jorge.
Hi, really impressive presentation. I was interested if there's any possibility of recording and showing to Tokyo Dome attendees what the participants are experiencing with Godzilla, or maybe that the recordings can be made available, privacy included, if the participants actually agree with this, for the videos of their visit to be posted online. I think that maybe it might be really cool to have that for people that have not experienced the Godzilla experience itself, to see what people are actually feeling and experiencing in that particular situation. So any chance of being able to record it and show it more to the world as promotion in social media, or even in the place, in the park, to see what the previous group is experiencing right before my group. Thank you.
Is it posted on the online? Are there videos?
Okay. I'll check it and
we need to negotiate Toho Production. Toho Production have Godzilla rights, so we need to check your movie.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good point. Thank you.
So that was not the video. Sorry, I should have. I'm correct. You're asking about the user experience, right?
Yeah.
When the group is together, they look up and it's not controller based. With their head, they choose where to target. And then the idea is that those helicopters, those are the ones shooting, but the team on the ground is the ones targeting to help bring Godzilla down or send him away.
Or also record the all reaction of the participants where they're seeing Godzilla for the first time, their wide open mouth. And I think that would be a really potentially enthralling experience.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
If you go to Japan, please contact us. We are happy to meet you, Japan, in Tokyo Dome City. Okay, thank you.
Another quick bio.
Do 5 minutes, and also if you're in the short paper panel, let's come up just so that we get everything organized. And then go.
5 minutes, and short paper panelists, please come on up.
We'll leave 5 minutes off.
No, it's true. The rest of our
Hello, good morning. So whenever you look at this, we're automatically no worries.
You're good to go and need to go quickly. From what I understand, so you can get your train or plane or foot.
Is everyone going to be?
That's what I'm finding out. You're just
okay, wonderful. Let's just get you set up. We're gonna and you don't have presentation notes?
No.
Okay, wonderful. Caption. It was listed. Okay. So for you, tap one and open the other.
The final two are on Zoom.
Okay.
I don't know where you.
Are you standing here? Do you want to stand there? What
Yeah.
prefer for you? Okay, wonderful. That is the camera.
That's what I thought, so that you can play multiple
Yellow, it's on.
here in the with the ovation.
so fun to see what we find out, the more we start. Oh, wow, our names are on there. Sure, she gets you too. Do you want to hop in? Your name's official. I forgot about that. Spelled
But I think or USB-C. Okay. I just thought I'd come and see.
You have a lot of tougher times to do very much easier. We are pretty close.
Where you are?
Multiple campuses, right?
Yeah, perhaps the fire alarms. I just haven't been there. I didn't been
All right, everyone, we're going to start our next set of panels in like right now, in a now, whatever that means. I'm not going to be doing anything, but I'm just getting everyone's attention. I'm going to turn over to
Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome all to the second day of this outstanding conference. I'm glad you all could join for this short paper presentation today. Our first presenter is Ruth Ebwa, and the presentation title is Preparing the Whole Speaker, a framework for supporting non-native English speakers in VR-enhanced, AI-enhanced VR research pipeline. So all to you. And I'd like to request all speakers to keep it to less than 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ruth once again, and I am so excited to be here. So I'm actually presenting this, representing our entire amazing team. So we have Dr. Divya. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it. And we have Dr. Jacqueline and Dr. Bracken on as well. So I'm just going to start with a short story. So when I first got into the US and tasted teriyaki chicken, as an African girl from Ghana, my tongue was confused. Part was salty, part was sugary, and I was asking myself, how is this combination of taste even possible? But something interesting happened along the line as time went on. Come on, my tongue adjusted, my brain adjusted, my expectations adjusted, and now I love teriyaki chicken. Yes, and I would say that is what adaptation is about. It is not immediate. It is a process of orientation, of interpretation, and of comfort building. And for people like myself, non-native English speakers, that is how sometimes we experience when we step newly into the VR environment. So for people like us, we are not just learning VR, I would say, but we are also simultaneously navigating language, accent, unfamiliar environment. We always have a lot of questions in our minds when we enter these kinds of environments. And that is why at Bowling Green State University, and for this particular study that we are actually looking at, we realized very early that we cannot just prepare the technologies, charging the headset, rubbing it, rebooting, testing, but we must also prepare the whole speaker. Because as we all know, AI is not neutral. It's built on data sets which have norms that are used to kind of build it. So when it comes to interpretation, it is based on some of these data sets that I used to build these systems. So for non-native English speakers like myself, it is not only about what do I have to say, but usually, do I sound right? How am I being judged? Oh, come on, AI is listening to my voice in this VR environment. What is it going to say about my accent? So all these kinds of questions go through the minds of the participants as they step into these new environments. So we asked this question, I put this question to all of us, that what if preparation itself becomes part of ethical SR? And that is how we came up with these frameworks. So throughout this study, this is what we have been doing in terms of preparing the speakers for the study. So the first stage is the pre-immersion orientation. And this is not about just, shuffling consent form to participants. It is an intentional way of explaining to them what they are going to expect when they enter these environments, what the AI is going to kind of measure, what it cannot measure, how the environment looks like. So this is an intentional explanation of how the system looks like. Then the second stage is in-experience scaffolding. We don't just throw participants into overwhelming simulations. So we take it small, familiar, manageable environment before we take them through a more demanding environment. For example, so how will you survive a zombie apocalypse, to having them present in a conference style with note cards, with projection and all that. So the experience scaffolding is a way of building comfort for these participants who step into these new environments. And the last stage, which is mostly the overlooked stage, because when the headset is off, participants are still processing these experiences. So it's not just about just taking in whatever feedback the AI gives us as objective, but actually asking the participant, how was the feeling like? I mean, was it accurate? Was the feedback accurate? And this actually shifts everything. So we are not just looking at the participants as just subjects for evaluation, but by asking them these questions, we see them as collaborators interpreting these kinds of feedbacks. And I believe that is what meaningful XR should be about. Not about building more immersive systems, but actually building more human systems. And I believe it is not also about having people inside the VR environment, but actually preparing them in a way that they actually belong in it. Thank you.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. I think we have time for a question.
During transition. You may.
Excellent presentation. Thank you. I was curious, as we're thinking about conducting experiences and doing experiments, about how long of a process are we adding into these methods? Because I think you're right that these are things we should be considering when we're collecting data on a practical side. So can you give us an estimate of, is it 10 minutes? Is it an hour? How long are you spending with your participants here?
So for what we are actually doing now, we are looking at how AI-enhanced VR can help with public speaking when it comes to non-native English speakers. So we have 3 different sessions. So we use approximately like 3 weeks for this. We want to have interval. According to research, having interval for repeated kind of simulations is good for them to be able to process whatever that is going on. So with every session, so for example, with the first session we have with the participants, after we take them through the pre-immersion, letting them know what this whole session is going to be about, our first VR session we have with them is just 3 minutes of impromptu speech. Just deliver a speech about how you can survive a zombie apocalypse. That is something everyone can say something about. Oh, I'm going to run and hide. I'm going to do this and do that. Then the second session we have with them after a week is about presenting to a high school student about how to build a resume. Everyone have worked before, so sharing the experience on how they build a resume. And also the last one is a conference style simulation where they talk about empathetic speaking and listening with note cards, a very beautiful simulation. So depending on what you're actually measuring, so for us, because we want to see how the they interpret the AI feedback and how these simulations are helping them to build their confidence as non-native English speakers. It is not like long public speaking sessions, just like 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes of these sessions, just to help them with whether their confidence is being built throughout these sessions and that is why it is very important when it comes to the preparation, so that we want to measure anxiety and confidence so that the simulation itself doesn't have influence on what we want to measure. That is why this pre-immersion orientation is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Eileen McGivney. Her topic is on leveraging teachers' experience to improve virtual reality for STEM education. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm presenting this also on behalf of my co-author, Catherine Aiselby, who's a student at Northeastern too. So our paper is about leveraging teachers' expertise to improve VR for STEM education, because we know that most research on learning with virtual reality has been conducted in labs, and it really has focused on the impact of the device itself. But those studies show a lot of really mixed results. And they don't necessarily produce evidence that's really useful for understanding the best pedagogical applications in classrooms. We do also know that teachers' perspectives in engaging them in design, is more likely to create the kinds of really transformative VR experiences that we want to see in classrooms. But very little research has actually studied in-service teachers' perspectives on virtual reality and engaged them in the design process. So we are conducting a design-based research study that engages teachers in the design and development of a VR field trip for physics and engineering classrooms. Here you can see the prototype that we have built. It's an automotive engineering application that allows students to learn about things like impulse and momentum by kind of doing a day in the life of an automotive engineer and running car crash tests in a factory environment. And this is all built on the NGSS standards, curriculum standards for forces and interactions in physics education, and also engineering practices. So what we have done as part of the early stages of this work is also engage STEM teachers in a focus group. So we had 8 middle and high school STEM teachers participate. In focus groups, they used a completed VR field trip experience from National Geographic to kind of get an experience of what is possible and what things might look like when they're completed. And then we demoed the prototype of the car crash test simulator as well for them. And then we asked them for their general thoughts about using VR in the classroom and also feedback on our own prototype as well. So what we found is that teachers really talked the most about VR's benefits lying in students being able to engage in hands-on tasks to complete, practice, and then also the visualization aspects of visualizing difficult concepts. So for example, one teacher talked about, liking that students have to actually physically manipulate the environment rather than just kind of walking around or looking around at the environment. Another teacher described wanting to have opportunities for students to use tools to take measurements of things, not just having the numbers spit out at you, but actually engaging in that practice and learning how it works. And then they also talked about the benefits of being able to engage in these things repeatedly for repeated practice without the limitations of physical materials. So being able to do it in VR, you could do it 100 times and get better at it. Interestingly, they really did not discuss benefits of VR related to sense of presence or heightening students' presence in certain places, which is especially interesting because so much research on learning with VR has really focused on presence and immersion as kind of the core affordance. But I think that this points to an interesting gap between, what teachers actually want, what could be transformative in the classroom versus what we as researchers may be approaching it for. Another thing is that teachers did identify challenges in teaching with VR. So for example, one teacher pointed out, you're not going to have 30 headsets. So how would you actually pedagogically set this up? in your classroom. But what was kind of interesting is before we even had the chance to ask them what solutions might be, they started brainstorming spontaneously. So another teacher said, well, maybe you're setting up stations. As one kid completes a task, I mean, you'd probably need a neighboring room. They say this would be challenging and take a lot of planning, but I think this is really interesting because it also goes to show that engaging teachers in the process of design, they're very practical in terms of being good problem solvers, and they're eager to develop solutions and think about how things would work in the classroom. And so that's really valuable. And then the last thing that we found too is that they did bring up ethical concerns and issues around using so much new technology in the classroom. So for example, this teacher said, you know, there's going to be a lot of pushback from the use of technology in classrooms related to school cell phone bans, and a lot of teachers actually going no tech in a lot of their learning now. And so thinking through, you know, how do we carefully approach in introducing these technologies into the classroom and into schools without, you know, kind of giving this message that everything needs to be done through these technologies as well. So that is our paper. Thank you very much. These are our LinkedIn profiles, so do keep in touch. And our lab is the XR Education Design Lab at Northeastern University. So thank you so much.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Eileen. It's so inspiring to see all of the work that you and your team have been doing. I was so interested to see that finding where teachers maybe were less prioritize presence as less important. I was wondering what the students thought about presence and that presence being part of the experience that you guys were kind of deploying in the schools.
Yeah, so we haven't actually used this with students yet or had their feedback. This was just a focus group with teachers.
Gotcha.
And we actually ended up rebuilding the prototype based on some of this feedback. So we haven't deployed it in classrooms yet. But I think, you know, from my other experiences, I think that its presence is something that is actually pretty easy to engender among students, especially in these kinds of virtual reality field trips. But they tend to talk a lot more also about the opportunity to kind of enact practices. So for example, in some research that I've done where they have gotten to like embody scientists in these environments, they talk about like, oh, I can understand what it's like to do that work because I just did it as well. So I think that presence is almost like, you know, it's almost like a given. They do actually feel present in that environment, but they don't focus on that as kind of the benefit for learning, which I think is interesting too. So they talk more about agency, interactivity, I think, which I'm also more interested in too. So
thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Prater. His topic is designing a VR application for molecular visualization.
Good morning, everybody. As he said, my name is Matt. I teach chemistry at Southern Utah University. Don't worry, this is not a chemistry talk. I'm not going to pull up structures. I'd be more comfortable if I did, but we're not going to go there. So it was about 2 years ago when I first put on for the first time, put on a head-mounted display. So I'm still a novice at this. And I looked at commercial apps as part of a VR initiative at SUU, and there weren't any that really fit what I was wanting. They were either too sophisticated, had too many features, or the content didn't match what I was trying to do. So I decided to get into development. I can write some HTML, and that's the extent of my programming expertise. So my target audience was going to be novice users, first-time users, much like myself. I wanted a very simple interaction scheme where they could grab these molecules and interact with them. There we go. Grab these molecules, interact with them. Is this? Yeah, I just don't hear myself. Okay, grab these molecules. There we go. Interact with them and have this spatial sense making of what if I need to rotate it. This is something that we expect I expect my students to do in organic chemistry is take a 2D representation, convert it to a 3D representation in their head, do a manipulation, rotate it, and come up with a certain feature. So at the end of that summer, I had one scene, and this is actually it. You can see the very simple control scheme. They can move, they can grab, they can kind of teleport a little bit. That was it. This following summer, last summer, we got a little bit more advanced and have more scenes. And we really focused on learner agency, going from this here at the top. They're restricted on a platform. They can grab and rotate the models and make sense of what these molecules look like in 3D. The second module, they have this guided hallway with numbered stations, a little bit more freedom. They could go back and review a molecule if they like. And then lastly, we have this open hub with 8 different rooms branched off of it. And the students could choose which ones they wanted to do. It turned out that most of them just started at the end and went around, but there were a select few that bounced around based on the reaction type. Additionally, we had this slider here for molecular transformations that they were able to control. So their agency was increasing throughout the semester. At Southern Utah University, we have this amazing VR, AR, or XR classroom with multiple headsets and paired TVs for the students to work in pairs. They had a worksheet. I loved how engaged the students were with their counterparts that were not in the headset, that they were guiding those doing the activity. And then we also see a little bit of play that I encourage, taking the models and trying to make them go out of bounds. Of course, they would just respawn into their proper place. I'd be remiss without collecting some data about their experience and about their learning. As an educator, I was interested, will this help them learn? If you've read any reviews on XR and education, you know it's kind of mixed. We just heard about that, as well as a lot of the times in chemistry, it's not necessarily better or worse. And with our small test group and control group variations, we really don't see any positive, we see modest learning gains that are potentially context dependent, but I really don't read into this very much, other than to say they are learning the material in some degree. However, we focused more on their experience with interviews and student perception surveys. The interviews, the students were very positive about how much they learned. And then with the student perception surveys, I really like to point out this third question on a 5-point Likert scale. How does this compare with other methods? Staring at a textbook, physical models, hearing their professor talk about it in class and draw weird drawings. If you look at this, 70% of students said that it was somewhat better or much better than the other methods. And then at the end of all 3 of these modules, toward just after the end of the semester, I sent out a retrospective survey with another Likert scale, asking for their feedback on VR with over time. So the effect over multiple uses, so their growing comfort over time, their grasp of atomic features over time, their ability to mentally rotate over time. Notice all of the means are above 4. Okay? So in summary, the students, with their self-efficacy as expected, had increased confidence. This consistent control scheme was very simple, appears to be a really strong design principle. As you see in the literature, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir with that one. And then I would like to thank my collaborators. Actually, have a few students here with me that are helping with this work, and I'd like to thank you for listening.
Questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. This was a wonderful project to hear about. Can you tell a little bit?
Thank you. The question was, how did you measure learning?
So you saw the pre and post quizzes that we were doing versus a control group. The questions that came out of those were adapted from chemical concept inventories. And then all that was changed between the pre and the post, the questions were identical. The molecule that they were looking at was just slightly altered so that we were looking at an equivalent question.
So was it self-reported perception of learning, or was it actually objective learning measures?
So the pre and post quizzes were objective that I graded consistently. Don't know that I ever want to do that again with the grading, but yeah, but they were graded based on how correct they were. They got a certain score and then was added up at the end.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Youyang Gyo. The topic is designing extended reality tools for autistic children, a literature review.
Hi, thank you everyone. I'm Youyang, and just before I start, I want to give you a heads up because I was told that short paper presenters are encouraged to use this Petroculture style, which is visual driven and with minimal text. I like it because I think it's neurodivergent friendly, and so I just follow it strictly. So please don't feel surprised if you find no or little text on my slides. In the US, 1 in 31 children is diagnosed with autism today, and it's a massive jump from 1 in 150 2 decades ago. So this growing prevalence highlights a very urgent need for inclusive and scalable digital tools to support this group. XR is promising because it simulates real life experiences in safe, repeatable, sensory tailored, highly engaging environments, and children can practice crossing a busy street, prepare for dentist visit, or figure out how to play with the overly enthusiastic peer. And historically, autism research has followed a medical paradigm, seeing autism as an abnormality. And this approach kind of focus on changing individual to fit into society and largely excluding autistic perspectives and experiences. The neurodiversity paradigm instead frames autism as a natural, valid variation of our human brains, and they just have their own ways of seeing and experiencing the world. So our question is, since every autistic kid has a very unique profile of strengths and challenges, how can XR support their unique individual needs and agency? To find out this question, we systematically review 15 years of empirical research on XR design for autistic children. Our review was based on 73 articles. We found out a very positive shift. So the design are shifting away from strict medical goals and adopting 3 design pillars. The first one is participatory design. Over half of the studies now utilize co-design or participatory design involving autism parents, teachers, therapists, and children themselves as co-designers, so they can ground their systems on the actual lived experience and needs. The second is personalization. There's a very popular saying in the community, when you meet one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. So reflecting this huge heterogeneity, 56% of the studies incorporated personalization. They can tailor content, the appearance of the avatars, or the level of difficulties based on the children's preferences and their comfort level. The last one I will want to highlight is sensory friendliness. Many autistic children suffer from sensory issues. They are sensitive to lights, noises, or textures, etc. And this sensory overload, easily trigger their challenging behaviors. So this sensory friendly design is an emerging system requirement. But what can we do better? In our study, it become clear that XR designs currently cater to a very narrow demography. It's verbal, male, children with lower support needs. So obviously overlooked autistic female and children with higher support needs. While participatory design is popular, it often relies on adults, like the parents, the teachers, to interpret what the kids need and what the kids want. So we are still very much relying on adult as a proxy rather than designing with kids. Furthermore, we found a glaring absence of the broader autistic adult community. So adults, when they are growing older, they have very crucial insider knowledge and a longitudinal perspective in terms how to give the kids the best they can do. And this knowledge is lack from the intermediate caregivers. So involving these autistic adults provides XR builders with insights how to into long-term their long-term identity development and for psychological well-being. So our study suggests that by really listening to autistic neurodivergent voices and building sensory flexibility, the future of autism support can be equipped with XR tools that prioritize comfort, agency, and long-term well-being of this population. I'm definitely simplifying a lot of our findings. So please scan this code to read our full paper, which already proudly accepted to ACM IDC Interaction Design Children Conference. This work was made possible by the incredible collaboration with Tanya, Addison, and Marty. I want to shout out to them, and thank you.
Any questions?
Hey, thank you so much for that talk. It was very insightful. As a XR creator, I was wondering if you recommend any current experiences in the market that you think could be learned from a principal design perspective that other designers like myself can take away from, like can incorporate some of those design principles in my own experience.
So actually, from the market perspective, right? There are already mature, I think it's maturing products on the market, specifically designing for this group. They are not. I haven't really seen a product that designed for children, like specifically, but mostly are facilitating the therapists or teachers in the classroom to help with like the intervention or the special education teaching. And a lot of the principles are like co-design, just as I mentioned. The participatory design is a key because they need to figure out what like depends on the settings, depends on the goals. It can be very it can involve very different things and different features that are included. So participatory design is a principle, I would say. And another thing is a lot of these kids, they are very sensitive to different things. So some of them are visual thinkers. So make sure that you leverage their strength, their motivation, and to use the thing that can trigger their learning the most to in their things. So leveraging their strength and motivation is another thing that we can take away. Last thing is think about accessibility and affordability, because even though they are talking about like, because autism is a lifelong condition, a lot of this intervention is high cost and services are like provided on a limited availability because teachers and therapists are limited number. But using AR or VR, we can probably expand the opportunity for more kids to have more opportunity for intervention. However, the accessibility is a thing. A lot of those schools lack the funding, lack the technical support to have these devices in their settings. So how to leverage like the consumer grade products that we can use, not like developing everything from the scratch. So
thank you, Yang. I appreciate it.
Another question?
Thank you so much. Our next presenter will be presenting remote. Our next presenter is Ebenezer Aidu. Topic of presentation is experiencing telehealth in XR, how simulated encounters shape trust.
I hope you can all hear me.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna share my screen right now. Okay, so this is more of a work in progress. So I would rather have some people give feedback on how we can get it better. So yeah, just saying that. So this is experiencing telehealth in XR, how simulated encounters shape trust and adoption intentions. So this project is looking at how telehealth adoption is growing and is becoming more popular, but some people have some misgivings about how the telehealth is like they getting more trusted, and telehealth is becoming more trusted over time using AI-assisted healthcare. That remains quite uneven, and hopefully XR may help reduce that uncertainty through that immersion experience when people are able to immerse in that experience. So while most studies kind of rely on surveys and text and 2D, hopefully using XR will help people get that immersive experience, and mostly also little is known about that immersive experience and how it shaped telehealth adoption and trust. I am using the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology plus trust in automation in this project to look at how immersion is leading to trust and now get into performance expectancy and health behavior intention. So I would take you through and look at UTA-UT, but I mean, the focus will be on the performance expectancy. That's the degree to which an individual believes that using that technology will help attain a goal or in job performance or everyday tasks. And also when we flip it to the other side and look at how people visiting the telehealth clinic will kind of have that perceive and perception that it will actually give them what they are looking for, and therefore that they take to come in, and the social influence and the facilitating conditions that would be all measured. But the focus more will be on performance expectancy. Now, when we look at trust in automation, there are a lot of things here. I didn't know how to compress all of these, but usually the more thing that I want to look at is the situation around them and how they perceive risk, the complexity of a given task and all of that, being in that immersion, how those things could help them grow their trust in the AI-assisted telehealth visit. So I'm hypothesizing that participants who are exposed to XR health simulation will report higher trust. Participants also in XR conditions will report higher performance expectancy that will lead to them finally having that immersive experience and going on for different behavioral intention towards telehealth. This is a randomized experiment that looked at 300 people, and also we look at XR as against the video and text conditions. So the measures will look at performance expectancy really in this experiment and look at trust in AI-assisted health and the final intention, what it will lead to. Usually when we look at performance expectancy, we kind of will focus more on how they believe that their experience will lead to they trusting an AI-assisted healthcare. Don't forget that AI-assisted healthcare have a lot of perceptions that people don't want to trust, but when they are immersed into the condition and they believe that they are getting what they need in terms of the doctor's visits, experiences that they have, might have a different behavioral intention towards that. So yeah, that's briefly what it is. And thank you very much. And I will take questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation on such an interesting topic. Do we have any questions?
Help? Sorry, Ebenezer, we might move on.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
No. Oh, you're giving away.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
All right.
So now we are moving to the last presentation of this session. Our last presenter is Andrea Stevenson Vaughan, whose topic of presentation is co-embodied superpowers for collaborative hybrid attendance.
Hi, everybody. I'm about to screen share, so let's see if I can get this working. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we are
can't
just waiting
see
for the
you.
screen to show.
Okay, let me click on that. How about now?
Okay, hold on one second. There
Yep,
we go.
we are good
Yay,
now.
we got you.
Hooray! Okay, but more importantly, I want to show you my slides. So let's see if we can get that running. Slideshow. Okay, so I'm beginning.
We see slides.
Perfect. All right, so I am bearing in mind that we only have 5 minutes. I really appreciate the chance to be here remotely, and I am
We are
trying to.
seeing your speaker slides. I don't know if that's intentional.
No, that's not.
If you go to display settings, you can switch. Oh, never mind.
Okay. Nope, it's still doing it. Display settings.
Yeah, up at the top right there. Swap presenter view and slideshow.
Is that working now?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, perfect. Good. All right. So I'm presenting on behalf of a large team, and 3 of the members of the team are actually with you now. These are people you may have seen circulating among the crowd during the demos yesterday. Our project is meant to address my condition, which is that I am not with you right now. I am not present. And so not being present in an academic setting can prevent me from expressing and experiencing nonverbal behavior. I can't approach people. It's hard to start casual conversations or to engage with your cool content that's on site. And I'm sort of missing the opportunity to build social connections. Now, I have the option to travel to the West Coast. I'm not for personal reasons, but there are people who simply can't be there, people with visa issues, financial constraints, accessibility needs that are hard to meet on site or during travel, people that have caretaking responsibilities, people with environmental concerns. So lots of reasons people can't be there. Hybrid conferences like MXR, which we so much appreciate, offer untapped opportunities. They increase the ability for a lot of attendees to come. They provide the chance to connect with local communities, which we're seeing from some of the excellent demos and tours. And they can also make research and academic activities broadly available to the public. So these are all amazing and good things. And so anything we can do to enhance the ability of people attending conferences in a hybrid manner is, we think, very useful. So we propose this concept of co-embodiment, and where an on-site attendee serves as a host for a remote attendee. And this addresses issues of accessibility on a number of levels. Our initial prototype you can see here was tested at XR Access, and that's what our paper that we submitted to this conference is about. I'll briefly mention our findings, but we will get this posted so that you can read this at length. What we found was that we needed to adjust the scale of the remote user, that audio is an ongoing challenge to allow people to be both with their host and to talk to the remote audience, but that the haptic communication was both attention getting and social connection building, and that the overall experience of being responsible for another person enhanced the social closeness between users and provided a social gain to both on-site and remote attendees. So super interesting topic. So what I want to do, and so yesterday we brought one of our prototypes that we have expanded on to test at this conference. So you can see some images here. This is Ksenia carrying around our remote leader, Shun, and you can see some of yourselves in the background talking and us observing your nonverbal behavior when you're interacting with our participants. And so what I'll do in our last couple of minutes is just show you a little bit how this works. So Ksenia volunteered to stand near the podium. So if she comes up and stands at the podium, she can show you what the device looks like, and I'll show you what the GUI looks like on our end by switching to a different screen share. Okay, Jenny, are you up there?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so I can kind of see, there's so many Zoom windows, I can kind of see what she's seeing, but what I'm looking at right now is our shared haptic dashboard. Is that visible to you all?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so there's two versions of this. This is what is set up on Ksenia's side, and this is the GUI that I'm using. So we have a version where we can communicate back and forth where she could ping me, but right now we're just using the unidirectional version where I could ping her. And so it's very simple. It's just right now we're using Joy-Cons for portability, although there are some things we would like to change about that. So if I buzz these buttons, it will buzz different aspects of the Joy-Con. And we can arrange this to communicate however we want. So what we were doing yesterday in our initial effort was guiding people, the remote people were guiding the host through the crowd to find particular people, something that we often find ourselves doing at conferences. We could also use this to get people to stop by pressing two buttons at once, to have more subtle cues, like this is the part where you, I don't know, give the bouquet or conduct the assassination or whatever you want your person to do. The nice thing about this is it's flexible, so it's between me and Ksenia what we want these particular gestures to represent. And we're really excited. So just to close out, I know that I'm going to stop sharing that. And we had multiple people set up last time, so we did get some people from the Zoom to be able to join. So let me just reshare the slideshow because I have my last pitch, which is, so here's some more pictures of you yesterday. We are eager to expand this. I actually, Robbie and Max and everybody else, I haven't mentioned this, but my big pitch is that we should do this more next year for all of our Zoom attendees, if you'll let us send a bunch of devices to wherever you land. But we're looking for conferences and events we can join. You're also, any of you are welcome to join us in Ithaca and walk around Ithaca. Large and small gatherings, academic and with members of the public. We're very eager to collaborate and integrate with other projects. And I think I am over time. So thank you so much for allowing me to sort of be here.
Can I start us off with a question? Andrea and Ksenia, how frequently do people bring up the movie Her after learning about this?
So I mean, it's
Okay.
more, I would say that the metaphor is more, well, you may have heard about Her, but I think of it as more of like a body snatcher metaphor. So one concern, right, is that the remote person is bossing the host around instead of us being stuck in Zoom. We're just taking up the time, the bandwidth of this person who's on site. So I would say it's a more embodied metaphor. But I don't know, Ksenia, did you hear anybody talk about her or AI?
I just think about the scene in which it's not the AI part, it's when the AI embodies a human. So using human as avatar is what I'm seeing as the connection here.
It
Do
is
you remember?
human. Yeah, so I think human as avatar is key, but it's two humans, right? So this is a super social experience, and the remote person has a lot of agency and is sort of generously sharing it. So I think part of the inspiration of this project came to think, as we are in this AI age and AI can do so much for accessibility, including freeing people for the need for human guides all the time, we still can build on the human-human connection in useful ways.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I really wish Ksenia could do your hand motions as you're doing them on Zoom, like up on stage
so that
here.
is possible, but not with Joy-Cons.
Yeah, of course. One question. I think we have two burning ones, quick ones, please, if that's okay. Yeah, cool.
I'm curious if you've explored at all. Well, it's a two-part question. First part is, what do you notice about people's attention, especially visually? So I noticed that like my attention is split. Like ostensibly I'm talking to the video camera, but there's this other human here. And so I find myself a little confused. So I'm curious about what you've observed about where people's attention is during those interactions. And two, have you tried moving where the camera is on the body of the human avatar / host?
I'll take the second part and say, yes, we have tried that, but Ksenia, I think you can speak to, I think it was you and Shuang who mentioned that that some feedback you got yesterday.
Yeah, so we actually had a couple of, can you hear me? Okay. We had a couple of people talk about the kind of split attention, like where do I look? Do I look at this camera or do I look at the person? Also for me personally, as being
all terminals are smoke-free. Smoking is permitted. 5 areas only. Por la salud.
Hi, Anne. Can we have you mute yourself? Thank you.
Good luck.
So for me, as also like a human being in this conversation, right, it wasn't actually clear like how much do I participate as, in the conversation, or do I let the remote person carry on the conversation? So that was also like for avatar, like myself, a reflection.
Go ahead, Jason. Just make the request.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to know if you could put your last slide up again so I could get the contact.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, hang on. I'll put it in Discord as well, but let me find it.
And then we'll
Can you
give this
see it?
about
For some reason,
10
it's
seconds,
not.
depending on when to take a photo and transition right into the next keynote group.
Thank you, everybody, and I'm excited to hear the next keynote. So I will go away.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrea.
All right, so we'll do just a quick computer setup only.
Mic check, mic check.
I'll also ask Andrea to put that information online on Discord because we have that as an available opportunity. And I'm going to turn it over to Danny, who can start the introduction while we're setting up.
Check, check. Can you hear me in the back? All right. How we doing? Feeling? MXR day 2, yeah? Switch the mics. Let me get a good mic. Oh, that's good. That's clear. Okay. Just got to check, It's so fun being here on day 2, Meaningful XR. My name is Dr. Danny Pimentel. I'm the assistant professor here at the University of Oregon, director of the Oregon Reality Lab. I highly encourage you to join the tours today. I'd love to show you a lot of the work that we're doing in the lab. A lot of that work is supported by these two gentlemen and the organization they represent through SNAP and the Spectacles team as we think about the future of augmented reality, of wearables, of mediated communication. A lot of the work that myself, my colleagues, our students are doing is thinking of how do we leverage these new tools to tell stories spatially in meaningful ways, meaningful XR, that's why we're here. And so I'm really honored to introduce Stephen and, oh, sorry, I totally forgot your name. Sorry, Stephen and I have you, oh my God. Nicholas, sorry. They're right there, sorry. I have you as both. So Nicholas and Stephen are design engineers at Snap and the Spectacles team, and a lot of the work that they do is support developers like myself, our students, and everyone around the world that are using Lens Studio to build augmented reality experiences for the Snap glasses, which you can try in our lab tour. So Stephen is a designer at Snap, also a Stanford grad, knows a lot of folks here. A lot of alumni worked in Jeremy's V-Hill lab. And Nicholas Ross, also an engineer at Snap, shaping a lot of the interaction design tools that we use within Lens Studio. So without further ado, let's hear it for Nicholas and Stephen. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, so how is everyone doing today? Woo? Good, nice. So yeah, thank you so much, Danny, for the great introduction. So once again, my name is Stephen. I'm the design engineer here at Snap. What that means, my job as a whole is basically just prototyping out a lot of different experiences. I know a lot of you went through the hackathon just a few days ago. So congrats to those that did it. Okay, but basically you could think of my job or both of our jobs pretty much like a hackathon. We just think of random cool ideas and we start building it out if it actually works or not. And so that's a little bit about me. I do a little bit more like the AI side of things as well for anything spectacles related. And then Nick, you can introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, so hey, Nick Ross, you can enjoy, it's a Snap tradition to use our Bitmojis to represent us at all times. But so I'm also design engineer on the Specs products team, and I'm specifically on the inputs and interaction side. So how does poking work? How does pinching work? How does the ray work when you're trying to do something far away? I kind of answer all the questions of how the granular pieces of that work. And as I like to say, my job is being a really opinionated engineer and coming up with lots of bad ideas, and a couple of good ones.
I mean, with a lot of bad ideas, you nailed those really good ones. So yeah. So basically for today, we're going to be talking about a little bit about the background of Snapchat and how we got into AR glasses. Afterwards, we'll be talking about the design side of things and talking about like design thinking, what makes a really good AR VR application. And then afterwards, ending it off with some case studies of some really good lenses on spectacles, and then ending it off with some final principles and takeaways. So Snapchat actually started 15 years ago, but then 10 years ago is whenever we started making AR filters and AR lenses. And so this is going to be the generation of how it all happens. You can see we started off by doing facial recognition with AI and ML. We would understand the user's face, be able to display AR effects over it. So whether you're spitting out rainbows, having fires for your eyes, etc. And then from there, that led to the natural evolution of body understanding, where then we started being able to understand the user's entire body, their hand, everything of that sort, and be able to put AR filters or lenses over it. And then that led to world understanding, where we're able to start understanding more about the world. You can see the Eiffel Towers dancing and spitting out rainbows, or just like random fun things around the world. And that's just the natural evolution of how Snapchat has came to be with the AR filters. And that led us to where we are today, where we have over 350 million AR users on Snap every single day and 8 billion daily interactions from these users. And so that's just a really large number. And then in 2016, 10 years ago, that's whenever we released the first generation of our spectacles. Who here remembers the yellow vending machines that you would have? Okay, yeah, there's a lot of you that do. Yeah, these would dispense out the spectacles where they were just camera glasses back then. And then they were just camera and video. In 2019, we then released our third generation of glasses where they started adding in 3D depth and understanding. So inside your recordings and videos, you'd be able to have AR filters or like AR overlays over your face as you're recording the videos, and you can see it afterwards. Then in 2021, that's when we started having real-time AR, where these glasses can do somewhat of what you can sort of see today, where it's starting to do hand tracking, starting to have more AR capabilities, everything of that sort. But then in 2024, that is when we started releasing the current version of Spectacles that you can all try today, right now. And if you haven't already, I encourage you to go to the lab tour to try it out. And then for those that have tried it, I know that Isaac has been hosting like the Snap booth for that. So thank you so much, Isaac, for everything. But these are the wait, go back to real quick. Yeah, but the 2024 ones are where we have the Snap OS ecosystem. There's our developer kit where you can start developing lenses in Lens Studio and have thousands of people be able to try out the apps that you make. And so that's what everyone did during the hackathon. They used this device in order to build out their experiences. And then later this year, Evan Spiegel announced that we're going to be coming out with our Specs 2026. And so that'll be our consumer version. That'll be lighter, better, thinner, faster, and that's all we can really say about it right now. But stay tuned because it's very exciting. And so you can see the evolution of all of our glasses over time and how the form factor has looked and felt over time. But yeah, and now I'm gonna hand it off to Nick, where he's gonna talk about the purpose of AR wearables.
Yeah, so we've been doing this for a long time. Well, you know, at least the rest of the team has. And so I kind of want to ask the question of why. Like, why move computing onto glasses? Why are we doing AR glasses at all? Why are we focusing so much on having a binocular display and tracking and like having to, you know, we're getting the form factor as far down as we can, but you know, we need to have this bulk to handle all this compute. So why are we doing that? And I think as you ask that question, a lot of people are kind of looking to the obvious answer if we want to replace the phone. Right. And so if we ask the question, are we trying to replace the phone with this? I'd say eventually, yes. Right. Like there's the phone is kind of intuitively not the ideal way to interface with technology. Right. We have all this incredible technology and we have this like tiny tablet the size of our hands that takes up 1 degree of our field of view that we have to look down at and like harms our skeleton to deal with. And we spend like how many hours a day on this thing? It's like it doesn't make sense for that to be the like epitome of the digital communication with humans. But are we going to see the meteoric rise and like instant adoption of like the iPhone moments of, you know, let's entirely replace the phone and do everything that happens on your phone on glasses? I'm going to say probably not yet, right? The approach we have to understand is these things happen slowly, and especially with AR glasses, the evolution of the technology is going to happen slowly. And there's so many little problems on a hardware side, on a software side that we have to solve. And so it's more, where can we add value that, and with AR glasses and take people away from their phones? You know, even if we make this computing paradigm and in the early generations, we're able to make something useful enough to get people off their phones for a couple hours a day, that's a huge win. It's a huge win for humanity. It's a huge win for us, a huge win for the people that use it. And so, yeah, you know, that's kind of like, as I see the near future, but also we want to do this in a way that is making technology better for people, right? In a way that we don't necessarily see happening with technology evolution right now. So we want to bring value to people's lives in connecting people and interfacing in a way that's efficient and intuitive and organic and actually brings people together. And when we look at kind of the long-term vision, there's this idea of like true multiplayer digital reality, right? And so this is kind of like lofty and out there, but what do I mean by multiplayer? If you look at the internet right now, the way you interface with the internet, we have, you know, this technology and this network that connects us massively, but we interface with it in a way that is entirely like accommodated to us individually, right? Every single one of you looking at your feeds right now on any app through Google or anything are going to see something different, right? So you essentially have this like connection to the world that is your own like personal microverse of what the world is, right? And that's not aligned with how the world actually works. You know, we are all in this room experiencing the same room, and we have our own perspectives on it, sure, but fundamentally all of the content here is the same and localized in a very human way. And so we see a future where we can do that with something at a greater scale and have a digital reality that is tied to the physical world and is truly shared in space in much the way that our physical world is, in a way that's very organic. So enough big picture. That's kind of like the why and our history. Thanks for listening to it. But I know we have a lot of great academics here, so let's kind of get into the granular of if that's what we're trying to do, how do we actually do it?
Yeah. So I'm going to start off by talking about designing with empathy. So if you've ever listened to a keynote by Evan Spiegel, I feel like the thing that he says the most is that he always thinks about designing with empathy. And empathy is one of the most important parts of making a good app or lens. And so with this, the Stanford D School, it has this design thinking process. Evan graduated from there. And so because of that, empathy is one of the most important parts. Basically, it starts off by just interviewing people, understanding what the users like problems they have are, the deep rooted issues that people have. And then from there, you can define a problem. You can then ideate multiple different ideas, solutions, brainstorm things that you can potentially do. And then from there, you can narrow down the list and start prototyping. Especially with AI nowadays, you can prototype very, very, very quickly. All you need is just an idea, you prompt it, and then you have some sort of solution. And now it's just you and testing it to see if it's actually valid or not. And then from there, you can keep repeating this process over and over and over until you find something that actually sticks with users. So you want to test it with users. So first you want to interview with users, you want to build it out, and then you want to test with users. And everything comes back to the user itself because they're what we're building for. So we need to understand what our users' problems are, and we keep building from there. And from that, right now, as many of you are probably aware, or many of you guys have used AR, VR headsets in the past, and a lot of the experiences that you do try are one and done. You do it once, it's really cool, or you let people try it at a conference, things like that, but they don't end up actually buying the product or using it every single day. There's very few applications out there that I know people use every single day, or at least more often than just once or twice. And with this, how is it that we can get to making something where it is used every single day by people? And the answer right there is through empathy. If you solve a problem that people actually have, and then you build a solution around it, and they find it useful, they will come back to it. And so with this, for any lens out there that you are building, you have to think, why is it that it is in augmented reality? Why is it that it's not in just a phone? Because right now, a lot of people are used to their phones. You have 20 years of experience on an iPhone or like any type of phone, and that 2D interface has been built out and people know it. There's not much friction because people are used to it. What is it that will make it more useful in AR glasses, in augmented reality, that will enhance a user's experience overall in the world that they're in? And by answering this and why it's in AR versus on a 2D screen, and you're able to answer that for your application, that's how you get people to keep coming back to your app. And so with this, this is a segue to what Nick will be talking about regarding designing in spatial computing.
Okay, great, the fun part. So I want to take a bit of a detour and get granular with like, what do we actually do? How do we design these interfaces when we are moving onto glasses and moving into AR and spatial? And so for one, we got to understand that designing in AR is hard. There are a lot of problems involved with this. And I know most of you in this room are probably familiar with these, so I'm not going to go into them too deeply. But for one, additive displays, they have all kinds of color issues. You can't render black because that's just the pixel being off, right? We only are able to add to the world and not subtract from it. We can't block the world. And so everything has this like holographic look. And there's all kinds of considerations you have to make there for the user experience. Colors also just never look right because your gamma curve is totally different with these additive displays than it is on your computer screen. You also have this haptic issue. You know, talk about moving things from your phone. You have a glass screen, and when you touch a button, you feel it, right? And not only is there just like you feel the screen is there, but there's also the phone can vibrate and react to you. We don't have that in AR, at least with hand tracking, right? So, you know, we can kind of hack around this by using palm touch or like body touch, where, you know, you feel yourself and have passive haptics when and we do that with our home menu and everything, but you can't do that for complex interfaces and everything. There is some element of interacting in space. And so audio and visual feedback become really, really, really important in a way that they are not necessarily on other platforms. There's also this fact of limited depth cues. This is maybe like the #1 challenge we see for new users when we're doing internal research, which is that, like, for one, we have the vertex accommodation conflict, which is taking away the accommodation sense from your brain of how deep things are, because we have to commit in the display, commit to a depth. But you also have the fact that without like perfect hand tracking and perfect hand occlusion and shadows and lighting, you don't have as many cues for how far away something is. So you'd be shocked how many people like can't tell how far their finger is from a button when they're about to press it. So we have to take all kinds of design considerations into the system of like, how do we over communicate to a user how far away they are from things? And then latency. This is one I don't think a lot of people think about, but we're fighting the speed of light when we're using an additive display, because, you know, on a pass-through, not see-through display, you know, look at the Apple Vision Pro or Quest series, you're taking the visual or the physical world through a digital feed, right? And so you can delay it. Let's say your processor needs, you know, a couple cycles to render something out. You want the physical and digital to match, right? And so you can actually just slow down the physical, slow down the camera feed by a couple milliseconds, and then you're like fighting the user's vestibular system, which is inherently pretty slow, right? You know, luckily we're like past the age where everyone's getting motion sick in these things. So we can't do that in AR, right? Like if we're trying to position a cube on the desk is going to be perceived at like my speed of perception at the speed of light. I can't slow down where the desk is so that I have more time to render the cube on top of it. That's tough, right? It makes the like digital constraints of what we're trying to do much harder. But I don't really want to talk deeply into any of those. What I want to talk about is 2D UI, right? So the way I see this is, you know, we have 20 years of maturity in 2D UI. You could argue more, you know, just on phones, we have 20 years. And if you look at why we have this, it's not because it's ideal. It's out of constraint, right? We needed a way to output from computers, and so we made screens, and it was like the simplest possible, most robust thing, and we continued down that path. And now we finally have technology that unlocks the ability for us to represent digital content in 3D ubiquitously, and we're choosing to put 2D screens. it doesn't really, we're taking constraints that aren't there, right? So does it really make sense to do that? And I would argue, you know, on one hand, it does. For one, we have 20 years of proven mature design in the mobile space. We also have everything before that, the computer space, that things people are familiar with. I mean, you see what Apple is doing with Liquid Glass, where we're like trying to make a more spatial friendly 2D interface. But so we can build on that. And on the other hand, what that gives us is familiarity to users. And when you're putting users in an environment that is so unfamiliar as spatial and 3D digital content in this area where you have less depth cues, and they're either strapping a headset to their face or putting these glasses on, you know, there's disorientation that just innately comes with that. And there's wow factor that comes with that. And so any sense of familiarity we can bring to them is really, really valuable. For them to be able to look at a button and understand that it's a button that they can poke is valuable. Now we don't have to like reteach them into some like spatial pinch thing, right? Like that's maybe the ideal way to do it. But if we just jump all the way there all at once, it's never going to make sense to everyone who puts these on for the first time, right? So we want to anchor in familiarity. Also from the developer perspective, it's much easier to build 2D interfaces because we have design language. We have textbooks and like millions of applications, if not more, that have been built in this 2D paradigm. On the other hand, I think this wholly fails to embrace the medium, right? Like we are taking constraints that aren't there, and we're making a screen that is worse, right? In some ways it's better. I mean, I can make it bigger, I can position it wherever I want, but I have the additive problem with all of my colors, and I can't feel it. And there's a lot about the user experience built into this design paradigm that just does not transfer into spatial. And when we kind of go back to this, like when you're putting glasses on, there's friction, right? This is a new thing. And eventually, you know, when everything is, we have displays that are great and colorful and as small as Evan Reality's glasses, that will be wonderful for us to, and the friction will be much lower. But right now it's not, right? The batteries do not last all day. These things do get hot. There are issues and user frictions. And so as that friction rises, you need the value proposition of the device to rise equally, if not more, for people to use it, right? If we're trying to help people and trying to, you know, give them a tool that is useful to them, but it's only marginally more useful than their phone, and the glasses are so much more of a pain or so much more foreign to use, we're not going to see any usage. And that's what we're seeing in a lot of cases, right? So I don't think with these 2D screens, we're actually able to provide value that overcomes that barrier, right? And so I think as we move, we're going to, as people get more familiar with the technology and we can lean away from the familiarity benefits, we can start to lean into the usability and functionality benefits that come with spatial design. Now, unfortunately, I don't have like a great solution for you right now. This is still an unsolved problem. And part of why I'm excited to talk about this in this room, because these are the people that are going to start solving this problem as we start to see mass adoption, which is great. But this is really just the message I want to come across. It's like we're trying to balance familiarity and functionality. And similar to like when touchscreens came out, we have a great 20 years ahead of us of ingenious ideas that are going to come and really take advantage of this medium. So yeah, anyways, back to the main track and back to Steven. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Nick, for that. That was really great. So then I'm gonna be talking about how to actually think about the interface when it leaves the phone. And so what it means for things to go from the 2D space to 3D. And so one of the constraints that you now have to face whenever dealing with augmented reality glasses versus your phone is that there's a constant attention span. Whenever something pops up on your glasses, you notice it right away. It's just there on your face and you can't really get rid of it unless you turn off your glasses or put it away. And so because of that, what is actually there on your glasses is so important. You don't want just a bunch of information that causes like cognitive overload and just causes you to not be able to actually think in the real life, because these are augmented reality glasses. They're supposed to augment your real life, not take you away from your real life. And so due to that, just think about where you place certain things and the comfort that there is. With AR glasses, it's such a comfort problem of, oh, hey, where should I place this content? Where is it best placed? Is the user's eyes going to be stressed as they're looking at this for a long time? Is it too close to the user's eyes? Is it too far that they can't read it? Everything of that sort, you just have to think about the comfort, even the gesture side of things. If you have your hand out like this for probably a minute, 30 seconds even, it gets very, very tiring very quickly. And so if you just have a quick, hand menu where you just press a button and you put down your hand, that's great. There's no comfort issues with just holding it for 5 seconds. But if you do it for a minute long for a certain gesture, that's whenever it creates some problems. And then you also have to think about the social acceptability of it too. A lot of times you're wearing these AR glasses and a lot of people may not know it's AR. And if you have like these like big wide gestures and you're doing it in front of a coffee shop or as you're walking along a mall, people are going to think that you're weird, and you probably don't want to do that because it's socially awkward. But if you can have more discrete gestures for that, but if you're at home playing a game or something, then that's whenever a more wider, bigger gesture may be appropriate. And so thinking about all these types of things, because, on a phone, everything's on a 2D screen. People really only see you tapping on your phone or rotating it certain ways. But in AR, there's so much more that can be seen in the public. And then with this type of medium, there's also a lot of power that comes along with it. So in particular, again, with attention and seeing certain information, is that whenever you glance at things, you get the information really quickly. So it's really important that you place it in an appropriate place as well. Because if, let's say you're having a conversation with someone, a notification pops up and it's like stuck at the bottom right of your screen. As you're reading that notification, you're no longer making eye contact with them. Or if you have a translation lens and it's at the bottom right of your screen, you're not making eye contact with them as you're trying to figure out how to translate with them. And so due to that, you have to place down your information in the correct spot, and people can get that information really quickly as opposed to having to pull out your phone and then read it or like look at something else. It's just there in front of your view. You also have this persistence as well, where if you place down an object, that it can persist over time whenever you come back to that location. Or you can also do it where other people can place down certain things around the world, and then whenever you come across that same location, it's just there. And it just feels like magic that way. And then there's that shared context as well, where two people can be viewing the exact same AR content in the same physical real world spot. And that is such a magical moment whenever you're able to see the same thing and it feels like the worlds are blending together. And then the situated interaction is thinking about the context side of things, where a lot of times, whenever you have virtual content be able to interface with the physical world, then it feels so magical of, hey, there's this parrot that lands on my desk, or there's this wisp that just understands where like the plants are in the room and explains about it. And so just by having that shared context of the physical and virtual worlds blending, it just creates such a strong effect in augmented reality. And in order to increase this immersion of AR, there's two specific things that are very underrated in my opinion. And one is spatial audio, where you can start hearing things of like the wisps all around you, everything of that sort, and people can turn around and hear certain things, and it creates a more natural environment. There's also the passive haptics side of things. So a lot of times, the reason why we have a hand menu is that we can press on it, and as you pinch on or press on a button on your hand, you actually feel the haptic feedback. And so what Nick was saying, if there's a floating button, people don't really understand the depth. But if you actually tap on something physically, it helps out a lot. There's also the piano tutor example where you're actually physically pressing on the keys. Whenever you pinch something as well, you have this haptic feedback of, hey, you understand that you're actually pinching on something. And so all of these things just build up for an immersion experience. And so there's a lot of good apps out there that may not be the best lenses in augmented reality. And so what this means is like chess, for instance, is a great app. I love chess, no hate to it. Like I absolutely love chess. But then if you're playing in augmented reality, there's a lot of limitations for this. Two people may need the glasses. It's really hard to differentiate whenever you're pinching on something, which piece you're actually trying to grab. And there's a bunch of other things that maybe makes this not the best experience, because you could also just get a physical chessboard and it may be a bit more immersive that way. But it's just a great demo to have. And I feel like most types of AR, VR devices have this because it's a great demo to showcase and it's very easy to understand, but it's not really the best experience to do it. You wouldn't be coming back to play virtual chess when you can play physical chess in the same room. But a great example is translation, where there's a lot of people in our office that talk about how they have like plumbers come by and they're wearing the glasses as the plumbers come by because they don't speak English, and they're able to communicate with them just fine. And so it's like that type of interaction where you're able to translate something or have it actually be a deep-rooted issue, that is so important. And so you can see here, rather than placing it at somewhere in your HUD space, the actual text as well follows their face so that you can actually make eye contact with them as well while you're reading the text as to what they're saying. And that just creates a really great lens overall. And so with this, we're gonna go over a case study of 4 different lenses that are really great. And so one is Wisp World. It's made by Liquid City. And this is just a very beautiful lens overall. There's a bunch of wisps that fly around you. They're very beautiful. And whenever you try the experience, it just feels magical. The wisps can sing to you with spatial audio. They understand your plants around you and they can understand what's going on. Here, you can see that it understands that there's a pigeon and it talks about it. And it's just a really great, soothing experience overall, where it's also very simple. It could just be as simple as you talking to the wisp or moving it around by just pinching. And that's all you really need to do. There's a few other gestures as well, but those are like the main ones that you just need to get started. And then there's also this crop UI UX that was made by one of our other design engineers on the team. And he basically made this crop gesture where you can just hold out 2 fingers and then you can release it on any object, and you can see in real time exactly what object you are highlighting. And then you can send that image of just that cropped gesture into AI, have it understand what object it is, and then also be able to send it to a reverse image search or an Amazon link, where you can see here, they're like finding the Game Boy on Amazon or something along those lines, and like the Pikachu. And so due to that, these are like really great examples where it's just super simple. No one really needs any learning tool at all. Even if you've never used AR before, you could just explain to someone, they put on the glasses and they do this gesture and it just works. And then that's just what feels super magical. There's also this capture the flag example I'm not a huge fan of holding out your hand the entire time. It does get really tiresome, but it's just a really fun example of, hey, there's one power gesture in it, which is you hold out your hand and that's all you really need to do for AR. And then you shoot projectiles that way. So you're just like aiming at a real life person. And then you get to run around, use your environment, and it just feels natural that whenever you shoot something, it doesn't actually like go through a table. It actually sees the table and it stops there. So you can hide behind a table. You can sneak around, grab a flag, and return it back to your base. So it's a super high-paced, like fun multiplayer competitive game, and this gets people super excited whenever they try it. And then this last one is Fruit Defense. It's made by a developer for our Lens Community Challenge, which is basically like a month-long hackathon that we release. And they actually end up winning second place with this project, where they use ML to understand where the fruits are on a table. It understands where the tables are. These worms start spawning on your real-life table. And all you have to do is just smack the worms with your hands. And it's a multiplayer experience, super fun to play. And we all played it in like our office with all of our coworkers, and it was so much fun just seeing the worms come in and us all trying to smack it and everything of that sort. And again, very simple, where it's multiplayer co-located, very fun. There's no tutorials needed. You just smack on the table where the worms are. It feels supernatural, and it just works. And I feel like these types of experiences are really fun. And so you're just trying to defend it. It's both collaborative and competitive. But yeah, this is an example of a great tabletop experience. But out of these 4 lenses, there's 3 common traits among all of them. One is that they all understand the world. I feel like this is what really separates something that is just a mobile phone or an app that's 2D to actually using an augmented reality, because the reason why you have your glasses on is so that you can understand more about the world around you. You don't want to take away from the world, but rather add to it. And then all these are also super simple. Augmented reality is such a new type of technology that has only been really there for the last few years, like for a lot more people to try out. And due to that, not many people are used to it, as opposed to phones that have been there for 20 plus years. So whenever you create an experience that's super simple, you can think of it. The iPod came out way back then, and it only had a few different buttons that you could press to play your music. But then that eventually transitioned to the iPhone, and now there's like 20 million different gestures you can do, but that's because people have gotten used to that. As opposed to AR, where people aren't used to AR just yet, but as over time, whenever people start adopting it, you can add in more gestures over time. And then finally, there's also the spatial aspect, where you have to think about these virtual objects interacting with the real world and having these experiences just feel different than a 2D app, and it just makes everything more immersive and adds to your everyday life. And so those are the 3 main things that makes really great apps. And now Nick is going to start off with the takeaways for our keynote.
Great. So I'll try to finish this off. So we have a couple minutes for questions. We've presented a lot here, some examples and a lot of questions and maybe a couple answers. So, I hope you can actually take more away from the questions that we're posing and hopefully answer some of them for us. But if you want to take some answers away from this, I would love to bring these 3 points up. So one, as we're building, we want to build towards connecting people, right? Like this is, I think, the biggest, I don't want to say failure, but limitation of current technology adoption that AR glasses really have an opportunity to solve and help advance, is connection between people. So that's one. The other is actually thinking spatially, not just taking things in 2D and porting them over, but actually taking advantage of the medium and really thinking about new paradigms that are new ideas and not necessarily just built on 20 years of existing knowledge. And then finally, providing value, right? And this is probably the biggest thing, is how can we actually help people with these glasses? In XR in general, we see so much of this field is people like us getting really excited and showing what's possible, but not asking the important question of how can this help someone, right? And why would somebody use this? And I think that's the biggest thing we need to focus on above all of this, is how do we make this useful to people in a positive and important way, an impactful way. Okay, thank you very much. I think we have 5 minutes for questions.
Yes. A few questions? You have time for a few questions? I saw your hand up first.
Good job. Hello. Okay. Hi. Thank you so much. I learned a lot. So I wanted to ask a question. I've designed AR and VR experiences for research purposes, and what would have been really useful for me is some XR design patterns and best practices. It's kind of really hard to find a lot of prior examples for common interactions that we experience in XR. So I wanted to know if Snapchat has any public usability guidelines, UX best practices, and other resources for people who want to become lens creators.
Yes, we have a page on our docs that is design principles, and I think we even have one called UX principles.
Okay,
The
great.
problem with our docs right now is discoverability. They're not particularly easy to find, and we constantly have people asking questions like, do you have this? And we're like, oh, we do, but it's just not easy to find. A big reason for that is, we're in an interesting space in Snap. Like, for one, we are blessed with this big, like being supported by Snapchat and having funding without outside investment, which is great and allowed us to invest in this field for 10 years. But what that also means is we have this platform, like our AR engine started on Snapchat on mobile, and now we're porting it to glasses. And there's a number of like engineering challenges there, but there's also documentation challenges where we have like a massive set of global developers that are focused on Snapchat. But we also have Spectacles developers, and like we want to be able to cater to both in our documentation. And so, sorry, that's not super relevant to your question, but it's something we're like actively working to fix. And I'd say, you'll see major overhauls in discoverability with those kinds of things. And we're also hoping to bring a lot of public examples that show these best practices and packages that make them easy to implement.
Okay, sounds good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. And then just also very quickly as well is that if you try out multiple different lenses, you'll see that there's a lot of commonalities between them. So it's actually just like playing with any type of device and seeing what people do, and then also building your design around what other people also like to do as well.
Hi, great presentation. You guys mentioned that slowly this will replace mobile phones, right? So one of the things which mobile phones do right now is connecting us with people who are far away. So within the Snap lenses, how are you guys envisioning how that will happen? How are you bringing people who are very far away in front of us in an experience sort of way?
Yeah, if it's not obvious, our primary focus is on getting you connected with people that are present with you closely through and involving, the digital with that process. And our whole current connected lenses ecosystem is based around that fact, as well as like some of this longer term vision. That being said, we are also, I can't say too much about it, but we do have initiatives in place that are going to kind of try and help solve that problem, especially as we look at, rollout later this year. We can't expect everyone to have these immediately. The number of people who are going to have these is that they're going to be dispersed, right? And so if we want people to use them together, we're going to need this kind of like long distance shared usage of spectacles. So my hope, kind of the way I think about it is, VR is probably the more like ideal scenario for distance, because you can take away the world you're in entirely and make a new one that is where you are present with each other. But the problem with VR is you have to put a headset on, right? And the hope is that if you just have to put glasses on, then you can have kind of like a pseudo VR where you have some augmented reality space where at least the digital is shared. Obviously the physical can't be when you're separated, but sharing the digital at least should be possible.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all. Very, very exciting. First, I'm wondering if the eventual idea is to have sort of persistent effects that are active without launching an experience or launching something. And second, as the design and sort of idea guys, what are your pipe dream wishes for what this could do or bring in the next year or 5?
Yeah, I'll try not to dominate the mic too much here, but I do feel strongly on that one. I think you're alluding to it. Right now, especially with lenses, we're kind of in this like little applet ecosystem where there's like tons of little micro experiences that you can launch one at a time. The end goal for this is definitely like, I don't launch a lens at all, or maybe I do, but as soon as I enter a space, it's like, hey, do you want to launch the lens for this space? One idea we actually executed on and prototyped on is like when you walk into a cafe. maybe there's a spatial way to like represent your options there in the menu, and you can have digital art hanging places that is shared. And the idea is eventually like you don't have to know that that's there. The glasses can use VPS to just know where you are and know what is available to you and localize it and present it automatically. I mean, there's permissions issues, and we have to figure out, you know, to the point of consensuality, like how do we manage that? But, do you have any notes on this?
I think you explained everything
Okay,
I wanted to say.
One more question.
Hey, great presentation. I have a question about audience. You know, I saw up there quite a few adults, people kind of on their own, game type applications, but I'm working in augmented reality on applications for families. And we recently did a national survey of parents and found that they are super hungry for shared experiences outside with their kids, be it digital or be it non-digital. And we actually have some spectacles. Thank you guys. You've sponsored us for a project in San Francisco. By the way, I'm from Walking Cinema. But when I told our program officer, like, hey, we're going to start, they were like, no, you can't test these on kids. And sure enough, when my 10-year-old put them on, like his earlobes going, you know, like they're just not made for kids. So I'm wondering, A, will the new glasses work better for kids? And in general, how are you thinking about shared family experiences?
Yeah. So I don't know how much we're able to share about the future glasses, but I can say that whenever we present to Evan, because as design engineers, we present, like we pitch out different ideas and we present to Evan, and then he gives us the green light or red light for it to continue basically on the product. And one of the things he always thinks about and things that he always talks about is, will my kids enjoy this? Like he's such a family man of like, he cares so much. Anytime that he's thinking about spectacles, he's also thinking about his kids. And I'm sure he said this in many different podcasts before as well. So Evan is very family oriented. And I feel like this, like having lenses that are also appropriate for kids is such like a great path to go towards. And I think Evan's very supportive of that.
There are a lot of challenges with balancing making a device that works for kids, and there's also, you know, safety risks, and there's the question of with vertex accommodation conflicts, like give that to someone whose visual cortex is still developing, and do you impede it? So there's a lot we have to look into, but everyone on the team is excited about using this with their kids and their families. And to your point, it's like one of the, you know, most thirsted way to use these things. So yeah.
All right, round of applause for Stephen and Nick.
Thank you very much.
Spectacle team. Thank you, gentlemen. Like Robbie alluded to, we have a group photo we'd like to take. Does that mean everyone come up to the front?
Yes, I think we're going to do some organizing of chairs and people.
Okay.
And Robbie, I'm going to let you decide how this works. Yeah. Okay. So very brief logistical point while we're doing this. After this photo is lunch. There are 2 tours that are happening of the OR lab during lunch in 2 half-hour slots. I've sent out emails to the people that have first come, first serve access, but if you want to go, Danny said that you just line up where there's the OR lab sign and he will make it work. So try to get to those tours.
All right, here's the idea. We're going to put a row of standers. If you're tall, please stand in the back. A row of sitters on these chairs. Another row of sitters on this ledge, so don't go too far forward. And then if we really needed a row of lay downers.
Yeah, we're going to have sitters.
All right. Come on, everyone. Come on up for the group photo. This is the last thing before lunch. Last thing before lunch. Come on up. Come on up. All right. Good choice, Jesse. You have more stature. Come on over. Come on over. Or maybe people come from this side. Anna. All right. Yeah, sorry. Always in the back. Don't worry. We'll still see you. All right. All right. Yep. In the back for you. All right. And this is going well.
Oh, the Zoom. Yeah. I think the angle's good. It's just a number. The angle's good. Alright, we are so close on that side, but yeah, is it possible to squeeze you in? We got a swimmers. Always.
The wing.
Right. I kind of like having the owl. Here, come check this. But we can see Eric.
This is better, Rob.
Okay.
You can also do, there's that. Do the white egg.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
How's that?
For the white egg.
Where am I going? Go to the owl.
And then I don't know how to do it.
You know, it's a clean box. It's a clean box that's mobile that will. All right. You have it on your phone, on your watch.
Oh, I do. Sorry. Oh, yeah, look at that. I guess I do.
10 seconds. Do you want to timer it off?
If I can do it on my watch, I'm gonna switch to it on here. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, that's fuzzy mode. I know I can do that. Okay.
Something. I'm gonna take one too.
There's 1, 7, 6. I actually don't think it's on a timer. I think
I'm gonna need you guys going on just a little bit closer, tighter, because of things. Alright, we're gonna take at least 3, and then we can eat lunch. I'm sorry. We're going on Max's. First one. Oh, no. Just smiles? Are we going good with just smiles? And throwing it up. Max gives the time.
All right. I think it's on a 3-second timer, so I'll click it and then do 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Can I squeeze in?
3, 2, 1. All right, we're gonna do it again.
All right, now how about the chin grab is of course one of my favorites. Oh.
All right. 3, 2. Oh wait. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's good. All right. A little goggle move. Goggle up. All right. Wait. We got 2, 1. All right, everyone ready? Yeah, goggling. All right. 3, 2, 1, goggle.
They were looking at their faces.
Okay.
Can we do one more smile?
One more. We're just happy to be here. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So the idea really behind it is not so much not only
I'm Cheryl Brass. I'm in
Which is just like all of the objects words like a sphere instead of all so when we gave it color, the color was on the inside of the sphere. We were seeing but not color because the arrows are this there's no color in it. So we had to go on to there was you redid it but then it ended up it was changed. So it's color. Anyway, so I just downloaded it. So for me, it's correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. I wasn't the reason it's not changed is that's all that's you can find them like just be like but there's a lot of castle oh, that was so weird.
You can choose where you go. I didn't.
I've been through so many universities, so polarized. Like we absolutely on top. I was for my previous institution and my bachelor's degree. And I was told after I got my school, I got back, and I was all marketing, they asked me, hey, or whatever. They're like, oh, we would never hire you. And I was like, why? Because your bachelor's degree's in broadcasting. They said, but from here, like, isn't that the whole point is being able to remember, like, not being station? And I was like, because that is some of the best collaboration you can do. Because we speak the same language. We should be yeah, I can do an on-air talent class. Sure, we teach that class. Oh, yes, we're also doing public speaking. Those I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I was like,
yeah, I love for the best right. So
the right place, you figure out.
yeah, I can close my eyes and I can open my eyes. Yeah, it's fun. It does, yeah. But regardless, yeah.
Personally, that can go, yes, look, I built this lab. Yes, look at this, all of that I'm doing. And so we have to kind of bring things up and be able to say, look at how amazing I am for you. Like, you don't want to let me go. But your college, like, you know what I'm like, the emerging tech. That is great. Making sure that is correct. That is correct. So I think that's something that's really well for us within the organization. It's really helpful the way that Cheryl moves things around to be able to be like, yes, but don't forget this, and yes, remember this. And everyone seems to get there just words and not purpose. And your appointment guidelines. Okay. You're good. Yeah. Wow. But yeah, it's an Olympic document. I would say, like, not there's like no exit, right? Like, so, but that's the other really great. Oh, yeah. That's all brand new to them. So I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm doing the lightning talks because we're using multiple information software in our headset to help with our intro to public speaking. So it's very, very cool to watch students go from I'm really nervous to wow, I'm less nervous now. It's not all fun, and some students really do make a fast improvement, but our minority of students like it's just that extra practice that they spend. You know, the two things that I was like, and I wrote a book, and some people are good, but there are fewer students that are actually being taught how to outline. And so I would ask my students every time I teach, and then when I go to observe, because it works for so when I go to observe, I always ask Ian, like, for a show hands, how many of you have learned how to outline personally? In a 25 class, I've got no more than 5. One of those 5, come up. How many of you have been taught how to translate note cards? All hands up. 1 and 2 has been the max I've ever had for that question. So I wrote an entire thing focused on the 5 note card method, literally teaching them, here's how we outline for our introduction, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, and then here's how we translate that. Now, we have a really inlaid system for the Monday, Wednesday, Friday class. Lecture on Monday about introduction. Wednesday, they're able to write their introduction, and then Friday,
Yeah, and for planning it, like my studies partner is the accountant for like a lot of the
I just realized when
and then also like
I was like, there's no accountant. That's the point, I guess, that it makes, and I didn't ask them, but I was like, I bet that's what it is that they are like, no, I want you to do it.
But I'm and then also at the same time, is also my
Just takes you to this, it doesn't take you to my contact.
Really?
And maybe that's what they're, I guess, maybe that's their
and it's just gonna be rough because that means it's just so much serious. I've talked about it. So it'll be interesting. Yeah. I know that how I didn't sign up for that. So we have to
Can we tag along, David? Look at the answers like, well, I mean, I just got food.
I'm assuming this is fine. Yeah, we're not gonna have lunch outside. I mean, I get like that's we can't let them. I'm not. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just not going. I was like, they hate me. Okay, they were. They're very like my siblings go to protest. They are like.
Okay, so grab lunch here and then go outside. Like the outside area. Past the dump again. Yes, from the directions you. Yes. Okay. That open area. Thank you. Fantastic.
I'm so excited. My other sister's birthday party on June 13th. And she's having a nowhere else to wear it party. Is that what it's called? So, anyways, so it's gonna be kind of fun. And I do have what I want to wear is because it's a family event. That means my siblings, like all of us, in the same pictures. It's like all I have in my I'm like in my truck. So, anyways, so I'm excited about it. Like, I probably will. I don't have much else. All I have other than that is like I don't have anything. But I also been shopping because I mean something else to put. I know my car's already. It's not like I have room. I could get something. I like to be a minimalist. I like to actually
Supposed to use UV to sanitize the headset. I don't know. That doesn't do anything for face grease. That's the only concern I actually have about VR headsets since the pandemic.
Totally.
Yeah, you know.
Yes.
I don't know. But I've noticed since the pandemic, everyone's like,
That's good.
I'll do it. You know, but anything like that now. I remember pre-pandemic, the big talk about AR was like no one ever wanted to put anything in face. You know, it was like after 2 years of masks and stuff, and then we're all just like, whatever, put anything on my face. It's more of like a challenge to it. Like, I'll do it, I'm scared.
I did it once before. My answer's doing that. You know?
It's funny how you don't walk around with your arms out. What else stuck with you on words?
No, I would. I gotta find the rest of it.
Thank you, Ty.
Ty's teaching me.
I know, good.
If you want to learn, it'll take you.
Pass the opportunity to learn. Okay, you can search things visually by pinching it like that.
It destroys things like acid.
Walking around and shooting people in the air with your hand out. That shows it all right.
I'm ready.
You're ready? Yeah. I mean, what could go wrong?
Yeah. Oh, I mean the glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The glasses in general. But also running around and shooting people in AR. Scissors. I gotta go to Melanie in the streets.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was like that.
265 to 275.
Luckily, well, not luckily. People are already doing that.
Luckily for the lawyers.
Well, the viruses are just a little captured nucleic acid. So if you're in there nucleic acid, it's not sure. No.
I'll see
Yeah, it just feels. I mean, it does really breathe.
Those social love comes with information.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about our project is because I mentioned it's a heat stable protein, and so we express it in bacteria. And then we heat it, so we heat it up, and like when it gets to 58 degrees Celsius, it turns like opaque because all the other E. coli proteins get destroyed, but ours stays soluble. So that's it. So we're very lucky at purifying at least most everything else. Yeah. And then everything else. Isolated in like a couple steps. We basically break the cells open and then everything falls out. And then you use a centrifuge to get all the cell pellet stuff. So now it's just protein and nucleic acid. Then you heat it up. And so all the protein that is not ours misfolds. And so then basically all that protein gets pulled out. And so then all that's left is this small nucleic acid that stayed around. And then the next step, we basically put it through a DNA that's been fragmented, falls through and attaches on the protein. And then we're done. And then we have it. And it's like pure. And that's like 4 steps. It's really cool.
Years ago, yeah, so bad. No one could do anything about it. Yeah, exactly. But I've always enjoyed it going back against that because I consider myself to be
Is that why you kind of like, I bet you like, you're just being there, just to be there. Yeah, exactly.
Can multitask without losing performance quality. And I don't think like it depends on what you're doing. I got tired of driving. I like you can drive and only focus on the road. Nice radio, junkie so there's more doing it right. Right, if I'm listening to music while like doing performance, I always switch between my homework or jumping on a call. Accessibility features text speech. Oh, really? They're under the accessibility requirements. Right. Yeah. And then she's like showing us like probably what I'm doing is talking about the accessibility of that. And it's like Andrea's doing accessibility. Use accessibility features without needing people use it as a productivity enhancement instead of an ability to catch up. They're actually doing I don't know, thinking of accessibility.
Such accessibility cannot happen. Those that don't need it, I'm agency multitasking. I am a multitasker, like see yourself and like you can be the argument that really that's like thrust upon it. So before it's like, I know the question of multitasking. So I think that it's different from the whole idea of like,
Just want to say, in a particular moment, like maybe that was true, but then like, the rate, it's a skill. You learn how to text and voice text. You learn how to do it.
It's also the Babylon Green argument that is like you play like action videos, you can get less distracted.
I know. I remember you like looked at me when you said I did it because I'm like I'm very
better multitasking than others based on what technologies we use.
And like your habits that you developed around those similar skills.
Yeah.
Like it's like cradle.
Multitasking and cognitive capacity that gamers were better than gamers were better than social media use. Like for the same amount of time.
Yeah, we walk around, do whatever.
Yeah, one of my friends
You know who does a lot of people? You and I probably is Gary Stevens. Organizational communication. Like multiple modes of communication, following up, or sequentiality of messages to try to persuade people or manage their time. So that's a little bit of the.
I don't want to go into work.
Sure.
I start in games, I go to like cat, and next I go to WordCom. Like this is the progression of an old man, right?
At least it's not funny.
Now I care about civics. Now I care about it. I gotta get a food.
I just like keeping
是的，我也是有一点轮到人的这种。挺好，但是另外一个会的经验，经常对。
I like wanting to come in and
Yeah.
actually sit around and
Yeah, no, for sure.
But no, the one on Monday I'm so excited for. It's just the other two that I'm like, I just don't know everyone, so I don't know.
start out strong though.
Like going to weddings.
Yeah.
We were talking about.
You've got a week. A week of nonstop weddings.
It's a bunch of people that I don't know, but like two people that I do know. Like, oh, it's worth it, but.
It's just usually really cringy and emotional, and I don't like emotions very much. So it is funny.
I always cry at weddings. It's so cute. Like I love it. But also like you don't know anybody else in the crowd, so it's also a little bit like weird. Yes, but I don't know.
Weddings today. I went to my cousin's and it's just weird. The funny is I love those. At a lot of people get married really fast, of course. And one of the things that I saw was my cousin got married. They got married. And they did that thing where you're supposed to raise the shoe to say who, like, and they got them all. Like every single question, we were all like, it was a little fast, and you don't know anything about each other. And it was so funny. And then it was also funny because then I had another, my family was getting married, but they had been dating and living together, but not married for like 10 years, and they got every single question right. It was just kind of funny. Like, yeah, it was, but it was just kind of like, I feel like it kind of, which one do you think is better, guys? You know?
你跟我们不是一个赛程嘛，看你们团队，下一周我们 like at least a year. But they got engaged.
I said, bruh.
Rick, you go through. And like they're together like this. Maybe that's worked for, but like there's so many because of my brother. You guys have only been together for 5 years. That's not even that long. Before he married his girlfriend. 5 years is a long. And granted, they didn't meet when so
Well, that's true.
They're just sort of funny about it.
I feel like you're not even who you are until you're like 20. Before I was 20, I was a completely different person. Let's say I've gone through the same person. I feel like when you're like 18 to 22, you're still like, well, I feel, I mean, everyone changes, but.
I'm dating
a Norwegian person when I was 16 for like a month.
Oh, sure.
Never dated anyone.
Anyway, 不过我上的实验其实very hard way. My friend is 他们的交互数据作为那个
got much more
我是个主观评分的奖。所以说没有
a lot about it, I guess.
可是如果我在这个里面有一个平台，然后我要做实验，
Would you like to sit in the passenger or the driver?
12点半还有一个我也有
You want to go sit in the ELC all day?
已经来了吗？已经来了吗？就是他们人来了。
我们看人来没来。
门口有一个什么 laboratory 的一个时间表，得有3套。
Next my car is frequented.
12点过了。
If it's between the hours of 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., the tree is getting attended to.
Really?
啥
Yeah, where are you parked again so I can avoid that tree?
Sometimes you need to freeze on 500 West.
Yeah. Like by housing?
That's changing.
Okay.
That's the best place to park because there's no residential anywhere close for anyone to complain.
对，我红眼红斑嘛。Target. Right. But the birding down south.
Hey, there's a weird homeless guy.
Living in his car by campus.
He's being in the trees.
很偷懒的，实际上也是。
有点白。
对。
Get him some. You guys like him some milk?
原来是。
I appreciate it.
我那一片区出来的话，天有点黑了，就感觉有点
The holy cell had like
有一些黑人全在街上
You can only
晃悠。
dress for cold. Yeah.
当时因为我们当时是在长沙，不是在北边，然后进北方不容易，但是我们都会在天边前赶到。You're probably not super active on Instagram. But there's this like trend going around where there's like the campus pictures.
是想在做实验，然后就会就像我昨天的 query 一样，就会想问一下他们
they would like
什么 feature， 或者是他的
No one likes to
像
do
别
that
的
degree.
那种就是有点
It doesn't say because there's a reflection in front of the door, which is really funny. Yeah.
他是这样，不要这样先发生，一部分是 Word，一部分是就是这两个是可以用自定义的，然后
Until you find out it was one.
所有的动作数据必须在 Word 里。
Well, that's why they can video it. If I did that, game over.
But did you ever see any of those
如果你有一个单人项目的话，你可以 absolutely perfect。就是这
You
项
got a
目
weird algorithm.
I really do.
I said, that's on you.
It's probably the people leading.
根据 ID，比如说每天出去世界里所有人的。
You said it. Send
I
that
haven't
stuff
done
to
that
the
for
big
years.
leagues.
你不用自己下载任何插件，就是别人设计的自带。
你需要 Unity 加上VR Chat Creator Companion
Out of sight, out of mind.
I'll send it in the group chat.
用来开发这个 Word，然后你在 Unity 里面去做一个，还有一个叫 VR Chat SDK 的人们，只要装上以后就可以在网上起来，然后你只需要把它官方引擎来。
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought you were. I'll just send it to you. And just we're like merging.
都是你的同一个账号。但是你可以设计，你可以设计台，只有当用户就是特定的人的时候才会动。然后就是会讲。
Did they sit in on Wednesdays or Thursdays? Is the
我之前做的实验室就在网上
the number listed on all the SUU professors? Is that your little
乱七掉吧，我家我原来是的。
and that's what it calls?
我原来在 Reddit 上发群主去了。没有，他们现在 Reddit 上面那些边
我们是在那个 Discord 上
Hold the desk.
没法，不能上网的。
Yeah.
我们不能上网，然后辅助同一个人发的一个，结果就没让他们。
Oh yeah. Do you guys all have each other's caller ID or? Oh.
反正他们对这块挺敏感，你们
Yeah, he's going up all those stairs to pier.
And it doesn't have any of the new right on the property. 就是大学的历史名词，然后它目前是看的话，好像就是随便说一下，就说没怎么讲，没有像美国就是跟自己往上去说经过大学这样，不然。
last 4 digits. Campus phone, pick up the phone and put the last 4.
我感觉 VR Chat 真的是特别有。
是跟他讲，开发者来说，
我觉得他们应该是
这样就是说，如果看出来，
所以就是说，
I just said I'm here to educate.
I said I have something very important. You're gonna want to hold on to the water.
Okay, drop it too. This is really
I said everybody.
Yeah, but I register too.
因为你保留了他的，你保留他的效率，否则你复制他发布在平台上的这个波，因为你没发布，你没法复制它的代码，你不能编辑。No kidding. Yeah.
So some people are in their like 4th year, for division stuff, and we have to like contact the teachers individually to get their prerequisites approved. So it's kind of headache, especially when our students are stupid and they think they can take what is it? This year we have one that wants to take all advanced engineering courses, hasn't taken a physics class, hasn't taken an engineering class, hasn't taken a math class, only taken like social sciences, which is nothing wrong. You can't go into like advanced like
我看啥？你看我的就是普通的这一地板，
我把别人写抄给我了，我把现在的信息但是 you can't buy that. You don't even know.
Yeah, there's prerequisites for a reason.
And they're like, no, but I think it'd be really hard. And we're like, I mean, no, it's really cool.
What's the derivative of this?
I also have students for like the so which we don't allow. They're just like, but like I'm really smart. Don't and they come here because they're doing too much and get burnt out like everybody. And so it's like it's frustrating because they come in and you can't be like, no.
知道啊，可以加上。
加条微信的，
然后回来我就发现，
一个人不太想。
我还有个哥们儿。
There's some that I'm like, I think we're yours just because.
苹果没有改善。
You things by yourself. And we have students that come from SU. We have one girl who can't sign up for like text notifications. The site that is only made.
我有个哥们儿在国内天天自己开发那个Java
The site is designed to
他是现在工作。 我们本身都是计算机的，他没专门学过。
And we're like, hey girl.
然后他就卖。
Hi, Cody. And Cody, she doesn't like whenever she comes in, nobody's in the office, she'll just get into, she'll talk to the janitors, unlock her office and sit in there until, which is super problematic. She doesn't like shoes. Which is just like a weird quirk. There's nothing wrong with that.
No. You're weird. You're like trying to get HIV off a nickel on the ground.
Literally. Luckily, we live in Cedar City, and that's not likely to happen, but it could.
You can't ensure that anywhere.
Exactly.
You go to Liberty Park in Salt Lake City. Different story.
And I don't know. About students that before we send them out, and there have been some, especially after interacting with them, it's just like I don't want to send you because I don't think that you can live. Speak English because you're different and don't know how to solve problems. Use a translator, like that's what this translator actually did. At least find a solution. Complaining and making it everybody else's problem and a mess, you know? Consider yourself. That's my rant about my work. I'm more stressed than I should. I do a good job. The pay's like $9 an hour.
I guess I shouldn't have to.
Zero. I'm losing money.
Losing money with my I do miss making money. I mean, I'm fine. I have enough.
Very.
I knew scheduling food.
Don't you get the tutoring center?
Not anymore.
Oh, I thought they let you go into the summer.
They do. But not to, because I'm doing research at Howard like all the time.
So that's right.
It is absolutely. It's not about money right now. It's about everything else. Yeah, I need to research. I need to put a paper together.
Just for the trees. Yeah, the trees alone are.
What journals are you guys enter into?
I'm probably just a level. I just don't like the undergraduate research one. If we got a structure, we could probably go bigger. I don't really care what. Just I just want to teach it. I'm
Undergraduate, you're like.
Exactly. It's like, as an undergraduate, you have to have control.
Right.
It's just as long as
I'm sure it was edible, you know, for gourmet.
Anyways, and I mean, we got this paper in DCS, so yeah, so we already have a lot of nice papers.
Yeah. I just realized
That's awesome. My dad never heard of it.
until like literally yesterday when he was showing us, and I was like,
Wait, that's some real shit.
I didn't know that's what we were. I've been sharing.
My mom, that was one of my mom's favorite stories.
That's fair. I didn't. Well, I wrote like the first draft.
Oh, the damn hippies. Yeah, the damn hippies couldn't handle it.
That's because he wants to look his way into perspective. So that's why it's like, you know, so that's usually how it is. Like we just had to write a report for me and Howard got a grant for materials we needed. And I had to write a report under a grant, so I wrote like my version, and then Howard like took it and rewrote it. Which and like I'm just like that's just how we. But the professor's the one in charge of how they want their project presented and proposed. It's important, but I think it's
like
cool.
fair.
Yeah, so that's why it's like I write my first draft, and then you get to do it. So that's I think so. I like I wrote that first draft like a year ago. It's like I haven't even seen anything. That's all the writing after.
I know you gotta do some stuff. He just sends it to us. And I'm like, I mean, I genuinely read through it and I try to find any mistakes. But usually he's thorough. Thorough and so he gets it all done.
Exactly.
Although I didn't realize like he wanted to submit something to the like
It's out there. Yeah, that's super cool stuff. They run fast with this skill set.
journal. I didn't know we were doing that in the ladies deadline. So literally the other day he was like, "Oh, how's it coming on that?" And I was like, and he was like on the paper he wanted to submit to the Utah.
My dad got the he said Chevy the next day and drove all the way back to Pittsburgh. Thinking the stinky hippies were gonna get him. Or you go back to the ways
On Sunday, and I was like,
Like Sunday, we've got days, but
like I was working.
A lot of people leave this too.
16 hours.
Career.
And I had just gone back to Arizona, which was not really
Just fine.
I was like, I can't work on it.
I'm going to a public library.
Yeah, literally.
That's terrifying.
And so we're not submitting there. It's just like,
No amount of money.
journal or whatever.
Living with
Yeah, so I think I have one in ACS, so now that I have like one, as long as I get
the summer was
I mean, and that's just basically what everyone's doing. It's not, I mean, so I mean, basically, stuff, you know, it's just to separate what people are doing.
And your project is cool.
Yeah, I think it's fun. If we get a crystal structure of the protein, we'll do a big one. But that's like a big if. Everything else for our first, so it's like it's kind of like we're gonna if we got a crystal structure, we'd write 2 different papers. Our first one is just about it's growing at different temperatures, and now we have more dimers because it's holding right. Like that's the whole story. And then we're also going to show that if we let it sit there, if we run it again, it's still timer. So like they're not equal. Yeah, that's one paper. That's the whole. That's a go around one. Let's do that. If we get a crystal structure, we'll write a paper, a crystal structure, and so yeah, but I'm not even sure if we get a structure because the way getting a structural works, you're taking biochem 1, you're taking it one. So basically, you have to just set out a shit ton of trays. And then basically,
it's like 90 pages right now. And just so like just like dry, what's some others there?
And then it's like it's like salt water.
You just packed in like a jacket and two. Yeah.
It's basically the same thing except your protein has to be in it.
Oh yeah. Alabama is not bold right now, but it's like raining. But I was in the city, I hear it was hot out there too.
It was
great audio. Oh, amazing audio. No, so so I was like initially I was trying to find like should I fly from Alabama? Because flight from Alabama is usually super expensive. Really? The pigs, because it's just so horrific. Anyway, I was like, let me just start to go to the city, and then I'll find it. It was the first time I've been in tornado countries. But it's smart being like right in states, so you're going to be in the pretty much days. And then go down, and then go back to the city, and then right back. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, because the crazy, oh, yeah. I haven't slept on my bed in a week. It's like, yeah. So I just got here Friday night. So I just got here. Well, I was in Portland like 2 years ago. For a real long city.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is my first conference, and then the first time in Portland in general. First time in Oregon.
It's not conference. How do you like it?
It's pretty nice. Miss my partner, miss the dogs.
Yeah.
We talked about it. I was like, I need to be on this business page. She was like, like the majority of both days. Yeah.
Biochemistry research.
Because I mean,
it's not all in my hands. You hope one of your trays works out. Yeah. And you never know the will.
Like you're gonna be gone like the whole day. So.
Yeah,
I'm surprised you like cast them for semi trips between like this and the wind.
Yeah, just on purpose.
I was thinking my phone's ready.
Loved it. I mean, it's like,
yeah, we should have. We had
I see it,
but there was nothing to say.
It is VA. A lot of people like to say
and pretty much everybody just
that
like
biology is chemistry, chemistry is physics, and physics is calculus. I like to see it the opposite way. If they're saying like, oh, it is, so you should be rich. I see it. We made calculus so that we could do physics. We figured out physics so that we could do chemistry, and we figured out chemistry so we could do biochemistry. So I see biochemistry. This is what we did. All this builds up to. That's why I love biochemistry. Like this is what actually makes a difference, right?
my concern was like
Emails, did all that so that we can get HIV medication. And that's like the end goal. It's in my head. I mean, there's also a lot of other applications, but all the calculus, binding constants, binding curves, and biochemistry and enzymes. Like that's the calculus. Physics of binding, the chemistry, and it's all leading so that we can
I'm getting business cards. Just like LinkedIn and stuff doesn't work.
Highest in my personal life. Is that where you're actually trying to change things? Like I even put in the book. Yeah, I have. I mean, but
I think it'd be more my boss. And, originally it was supposed to be my boss. I was like, but he ended up going to Korea to visit family because
temporary people, so maybe a terrible one. You helping these two people that are
I think also he's like set up for a conference in Korea.
world's experience really. I mean, I think it's. I don't want to belittle company in that situation. I think every person matters.
Like we really only did like one conference for fiscal, especially so
Like, you have a limit on like how much you can spend?
I think we each have like 2,000. Like,
And you're feeling happy. But I think, but in terms of like actually making change, how can we? I think we.
It's like,
Well, I'm excited for you. It's hard.
that just makes me shocked.
It is by far the hardest one. It's just so much.
I think it's like
Memorizing everything while you're trying to learn, or is it
the last, and that's just so, well, you don't.
Your amount of material, nothing tricky. Nothing tricky. It's literally just
from like 29.
that's the name of that molecule.
But then obviously COVID hit in 2020, 21, so I didn't really go. Obviously everything was virtual. Right?
Yeah, that's.
But yeah, it's not even good. It's only getting on. This technique is remember when the first conference.
Well, there's
3 years
but it's one but it's one
really feel like
that's because I have terrible understanding of
yeah,
scales.
it's true. But this is true. This is not a talk. I think it's one of
Never really. So many
and then I get some of this into like
yeah, I don't know.
To the levels that I want
But
to.
it did not feel.
Like, I think they're just like.
Yeah.
Texas Women's University.
Any of the molecules look like in micro
Texas.
It's just there's some random name that you have to memorize. And like, you have glutamate. You don't know what that means.
No, it's a circle with a group glutamate. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's like, and that's kind of heartbreaking because it's like, what are you even learning then? Because it's not.
It just went like a room.
It's not writing words in a pack.
Like some of them.
It's like
almost all of them.
no, it's logical what's going to happen. Like, oh, it's that functional group line food. That's what that does. You know, like
Biology's programming. But that's just one way of like meeting up people. Maybe it was.
Me too. I think it passed. I just don't think you got it as high as you wanted.
That's fair. That is the hardest.
Yeah, exactly.
But surprised me though. Jackson works hard.
I think she just wasn't at a level that
I'm not sure that was an acceptance letter. Pretty sure you read that wrong, but okay. Hey, memory is a funny thing. Spencer's real life.
I know he passed.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. Collaboration. Yeah, it'd be fun. That's really fun. You as well.
No. I get this since I was like struggling with something I know came to and I don't remember what it was.
Yeah.
It's kind of gloomy though. I mean,
When did I join?
well, so NCA 2021.
I think it was just
That was the only
I
time.
think by the end I was just like.
And
Yeah, that's
Are you
yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't thinking of talking to the dog, I was thinking about the rat. It was like,
Malonic acid ester.
I should try it. And holy shit, like
And
it
so he was like, "What, you'll
There's so much traffic. And it's always like all the days I'll be there, like gloomy, like raining all the time. It's like I didn't see sun.
It's the fall and the winter are like the worst. Summertime.
And it's so fun because then it's like, oh, it actually does something cool at the end. You know, it's like,
Yes, it's not just like
it's like, yeah, but you don't feel anything. It's like, and so now that we have reducing glutathione in your protein stones, so you one thing I like thing about biochemistry is there's just so many pathways and one thing sometimes will just be like, and then that happens. Like, I mean, I'm sure you could look at it.
It's always like that.
Yeah, the one that always leads me.
Yeah, so I can testify that. And Belgium too. So yeah, these three cities have been to I think they had the same
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Enzyme is now full.
Oh, yes.
And so then I gotta go to this other enzyme.
But Chicago.
I was the basically, and then there's too many pathways.
I've never been to Chicago, so I'm going to LA last September. So I'm looking at flight and late that I get like a 20-hour layover to Chicago. I was like, I don't have to spend especially money just to go there.
Yeah.
And so I did that.
Did you get out of the airport too?
I did, yeah, 20 hours just so that I could just walk around. I did the boat tour. It was really nice. And then, so my return is like 6 a.m. from O'Hare. No, 3 a.m. Flight was 6.
Okay.
So I had to wake up early. I was taking the train or whatever. I was in downtown. I woke up at 3 o'clock. I walked in downtown Chicago. 3 in the morning. I promise I was so scared.
You should.
I was so
You
scared.
should. No one
I was
wants
almost
it
pissing my
in
pants.
the hours.
It was really scary.
Yeah.
I saw so many people. They were looking at me like homeless. They were looking at me, and I was like,
Why are
I
you
was walking on the footpath, right? There's like a lot of people, and I was like, holy shit, they were looking at me, staring at me. I was like, okay, let me just walk on the road. It was really scary. I will never probably do it again.
Never, I like working in that early morning, like especially in downtown. Yeah.
But
The
you've
ladies.
seen downtown, right?
Kind of.
Yeah, I think I've seen St. Thomas a little
But
bit.
the places I've been living is summer every year. I which is
Nice to see you again.
West
I don't know if we met
West
before
Korea,
at all of the
downtown.
TXR stuff,
And then
but I know we've seen each other.
Yeah, we have it there actually. Evanston is where Northwestern.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Very north.
Yeah, that's very nice.
That was fantastic.
Like, how far is it from?
Nice to meet you. Yeah, yeah, I love seeing all the Texas stuff here.
Close, it's like half an hour.
But is that more like, so the northwestern part of the city is more safer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think
Yeah,
that's
so
what one of my friends
Even though
did.
it's
students on
but
UH is in
overall,
the master's program.
north side is.
So we have a paper that we're gonna present today.
So University of Chicago, I mean, students.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But over the years, I've been spending in Chicago.
And so I'm in digital media. I'm with Tony.
And
Yeah,
it's
so-
not, it's
yeah.
very remote.
Yeah.
I was on the train, and the train stopped because the policemen, they are searching for someone who has a gun. And then we have to leave and then take a bus and stuff, but I didn't see anything or didn't hear anything.
So 24 NCA was New Orleans. So we were actually having breakfast right.
Yeah,
next
that's
to the
Tony and I,
conference
like our background is
ago.
actually.
And do you remember like where you had the
We're
conference?
just in the digital
New
media.
Orleans 24, no?
I know Tony.
So, right, so we're having breakfast, like, this is the hotel, and we're having breakfast, like, right across the road.
Yeah.
And we heard gunshots, like, literally, like, right next to the street.
Yeah, I
There were,
actually
like,
did my
200
master's
people,
at the University of Oregon.
Police.
So it was nice to come back.
Zooming in, like, the cars and everything. I mean, I'm kind of exaggerating.
She was my advisor.
There's a lot of cops, for sure. So,
Yeah.
so many
Oh,
cars, like,
she's-
yeah, it was.
So yeah, she was my advisor here, and
I
it was
hate New
nice to come
Orleans.
back.
They're
and
going to
see
New
her.
Orleans again this year.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
I'll take this weather
It's
over
just
the
like
Houston weather.
incident.
Yeah, I mean, it's not because of that. It's not like I don't like y'all, but there's nothing.
So,
Oh,
like,
wow.
I'm
Simon
so-
Fraser.
yes, I'm Fraser.
Luckily, Austin isn't as ambitious. At least not that I've seen.
Yeah.
Like, because they have the same thing, which is like some areas are more, you know, dangerous. as
Yeah.
others. But
Okay.
the UT Austin area is like pretty safe for the most part.
Yeah, it's just like there's just so many.
And then North Austin definitely is like it's like it's too much.
I was flying back to Kansas City. No, I'm originally from Kansas, but
Sorry, from San Jose to Kansas City. Awesome.
yeah,
Yeah, I've never been to.
Oregon. Than I did.
Okay, I've been to Lubbock. One of my friends is getting engaged. There's nothing out there. Have you been to Lubbock?
No, no, I'm San Marcos, but I know a lot of Texas.
That's why I want to talk to you.
Lubbock was like, nothing. Like, it was just like barren land, like there's nothing out there. There's one time I was like, no, because well, one of my connections like got delayed, so they were like, okay, we're gonna be out, and that was the only time like I got out of the land. One of those where I think it was out a lot of the engineering, like I'm only gonna our building, our land.
Yeah, usually Houston's a
Share
little bit
one
more here.
building.
That was like big city areas. It's not just like cities, like
Facing one of the
Houston's a little bit more
here's it's like
well, that's what they say. We're like, Houston, 1 hour away from Houston.
you had to do
But the role play, that's too big.
Yeah, so I'm in the problem where they already are being told that's back to he's actually a chair.
Me and my wife went to Colorado for our anniversary.
Yeah,
And so we made the drive like all the way
Every time,
like, driving up.
such a
And like once we
there were
got
so many.
past,
Hey, so like that's better. Hey, so like the emotion and then
Kun, can you hear me?
a lot of it was just like windmills.
Kun, can you hear me?
Hi,
Sorry, I
Ravi.
don't know how to talk to Kun without talking to everyone in this room. Kun, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right. Sure.
Can I try to share the screen?
It was really cool.
Yes, please do.
We just like, I think we barely.
Kun, we might start like 2 or 3 minutes late.
Okay, okay.
Stay overnight just because we're like, we're too tired.
North Dakota and the end of May, they still did so.
Our first stop was Trinidad, which is like. And then we went to.
Right, it was 2 different extremes.
Yeah. And then. Yeah.
Us, we just needed rice here.
Max, we need a login here, please.
I know for sure. You're right there. That was like in the mountains west of Colorado Springs.
Okay. Yeah.
Pretty cool. And then like we still wanted to go out and do things. So we'd just be at the Airbnb for like half a day, and then we'd be out for the rest of the day.
And I'm gonna have to find some other people to be occupying those headsets also. Okay, so we got that. I don't know what Zoom you are. I'm in, but there's a separate Zoom thing.
Wait, we see it.
We see it. We're good.
Wait, is that?
I think that's what we're seeing. I don't think you need that.
Where's Kun, are you?
I don't know where.
Okay, hold
I
on.
really wish I knew where.
Lectern, monitor.
It wasn't as bad as like so the month we've been like
It was pretty good, but it wasn't, and we didn't. It wasn't really good, so we just couldn't go beyond that.
So yeah, we went all the way across.
I mean, I didn't even know how close you guys were. I just wanted to see.
Yeah. We saw like the break. The break or something.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
So just really
Tactic, that would be tough.
I just remember I passed out on the way up.
Kun, we are running a little bit late.
Yeah, no
Can
problem.
we hear you?
Yes, good,
Yes,
we
I can hear you. Yeah.
One challenge is we can't see you.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna try to solve that
Okay.
shortly. Okay.
Like fiery kind of stuff. Like they're gonna because as it keeps going down, it's like the money's like more like.
There we go.
That's the first one.
I really love
All right.
It was my first time seeing.
We can see you. And
on one end is like
yeah, can you tell people and ask the volunteers to maybe tell people that we're getting ready for our keynote from Kun Shu?
So the little part somehow we can get it, but this I'll be right back. She also said that a second show we couldn't hear. Yeah, yeah. Right.
All righty, I'm gonna start wrangling people here. And Kun, I don't know if you can see the room too easily.
I can see a few chairs.
Let's
And,
see.
yeah.
Can you see me walking up to the owl camera?
Yeah, I think so. Let me adjust my screen here.
Well, I think we're gonna need another few minutes actually. So hold on, Kun, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for invitation.
Oh yes, of course. I think people were in a tour and then maybe grabbing lunch still, but
Yeah,
we're gonna.
no problem.
Oh, thank you. All right. Oh, these chairs are. Hi, Spencer. I want to say. Yeah. Oh, it's that thing. It looks like.
Hey, Kun, it's Spencer.
Spencer?
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Let me see, where are you? Let me adjust my screen. I cannot see.
Am I up here?
It's a little bit complicated on my screen here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't see you. Let me stop sharing.
Manually focus this on your face.
Oh yeah, I saw you.
What's up, buddy?
Are you good?
Good.
What's
How about
up?
you? Good to see you.
Are you still at Houston?
Yep.
Is Tony here or just you?
Just me and one of our RAs. Tony's not
Oh,
here. I
nice.
think he's in Korea right now.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Robbie. See you, Kun.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Silliness. Yesterday.
I think we lost his screen share. Oh, can you start your screen share again? It was already
Yes,
up before.
Yes.
There it is. All right.
Can you see it?
Yes, indeed. Are there people in the hallway there, or where is everybody? Oh, the tour's still going. Should we ask how much longer they have and whether? Thanks, David. I think it's better to see. Kun, another couple minutes because we don't want to have
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
have them miss your talk here. But while we have you, Kun, I'm going to come and speak to you here. How do you feel
Nice
about
to meet you.
hosting Meaningful XR next year?
At University of Florida?
Yeah, and everybody's listening. So not to put you on the spot, but I'm totally putting you on the spot. We'll talk about it later, but
I think, yeah, if
planting
the
the
question is
seed.
the question is serious, I think I'm 70 to 80% confident that the college will support that.
All right. Awesome. Oogie, 70%? Yeah, you think it's... Yeah. All right. Rest of the community, do we like Florida? Yeah, yeah. Nice place to visit. How far is Gainesville from Miami again? Sorry. 5 hours. So probably we wouldn't go to both locations. 3 hours by train. We're thinking about it. Maybe Gainesville, or maybe Miami, but Miami has their thing already. Yeah. We don't know the month. But are they still coming?
They texted everyone that's on the tour. They're downstairs somewhere.
Okay.
So they should be coming.
Okay, we'll give them another minute. Quick poll. If we did this conference in Florida, would you prefer March or June?
March.
Okay, resounding. Yeah. Which Gainesville or Miami is closer to Orlando? Miami.
But they're neither very close.
Neither. Gainesville is closer.
Gainesville is about 2 hours.
Okay. The reason I ask is we just had this great conversation at lunch about how the representation of XR industry members here has been very diverse and a great way to enhance kind of the breadth of conversations we're having. And so that's partially because we're in Portland and we're thinking, okay, if we're in Florida, what XR industries are likely to be, geographically proximate? And Disney obviously has a big footprint. There's an entertainment industry outside of that. So that's what we should target, right? And you guys would know. Who? Oh, someone who from Imaginarium CEO. Wow, that's awesome. Maybe we'll.
Our association is based on.
Yeah. And yes. And Eileen, during the panel yesterday, you mentioned the school in Utah that's VR based, but there's also Optima Ed in Florida, which I thought was the biggest. But now you said the other one's biggest. I believe you. Oh, here come some more people.
This is the only one I know that's fully VR.
Okay, got it. Dave, is this a big group?
Okay, they just walked out. Go get them.
Okay. Awesome. Any other thoughts about where Meaningful XR should be next time? Suggestions?
That's what I'm doing, so I'm trying.
If we did 2028 in Thailand or Singapore, would you come?
Yes. Singapore or Thailand? Would you go to Asia? Is this question? Sure.
Yeah. That one would be in June. We would piggyback on ICA. Yeah. ICA, the International Communication Association, to which many of us belong and attend. Who's going to Cape Town next week?
Yes.
Or
I
ICA?
will.
Goon, yes. We might go see penguins together. Here they come. All right. The tour is coming. So I'll be ready to introduce you the moment they walk in so we can hit the ground running. Oh, it's a lot of chairs that we'll pull down later. David, just give me a signal when you think it's a critical mass. Okay, critical mass. Hi, everyone. Sorry for the minor delay. We're just 10 minutes behind. We'll make it up. I am very thrilled to introduce our next keynote speaker, Kun Xu, who is an associate professor in emerging technologies in the Department of Media Production Management and Technology at the University of Florida. I've known Kun since he was a PhD student working for Matthew Lombard, who was the very first, or one of the very first keynotes we had at the Meaningful XR conference. He put out one of the most widely used scales for measuring presence as part of the International Society for Presence Research, which was a conference that inspired this conference. And Kun, at that inaugural conference, introduced his former advisor, which was very special for us all. And now we're coming full circle with a keynote talk that Kun maybe forced himself to go a little more into XR than he normally does, because he also studies HCI more broadly, human robot interaction, CMC, computer mediated communication, and other aspects of the psychological processing of emerging technologies. So I'm looking forward to hearing what Kun is going to share with us today. Thank you so much. Take it away, Dr. Xu.
Sure. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming here, and it's my great honor to be here to deliver this virtual keynote. And I wish I could be there in person. And many thanks to Robbie and Maxwell for inviting me to deliver this keynote. I actually feel a little bit imposter syndrome because I'm more like social presence slash social robots person, but I'm happy to share some of my research related to both sides on human-robot interaction and virtual reality. A side note, Matthew Lombard was my advisor, and at the first Meaningful XR conference, we were joking basically. Robbie introduced me to introduce Matthew Lombard. So basically we're joking that I'm the mediator and Matthew Lombard was a dependent variable. And now today I become the dependent variable, and then Robbie is both the independent variable and the mediator here. Anyway, so I want to first start with some of my background. So I grew up in an ordinary family in the early 1990s in Shanghai. It was also around that time that my parents got the first computer at home. I still remember during a lot of the summer and winter breaks, my parents left for home early in the morning, and I need to spend a lot of time by myself. So just like many other kids, I spent a lot of time on computers, TVs, and gaming consoles, and they became my playmates. Ranging from Ice Climbers to Pokemon Red and to FIFA 1998, I enjoy playing them. Years later, I realized that these non-human player characters in media fulfilled my entertainment and social needs. Meanwhile, these devices per se serve as social companions, and they feature a very preliminary level of automation, interactivity, immersion, and artificial intelligence. So nowadays, Nintendo is still updating its very nostalgia games. Like previously, they just launched this 2D version, but it's colored Pokemon Go Pokemon that allows a lot of users to enjoy their nostalgia video games. 30 years later, yes, I'm old now. I'm now old enough to share some of my childhood experience. I'm still attracted to the experience of forming social connections with characters in media and also with media technologies per se. So it's just that these experiences are provided by different technologies like embodied agents and also by virtual and augmented reality devices. Technologies have changed, but the feelings and experience, they stay similar. So I want to share some of the pictures that can kind of depict my research. This is when I was doing my dissertation defense, I was presenting some of the experimental stimuli. And obviously, Matthew Lombard was there and providing a lot of criticism and suggestions. And Tony Liao was backing the screen and he was zooming. He was my committee member. And then here are some of the pictures that my lab students and I were working on regarding social robots on different tasks like garbage recycling tasks. The left bottom picture on the interface is me and also Patrick. I believe he's there on site now, and also Tony. We were doing some mobile AR research for campus alert systems. And then the other pictures are my students doing VR research in the lab at University of Florida. So I know robot is not part of the focus of this conference, but as a physically embodied agent technology, I believe some of the key discussion related to privacy, facial recognition technology, and transparency actually apply to both sides. So hopefully some of the findings can also provide food for thought for this conference. I'm going to share two studies. One is specifically about human-robot interaction, and the other is about virtual realities that we recently conducted. And both studies actually was sponsored by a grant of Meta. But a disclaimer here first, Meta actually didn't interfere with any of the steps in our research process. So I'm happy about that. Okay, so we have a range of different robotic technology in our society. They take different forms and have been used for different purposes. Some of them are used to take care of patients, engage with kids in classrooms. And you can imagine during the pandemic, they are used to kind of deliver food for patients who are kind of in quarantine. And also social robots have been developed to provide emotional support to both elderly people and those who feel lonely at home. However, communication with social robots has often been imbued with misunderstandings and breakdowns. Robots fall, some robots, they look a little bit creepy and they don't respond smoothly. And some robots, they fail people's expectations when they collaborate with human beings. So one way to mitigate the impact of the communication breakdown is to improve the transparency of the robot's working mechanisms by providing explanations for users. However, improving transparency and providing explanations may not always lead to positive effects. Therefore, we were very curious about how about let's unpacking the black box of a social robot and then delves into the effects of showing participants a robot's facial and speech recognition systems in its backend mechanism during human-robot communication breakdowns. So one of the framework we use is called explainable AI. It's defined as the class of systems that provide visibility into how an AI system makes decisions, predictions, and executes its actions. In specifically human-robot interaction, explanations allow users to understand how a robot acts on its decisions and what norms and constraints the robot factors in during its course of actions. Another framework that we borrow is the computers are social actors paradigm. I believe a lot of you are already familiar with it. Basically argues that individuals' interaction with technologies are fundamentally social and natural, and the social cues play a vital role in invoking individuals' social responses to technologies. Here, social responses refer to the reactions users show toward humans based on certain attributes or norms. Here, I want to distinguish two types of different social presence as my two studies actually touch upon both sides. So the medium as social actor presence basically refers to the psychological state in which a medium technology is perceived as social actor per se. So individuals' interaction with social robots is considered as an experience of medium as social actor presence. However, social actor within medium presence occurs when media users respond to the social cues presented by the persona, avatars, or virtual agents on television, in video games, or in virtual reality. So basically, it's an experience of responding to the social cues presented by the media characters within the media. So a lot of past research on human-robot interaction actually focus a lot on how to best replicate the robotic design with human appearances. So robots have been designed with human social cues to be engaging, interactive, and lifelike. However, we notice that robots a lot of time present diverse cues that do not normally exist in human-human communication. For example, robots sometimes use LED lights to indicate its different emotions. Sometimes they communicate directional intent by providing virtual floor projections. And also, if you look at the picture on the right side of the screen, this is the Pepper robot. When it talks with people, it also uses its chest screen to provide additional information. So these cues do not normally appear in interpersonal communication, but they still deliver social meanings. They are augmentations of human-human interactions, and they influence our psychological responses. Therefore, we were interested in this non-human social cues, and we were interested in especially when individuals interacting with social robots, and when social robots demonstrate its back-end systems, how would individuals respond to that? So the first two research questions we look at is how will users' exposure to such systems, including facial recognition system and speech recognition system, affect their social presence experience? We look at facial recognition and speech recognition system because the social robot is designed to carry out natural and lifelike conversation. It's often paired with cameras and sensors, but usually users do not know about that. However, the technologies that enable those technologies to detect faces may actually intrude users' physical, psychological, and social privacy. The same with speech recognition system because speech recognition, they can expedite message response time and increase the response speed. However, extensive collection and processing of speech data may also raise concerns over the disclosure of geolocation information and the demographic details. Okay, so we were also interested in some of the other social responses. So we were interested in looking at how systems affect users' trust, privacy concern, robot. And we also did interviews with participants to ask about their experiences. So basically, we used Robot Now version 6, and we used a call graph to program its backend system. We designed a 2x2 experiment with facial recognition available or unavailable, and speech recognition system available and unavailable to users. These pictures demonstrate some of the procedures in programming these facial recognition systems, speech recognition systems. So what we did is in the testing session, participants need to select 2 out of 11 comments to chat with the robot. The experimenter provides suggestions so participants can use proper tones and voices to interact with the robot now. In the formal session, participants receive a list of 61 comments that they could use to interact with the robot. The comments were categorized into 6 sections for stimulus sampling purposes. Each section lists 4 to 15 comments, and participants were asked to pick 1 comment from each section to communicate with the robot. The robot was programmed to purposefully have communication breakdowns during their interaction with the human beings. So in the facial recognition condition, when breakdowns occur, participants are asked to look at the video monitor panel of the call graph interface, which is on the right upper side of the interface. As you can see, the robot can actually capture someone's face. Participants were informed that the robot hadn't captured participants' faces. Participants were asked to ensure their faces appear in the window again during conversations so the robot could recognize and respond. Participants tried the same comment again until the robot responded, and they repeat the same procedure until the robot responds to all the verbal comments. During the speech recognition condition, participants were asked to look at the robot's speech recognition rates because every time an individual speaks something, the robot actually collects the data and reflects what the robot believes the participant actually said. So speech recognition rates represent how confident the robot was in recognizing their words. Participants were informed that the confidence level wasn't high enough to trigger the robot's responses, and they were asked to adjust their voices and try the same comment again until the robot responded. In the face recognition and speech recognition conditions, both explanations were provided and the order of the explanations were randomized. However, in the non-face recognition and non-speech recognition conditions, participants were not provided with any explanations about the robot's non-responses. The dialogue and the video monitor panels were closed in this condition. So what we found is exposure to the robot's backend facial recognition system actually increased the user's social presence experience, probably because participants realized that robots must see their faces to continue the conversation, which forced a face-to-face interaction experience. Meanwhile, exposure to a facial recognition system lower users' privacy concerns, increase users' acceptance of the robot, but didn't affect trust. Our explanation for that is that although the non-significant relationship with trust actually contradicted the framework of the explainable AI. However, the explanation is that while transparency might have elevated users' trust, such effect might have been counterbalanced when users realized that their faces were tracked and analyzed by these backstage AI systems. And that was supported by an interaction effect we found. Basically, we noticed that when facial recognition technology wasn't transparent, the transparency of the speech recognition system reduced the user's privacy concerns. However, when facial recognition technology was transparent, the transparency of speech recognition system slightly strengthened users' privacy concerns. So overall, transparency was useful, but too much transparency actually revived the users' privacy concerns. We also look at users' qualitative data, and we noticed that most of the participants expressed very limited privacy concerns. They felt limited disclosure of their personal information. And others felt powerless and were desensitized to privacy intrusion. One quote is, "I don't think too much about privacy concerns when it comes to AI and technology. It's less about not caring about privacy issues, but more of just how most of social media platforms and your digital devices track you, so you are simply used to it." When asked about participants' evaluation of the future application of a robot's facial recognition and speech recognition systems, to our surprise, a lot of participants, they actually support the use of facial recognition systems. They believe these systems make robots more human-like communicators. They help the robot-human interaction become smoother and help both parties adjust to best practices. And some of them even believe that they can enhance the security. One quote is, "Facial recognition is used to protect phones, laptops, office buildings, and more these days. To add these features onto a robot will probably allow it to be more secure in some ways and be more lifelike and natural as it detects the changing expressions on someone's face or the difference between the two faces." So some of the key takeaways. Users are sensitive not only to human social cues, but are also to some non-human social cues presented by machines. And transparency as an ideal has its limits, which is transparency of facial recognition system is overall helpful. However, combining multiple layers of transparency actually heighten users' privacy concerns. Such privacy concerns could potentially harm users' trust and overshadow the effects of transparency. So basically, that's one of the studies we conducted with facial recognition technology embedded in social robots. While this study demonstrates people's perception and attitudes for the transparency of facial recognition systems, in the VR study, we look at how such facial recognition system, when embedded in advanced Meta Quest Pro, affect participants' attitudes toward norms in virtual reality. So let's switch back to virtual reality here. Okay, so we all know that VR is kind of famous for its action possibilities. VR users can customize their avatars and experience different body images. People can experience homuncular flexibility by embodying non-human entities, utilize virtual superpowers such as flying to engage in prosocial behavior. Meanwhile, it is also these action possibilities that sometimes could involve socially inappropriate behavior and pose challenges for platform governments. As these norm violations may include standing too close to others, hovering above others' avatars, or even passing through others' virtual bodies. And this is a term that I actually at the first Meaningful XR conference, and I believe there's some presenter who was presenting work on avatar crossing. So some of the reasons rooted in the CMC for anti-normative behavior is about the suppression of authentic social cues, including the fabricating of pseudonyms, muting or changing voices, and creating different avatar appearances in VR. However, recent implementation of facial recognition technology in VR headsets actually breaks such anonymity and simulates natural and lifelike facial expressions. So we were interested in looking at how that may affect normative behavior in VR. We start with proximate norm violation, and because violating proximate norm violation in real physical spaces can trigger negative cognitive affective behavior responses. And a lot of research actually has demonstrated that individuals transfer cognitive processing of social rules in physical spaces to virtual spaces. So the transfer of interpersonal proximate norms to VR occurs partly due to presence, which is the perceptual illusion of non-mediation. So our first job is to simply confirm that compared to non-compliance, violation of proximate norms in VR will lead users to perceive their own behavior as less polite, and also will elicit more negative emotional reactions, less pleasure, and greater physiological arousal. And we also want to mention that this idea actually started about 2 years ago when we actually present this work at the first Meaningful XR conference. And we were interested in looking at how different tracking features of these headsets actually contribute to people's sense of embodiment. And we noticed that although people love facial recognition technologies and love face tracking, and they realize they feel a strong sense of social presence in VR, the interviewees report that they feel mentally onerous to manage their faces and their images in virtual reality. So that's why we had this idea to look at this, to look at the effect of facial expression disclosure fostered by face tracking in VR. So we noticed that when users' appearance and voices are decoupled from their avatars, and when only facial recognition technology is enabled, their users' facial expressions begin to serve as the direct signals of their internal states. So the visibility of facial expressions might undermine anonymity and raise user sensitivity to identity disclosure, which could further affect behavior regulation. So one confirms that compared to non-disclosure, users' disclosure of facial expressions in VR will lead to greater levels of identifiability, social presence, and perceived privacy intrusion. We also borrowed frameworks from objective self-awareness and the de-individuation effects. Objective self-awareness basically mentions that when individuals are aware of others' observation or evaluation of them, the self becomes the focus of attention. Such self-focused attention will further lead to self-evaluation, which could lead to perceived discrepancies between their behavior and desired social standards, which would further lead to the conformity of social standards. So basically, the idea of objective self-awareness is that when people have self-focused attention, via knowledge of visibility to other people, they will cause normative attitudes and behavior. So we believe in the VR scenarios, there could be an interesting interaction effect. So as objective self-awareness may foster normative attitudes and behavior, proximate non-violation may lead those whose facial expressions are visible to others to evaluate their action as more implied and noticeable, and hence to experience less social presence due to increased self-focused attention, greater guilt, and a stronger physiological arousal. By contrast, due to de-individuation effects / anonymity effects, proximate non-violation in VR may lead those whose facial expression to perceive their actions as more acceptable, less identifiable, and hence to experience stronger social presence due to increased attention to other people, less guilt, and a weaker physiological arousal. So this is the interaction effect questions that we want to explore. And we also want to see how the role of genders play a role in such interaction effects. In this study, we also conduct qualitative questions to explore people's experiences. So in this study, a total of 84 participants were recruited, and we give them MetaQuest Pro, head-mounted display, controllers, and electrodermal devices for skin conductance data collection. This time, we designed a mixed factorial design. So facial expression disclosure is a between subjects factor, and a proximate non-violation versus compliance is a within subjects design, which means all the participants, they were asked to both violate the norms and comply with the norms during the experiment. So each experiment actually took about 1 hour and 30 minutes. So this time, the experiment is a little bit complicated, but let me try to briefly explain the procedure for you. So after participants signed consent form, they were instructed to wear the headsets and use the controllers. They were first placed in Horizon Central, which is Meta's virtual social spaces that allows users to embody avatars and host social activities. Participants were then asked to turn on a virtual mirror to view their own avatars. They were asked to wave their hands and move their heads to see their avatars and form body ownership of their avatars. Participants then were also asked to move freely in Horizon Central for about 1 minute, and this step is designed to familiarize participants with the controllers and the virtual space. Next, the experimenters attached the galvanic skin responses devices to participants' ring and pinky fingers of their non-dominant hands. And then they were led to Horizon Central again and asked to turn on the virtual mirror again. This time, they were instructed to present 6 types of facial expressions, including anger, disgust, happiness, fear, sadness, and surprise. So in the facial expression disclosure condition, the headset's face tracking and eye tracking were activated, allowing participants to see their avatars mirror all their facial expressions. in real time. And in the non-facial expression disclosure condition, face tracking and eye tracking were off, and the avatars didn't mirror any participant's facial expressions. After that, participants were asked to take deep breaths for like 30 seconds, which allowed for the stabilization of the skin conductance level to stabilize for the collection of the data. Then participants were instructed to move in the space and approach specific places in Horizon Central. 2 VR users controlled by confederates were facing each other and chatting. So participants were asked to kind of walk through the space between the 2 confederates and then turn back and walk through them again. And after that, they were lead to another space, which is called VR Classroom, and they were asked to do the same job of walking through 2 dyads, one dyads who were talking with each other, and then turn back and walking through the space between them again. In the non-compliance condition, participants were asked to walk around these dyads of people in both spaces. So here again, like the facial expression disclosure conditions are between subjects design, while the walking through versus walking around conditions, they are within subjects design. So actually, every time participants finish their job, they take off the headset and then they complete some of the questions on Qualtrics and then go back to the space and finish the next task. Okay, what we found is those who follow proximate norms consider their behavior as more polite than those who violate norms in VR, which is kind of within our expectation. And we also found that those who violate proximate norms in VR also experience more negative emotions like feeling distressed, guilty, and ashamed. Meanwhile, they reported more arousal, both at the objective level and subjective level. So the GSR actually confirmed our results. We also noticed very interesting 3-way interaction effect. So we found that for male participants, compared to non-disclosure, disclosure of facial expressions slightly increased the perceived politeness of non-compliance, but reduced the perceived politeness of non-violation. However, for female participants, compared to non-disclosure of facial expressions, disclosure increased the perceived politeness of non-violation, but reduced the perceived politeness of non-compliance. So we used explanations from a face negotiation theory. In face negotiation theory, there's this distinguishment between preventive face walk and restorative face walk. Preventive face walk is associated with hiding one's face to avoid possible negative consequences, while restorative face walk refers to actions that are intended to repair damaged face or reestablish one's image. And our finding implies that males may tend to engage more in preventive face walk, whereas females rely more on restorative face walk to repair lost face during non-violation events in virtual reality. Another interesting finding we noticed is that when facial recognition technology was activated, proximate non-violation led to higher identifiabilities and norm compliance. However, when facial recognition was disabled, norm compliance led to higher identifiabilities and norm violation. So that means when face tracking is off, even if you try to follow the interpersonal proximate norms, people still feel more identified in the VR settings. So our explanation is that some novel proximate rules are gradually shaping in VR. It is becoming increasingly odd not to cross other shared spaces when social VR affords free navigation without actual physical collision. And this was actually supported by some of the qualitative responses by our participants. So some of them mentioned that they didn't treat walking through the spaces among other users as a form of violation because they perceive VR as same as other digital games. They mentioned that Ponytown, Club Penguin, Minecraft, walking through other people was considered acceptable and normal. However, there's the other group of participants, they mentioned that they don't like walking through the spaces among other people. And some of the quotes are like, if we're used to walking through people in the virtual environment, we might be ignorant to others in the real life. And the other quote is, if the avatar is an extension of me, it should replicate my real life behavior as well. Some other qualitative results. We asked about their privacy concerns and their attitudes to facial recognition technologies. So most of the participants mentioned that facial recognition technology made their experience natural, realistic, and human-like. But the usage actually is context dependent and associated with the pressure of impression management. So one quote is, in reality, we sometimes need to control our facial emotions. I'm not feeling like to smile, but try to do that only because I don't want to be rude. At least in the virtual reality, I don't want to concern about it, and feel free to walk around and talk to people without others catching my emotion. It could be nice if the facial recognition could be on and off depending on my mood of the day. Like the results in the human-robot interaction study, most of the participants were actually didn't report much privacy concerns. They mentioned that they were desensitized to privacy invasion. Technology like Face ID are pervasive, and facial expressions and eye movements could already be tracked by their phones. Some participants believe that face tracking wouldn't release much personal information as long as they are not using their real-world bioinformation in a game, such as appearances, body shape, and fingerprints. Another thing that I want to quickly mention is that for the small group of people who actually do have privacy concerns, there are some interesting quotes. Like one of the quote is, the algorithm may analyze the correlation between my facial expressions and the behavioral patterns and see through me. Another person mentions that scanning faces and eyes can create access to personal accounts, and she didn't feel comfortable having a facial scan or eye scan through VR devices. So some theoretical key takeaways. Users consider violation of interpersonal proximate norms in VR as indecent and develop negative emotional reactions to their own violation behavior. Enabling or disabling facial recognition technology might trigger users' subjective self-awareness or de-individuation effects, which could affect the evaluation of their own behavior. The effects of non-violation of face tracking on perceived blindness hinge upon users' genders. Here, VR introduced a unique social interaction platform where users of different genders may adopt heterogeneous strategies related to facial expression disclosure to buffer the impact of intrusive behavior in VR and maintain a positive self-image. So, some practical implications from both studies. First, facial recognition technology is a double-edged sword that not only enhances users' engagement, but also increases the pressure of managing self-image and privacy. So developers may inform VR users of both the promises and perils of activating facial recognition technology, thereby engaging users in an informed decision-making process. Administrators or platform operators engaging in VR governance should be aware of non-violations and keep updating codes of conduct based on users' consensus to encourage a positive user experience. Across both studies, we noticed that users consider their biometric data, including facial expressions, as less important than other personal information. However, these interpretations could be alarming, as biometric information can indeed carry even more personal information than like social security number or appearances, possibly leading to disclosure of physiological data, behavioral data, such as medical, travel, health records. And in human-robot interaction, practically, developers may consider designing an auxiliary screen to show users what the robot sees through its cameras. More open and transparent human-robot interaction practices could be congenial to future robot users. So basically, that concludes my research, and I want to mention that my initial title is that face tracking is Janus face, but through the two studies that we conducted, we believe face tracking is actually multi-phase. It has the phase of improving user experience, improving social presence, and also some participants mentioned it improves sense of security as well. However, it also has a phase of undermining trust, increasing self-awareness, and the phase of impression management. So especially for face recognition technology, it is pervasive, but it is often less known. Its existence is often less known to the users. So yeah, that's all that I want to deliver. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions you have. And again, many thanks to Robbie and Max for inviting me to deliver this virtual keynote.
Thank you, Kun. Thank you. Would someone like to ask a question while I man this device and try to track your face?
Hey, Kun, super interesting. I just got a question about the second study. I know you use GSR on the non-dominant hand, but how were you isolating the movement artifacts?
How do I identify what?
You isolate the movement artifacts, like if they're actually moving their hands. I know this kind of
Yeah,
there's going to be
yeah.
a lot of noise to the GSR data. So
Yeah. Well, so I think two sides. One thing is basically we're looking at the tonic level rather than the phasic level. So it's kind of a period effect rather than specific moments. The second thing is we specifically used the pinky and the ring fingers. We realized that participants need to move their hands, but we also, before the experiment, we tell them it's non-dominant hand, and when they use their non-dominant hands, try to focus on the buttons, which if you are familiar with the MetaQuest approach controllers, you know, like basically we rely on thumbs and the other two fingers rather than the ring finger and the pinky fingers. So there would be some instability during the experimentation, but we try to minimize the effects of the movement or participants' motion during this process.
All right. Any other questions about face tracking? While you're thinking of yours, I've got one for you, Kun. Some of those findings were hard for me to wrap my mind around in this short amount of time. Where am I? I'm right here.
Sorry, I probably was too quick.
No. I mean, they're complex findings. And I'm always especially daunted by a three-way interaction effect. So can you take us through what is can you characterize the gender difference? I found myself in the gender difference in those two interaction effects, those two-way interaction effects.
Yeah, it's yes, it is a little bit complicated, but if we slow down a little bit, we will notice, like, if you can see screen, for male participants, yeah, can you see the screen?
We stopped the screen sharing, so if you want to show again, please turn it on. I did that so we could see your face more clearly.
Let me see. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, this is the serial interaction effect we found. You will notice for males. So the first thing is the simple effects analysis demonstrates that non-compliance actually lead to more perceived blindness. So no matter what, across genders and across facial recognition technologies, but specifically for male participants, non-compliance when face tracking is on, for males, non-compliance has high level of perceived blindness, whereas for their non-violation behavior, when the face tracking is off, they perceive their behavior as more polite, which is kind of expected, right? So when you turn off the face tracking, when you violate the norms, then you perceive it's more polite because people cannot see you. Well, for females, we found that for when non-compliance, when they comply with the norm, when face tracking is on, they perceive it as less polite compared to when the face tracking is off. And for the non-violation, they notice that when face tracking on, they perceive the behavior is more polite than when face tracking is off. So basically, that means for females, when they violate the behavior, when they walk through the participants, or when they walk through the confederates, they perceive showing their faces as more polite. And that's why we mentioned that probably it's because males tend to use more preventive face walk to kind of save their face, where females tend to use more restorative face walk to kind of as a compensation strategy to kind of compensate for their violation behavior. So that's our speculation, but basically this is what we found in the serial interaction effect.
Sure. Interesting. Did I see another hand or question about? I'll ask one more and then we'll close. What's that? Oh, there's one online. Thank you so much, Cheryl. The question online is, you're in where? Discord?
Andrew Cooper, I find that the pressure of a headset against the face can make it more difficult to perform basic facial expressions when wearing an HMD. This means my facial expression can make more energy performative when in VR. How do your respondents compare the sensation of performing facial expressions, FTF versus VR?
Did you hear that?
Probably.
Oh, no, it was very funky.
Oh, sorry. So Andrew Cooper, who's been in VR at least 8 hours yesterday and maybe 5 hours today, said that facial expressions take more energy to perform when in headset. And so Do you have a sense of facial expression performance differences between FTF and VR users?
Not really, but what I sensed from participants' open-ended responses and also the interview we did about 2 years ago when we attended the first meaningful XR conference that participants, they don't enjoy turning on the facial expressions. They like to hide behind the technology, hide behind their avatars so that they can fully enjoy all the action possibilities in VR. So when they need to turn on the face tracking, then they were worried about they need to kind of hide their emotions, hide their initial reactions, because they were afraid that some of the first reactions, that is like bottom-up reactions, they cannot control, so that the other people, when they see their faces, they will kind of annoy other people or like leave a bad impression on other people.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you, Kun. And thank you everyone for attending to Kun's talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it was really my joy to deliver this presentation. Thank
All
you.
right,
So I will
Max.
jump off.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some people get a break and some people get to join the Fortel.
People have already joined the Fortel, but if for some reason you want to join now using your own headsets, I think we've used up all the other headsets. But if you're online, I sent out information to do it. Those who are not online, again, you can feel free to join on your computer, but I'm going to be showing this screen in a second, making sure DJ connects with us, and then we'll start the talk in 5 minutes.
Use the talk. Sorry, I didn't understand. Okay, cool. No break. Okay, 5 minutes.
Okay. We get a small break. Anyway, it's kind of
Okay, yeah, we can move over. Anyone that shows up late will automatically come into the main room.
Look how many colors there are. It's so fun.
We should have somewhere between 5 and 9 people, plus anyone who decides to join online.
It's like imagine you were trying.
Okay, cool. I'll set up the main room and then I'll bring everyone in.
The colors they have.
And then you just to start. Okay, sounds good. Give me a few seconds.
Hey, Max, how are you doing? Where is it going on? A good day? Nice. Awesome.
The same one. Oh, God. And then like a year ago, it came out and the white paper like.
You go do something. You need to find it. You need to find another laptop activity.
Yep, we can. Okay.
He did.
Part of the reason why others pick up so yeah, so it's available on definitely jump away. But try. That's fine. Did you get, so we didn't get the online email, okay, so let's see, I was trying to get the online to go on, but then they didn't listen to me. That is, so, like, try.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I come from, I get to, and I think a lot of times it's, you have the correct the video.
With the connection though, is about the fact that really super essential. And so even if you have this good, it's really wonderful, very meaningful prototype.
I mean, at least for the
All right, the next talk is about to start. Next talk is about to start. All right, everyone, we're going to start our next talk since we're a tiny bit behind, but not majorly. So if I can get everyone's attention, this one is a little bit different. So our next mini talk, which I'm just going to jump right into, is I'm not going to talk all that much. I'm really just the cameraman in this case. But we've had a kind of tradition over the last couple Meaningful XRs where we have at least one talk that's given actually in an XR platform. In this case, we're going to have a presentation by DJ and Shandy, and they're going to talk about not only the work that they do, but about the platform that you're seeing, which DJ has made. It is a large-scale meeting platform for all sorts of different purposes, but they're going to talk about that, and they're going to talk about a few other things. And I believe that also we might have a few attendees from the New York VR meetup that have been invited to just sort of jump onto this part of the conference. So all sorts of things happening at once, and a good conversation hopefully to be had, or at least some things to learn about. So DJ, I hope you heard that, and I'm gonna hand it over to you. Everyone is seeing you and the screen.
All right, very good. I did hear that, and welcome everyone to Fortel. Shandy, you hear everyone? You're good?
Yeah, I'm just not sure everybody followed me. There's about 3 or 4 people in the waiting room that weren't kind of brought over here.
Okay, Max, if they were moderators, they would have to come over here through the massive event mode. So I'm assuming it's okay for us to start. Okay, awesome. All right, and Shandy, if you want to just hit the scale button under the U, and then we can be a little bit large on the stage.
You got it. Here I go.
Okay. All right. And you know what? Let me. I'm just gonna record this event also, and then we will get right into it. Seconds. Okay.
They actually did check and they didn't have that button, DJ, just so you know, because they said they weren't moderators.
Okay. All right. My apologies for those folks. I guess we will get started. So why don't we start with some introductions? So first, Max, thank you so much for having us at this event. We really appreciate being able to tell our story. My name is DJ Smith. I am the co-founder and chief creative officer of Glimpse Learning. This platform is called Fortel Reality. It is essentially a virtual meeting space. And what we're using today is a new feature. We call it Massive Event Mode. It's pretty unique in the industry in that we can support up to 160 people in the audience. In our regular event mode, we fit 25 in full body avatars, but in massive event mode, all of our audience members come in as 2D sprites, and that allows us to bring in a lot more people than a normal platform. Today, we're going to be talking about a project that we're working with Shandy with, and why don't we kick it to Shandy, and Shandy, you can do a little intro on your side.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Shandy. I'm coming to you from Toronto, Canada, and I work at a hospital for sick kids where I am a child life specialist. So I work as the manager of our team, but I've also worked clinically with kids that are seriously ill, helping support them. So that's why DJ and I got to meet, and I'm really excited to be able to share a bit of what we've been up to.
Sure. And I think with that, why don't we just play the video, and that tells a little bit more of the story, and then we'll get right into it.
Hi, my name is Shandy Alexander, and I'm a certified child life specialist at Sick Kids in Toronto, Canada. Part of my role is connecting with teenagers that are living with serious illness. Often, they'll tell me how hard it is for them to be able to connect with kids their own age. This is because of frequent hospital visits, fatigue, physical limitations, body image, and peers just not knowing how to connect with them. They tell me how isolating and lonely this can be. When I learned about social VR, I thought this would be the perfect platform for these teenagers to connect with one another. And so we started a 6-month pilot feasibility study in which we welcomed 8 teenagers living with serious illness together using VR Oculus headsets into a team group. And we collected data along the way. Let's go inside so you can see what we've been up to. Each week, a facilitator and the teams are invited to meet up in virtual reality using the Fortel platform. Here we sit by the campfire, roast marshmallows, drink hot chocolate, and talk about who we are, our connection to sick kids, and share life updates.
Yeah, all right, we're gonna play a game. It's like a storytelling game that people play around the fire. Hi there, welcome to our teen group.
Typically, teens share a bit about what's on their mind and look for others for validation and advice. We often engage in these conversations while drawing. One teen shared,
The best part is just seeing, well, not seeing, but like knowing that other people are kind of like me and just feeling like it's a safe space and I can actually share.
along with giving opportunities to talk about the challenges that illness can bring and normal life struggles, there's always a lot of time spent playing and being silly together. We hang out in the dog park, being able to roam around the space without any of the limitations that illness has caused.
Okay, it looks like we are almost at our hour. So let's take a couple minutes to check out. Anybody have a final thought or feeling that they would like to share?
Every week, we end the session sharing something we look forward to, that we were dreading, a thought, a feeling. One teen shared,
I think I've been happier and more like social, and that made my mood better. And I don't feel as alone that much anyways.
Moving forward, our team is looking forward to getting more offerings in the virtual reality world. More devices, more participants, and more offerings. Thanks for joining us.
With this technology and these virtual spaces, the possibilities are limitless. Teens and their parents who were part of the pilot study were happy with the intervention and wanted more social VR opportunities. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for what's next.
All right, very good. So we have a little bit of a panel discussion to get into it. If anyone has any questions, Max, you can either text me or people in the audience, you can raise your hand and we can pick on you. But before that, we'll go right into it. So Shandy, to start off, can you share a little bit about how the program got started at Sick Kids?
Yeah, so I was working with our palliative care team, really doing psychosocial support for our patients while they were doing home visits, any of the kids that are living with serious illness and uncertainty, and then also supporting their siblings. And what I realized is that especially for our teenagers, they were dealing with all these big things and they didn't know how to relate to their friends, and they were surrounded by adults and their bodies were just too ill to do social things like go to a social thing at the hospital or meet up with people in the community. And so we really needed to figure out a tool, a way for them to be able to connect with kids their own age that shared like experiences without like taxing them, because they were dealing with a lot of medical things. And VR was like amazing solution for that.
Awesome, awesome. Can you talk a little bit about VR as a medium, and what are like the big benefits?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these kids are dealing with a lot. They're quite ill at times, and their energy, they have to use it in moderation. And so the benefit is that it's from their bed, from their hospice, from their hospital room. We lent out the devices so they could hold on to the device the whole time they were interested in coming to our weekly group. And it just was super easy. All they needed was internet connection and a device, and then they can tap in and meet up in a safe space and connect with each other. And I'll just share one more benefit that I found really great is that so a lot of these kids, they are limited in their mobility because of their illness or even being attached to machines. And in VR, I didn't expect this, but they just well, now they have legs, but at the beginning, when you were kind of developing, they didn't have legs, but they were running around the spaces, exploring. And I think there was just this amount of freedom in their bodies through VR that they didn't have in their real life.
Yeah, I think that there is a strong empowerment through avatar embodiment that we've seen. There's a lot of strong evidence that just the kids are able to open up a little bit more about what they're going through also.
For sure.
What does the typical sessions look like, activities, timing, etc.?
Yeah, so they come in and we usually do some kind of check-in, just like go around the circle, talk about their connection. It's an open group that I run. And so these kids, because we didn't want to make it a closed group because we didn't want people to wonder where somebody was and worry about them. So we kept it really open. If it made sense, if it worked in their schedule and they're feeling well enough, they could pop in anytime. We do it Wednesday nights. And they come in, they talk about who they are, how old they are, their connection to our hospital. They can share a little bit about what they're dealing with. And then we usually play a game. We like draw something. We have do a story game. We do something kind of interactive to just have a little bit of fun. And we always ask the teenagers if there's something they want to bring to the group, something they want to talk about with each other. The real mixture of kind of being silly and playful and also an opportunity to talk about some of the hard stuff.
Understood. Could you describe maybe one of the more memorable or meaningful sessions that you've witnessed?
Yeah, I just think the kids are so remarkable, right? They're not like adults. They kind of puddle jump. And so when they're in a puddle, they're dealing with hard things and they jump out of the puddle. They just want to play and learn and grow, no matter the age, right? And so, I remember one session where we were kind of doing a check-in and somebody brought up that they were worried about having a relapse. And somebody else talked about a medicine that they were just put on and they were worried about the side effects. And, there was just a nice chatter. And then it turned into such a playful session as well, where I think this is maybe we were going to talk about this story, so I'll bring it up now, is that we were walking through these spaces and there's so many different spaces that they can have control over going to. And we're just, all of a sudden we found this like little teeny duck in one of the spaces. And then the teens were like, I wonder if there's a duck hidden in all the spaces. And so we actually spent the whole session going around to each space, like splitting up and trying to find the ducks around the space. There it is. So it's like, and I didn't know this. Like nobody from Fortel actually told me that there was these secret ducks hiding the space. So just a neat adventure for everybody to go on together. And then the next session, one of the teens said, "Oh my gosh, wouldn't it be awesome if I could hide a pig in the space?" And so of course Fortel created a pig for us. And we all just close our eyes, go into a corner in one of the rooms, and then it's like we're able to actually play together. And I know they're teenagers, but they're just trying to play as well, find that way. So I don't know, do you have the pig, DJ?
Actually, I don't have the pig. I only have the duck today.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But they take this duck and I don't know if I can do it right now, but
yep, you should be able to grab it.
Okay, so then they'd make it so small, small as they could, right? And then one of the teens would go with this duck, and in this environment, the big environment, they'd hide it somewhere, and then they'd say, "Okay, ready? Everybody go and try to search." And it's just such a fun way to just play around, be kids.
Yeah, we do a lot of work to just make our spaces joyful and happy. And one of our artists started putting a yellow duck in all of the environments, and it just became a little running joke. So we call them moments of delight. And as part of the design of the system, we want it super comfortable, super easy to use, but we also want these little moments of delight to put a smile on people's faces when they come and visit us. So it's always wonderful to hear that our little Easter eggs are actually found by our guests. Awesome. What role did the facilitators and moderators play in the sessions?
Because, these are patients and it's a hospital, we always ensure that there is a moderator in the group. It's usually a child life specialist. Sometimes it's a nurse. And just to make sure that there's, safe conversations flowing and also to do any follow-up with kids if anything comes up that needs some follow-up. But the best sessions are if the facilitator doesn't actually say much, right? The best sessions are if the teenagers lead the show because they have so little choice and control in their life at certain times. And so really coming into VR with peers, the best is if the moderator can be quiet and the teens can make choices and have control and just be teenagers.
That's amazing. Do you have some stories of what the kids have said about it? How they responded to it emotionally and socially? Any anecdotes on that side?
Yeah, so there was one patient, I'll just call her S, and she had cancer from the age of 3, and she was just dealing with her 5th relapse. So she had basically her whole life had been dealing with cancer, and when she was talking, she wasn't talking about the side effects. Like when her and I, this was kind of like before she got welcomed into this intervention, she was talking about how the hardest thing for her wasn't the side effects or the loss of hair or or the needles or any of that stuff. It was really about feeling lonely and isolated and not having friends. Like that's what brought me to Fortel, because I was like, if that is her number one thing when she's dealing with all these different things, she just wants to be a kid. That's the biggest impact it honestly has had. So I didn't know. I thought we'd use it maybe a little more therapeutically in the respect of like a support group. But I think for teenagers, it's not about that. Like I didn't want to stay in one room. I didn't want to say, oh, let's talk about heavy stuff all the time. I think the thing that what these teenagers really, really want is opportunities to just be around other teenagers and have fun together.
Yeah. And what about from families or caregivers? Have you heard anything from that side?
Yeah, they love it. So the teenagers pick up the devices very easily. It's very self-driven, which is also nice. So caregivers aren't burdened by an extra responsibility. And then the caregivers talk about how their kids are happier afterwards and how they seem lighter and and that they've also had a moment away from their illness and their pain, which is also nice.
Great. And then can you talk a little bit about how you found Fortel, and then how were you able to partner with Fortel in order to make it all happen?
Yeah, so I found Fortel because I was attending a virtual conference for Child Life, and somebody from Colorado had mentioned actually social VR. So I hadn't even heard of social VR before. And then I was working in palliative care and realized that there was a gap in the need of our teenagers. And I was like, social VR, that sounds amazing. And then I heard about a doctor at Yale New Haven who was using Fortel and social VR to help as a little bit more like a therapeutic. I mean, it's all therapeutic, but like more like therapy group. But then I got to talking to the Fortel crew, and really what's neat is that we've known each other a long time, and you were always like able to partner and say, tell me what the kids are saying, tell me what the kids are wanting. And then it was so neat because we'd say, oh, this is their idea. They want, a boat, or they want, a game. They want to play together. And then you guys were there to create it. Like you have these squirt guns. I didn't want real guns, but squirt guns where you can like shoot these kind of, I think, are they flying ducks too?
They are flying ducks. Yeah. Yeah.
In the air. Yeah, we just talked about finding ways for these kids to play together. The dog park's really special too.
Yeah, our dog park is definitely a fan favorite. And it was Dr. Asher Marks at Yale Medical who we actually started building this platform with back in 2017. And that was actually a study specifically for kids with cancer. And back then the theory was, well, we can use VR because in real life, they just can't even sit next to each other sometimes because they're so sick. And this was a safe space But the theory was that if the kids were embodying an avatar, they would be able to open up more. And that has just been proven over and over again with our different partners. And we use the platform not only for kids that are sick, but we have substance abuse folks. Yale actually did a study with their gender clinic for LGBTQ plus teens. And each community has found a ton of benefit in just being able to jump out of the real world, jump into this world, and meet some friends. So we really value you as a partner, and we also really value the kids' input because we want to build what our community wants out of the platform. So definitely keep the requests coming. They're a blessing for us.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. And let's see. How did you go about we started talking about expanding the program to multiple hospitals. Can you talk a little bit about what your thoughts are with that?
Oh, I think that that's the future. I think that that's really what we need is this opportunity to use the platform in different ways so that it meets the needs of different kids. So some kids really want to talk about their diagnosis and maybe ask the doctor, like maybe we can have an ask the doctor session. But you kind of want more of a community and more kids, and with virtual reality, you can include them. So we haven't built it in that way yet. There's a lot of logistics and red tape around hospitals and, just ensuring that I know it's safe because we're in this space with them, but just ensuring that the hospital knows that as well. And it's closed platform, so nobody randomly can come in. It's all password protected and things like that. But I think that there's a great opportunity. And then you have like trivia night, or you have like, let's go for a walk or hang out in the dog park, or, go for a swim together, a pool party, play pool games. There's so many opportunities, but yeah, I think when kids are ill, it's challenging. They're dealing with so many different things. So I think the more kids that could be coming to space when it feels right for them, and they know that it's just always available, I think that would be the future and the best thing.
Yeah, and that's honestly part of the reason why we created this massive event mode, because right now, or prior to this event mode, we could only fit about 25 people within a specific environment. So that really limited our ability to expand programming to larger groups of folks. Now that we have this massive event mode, I share your dream of really creating a larger network so that kids from all different hospitals can get together. And with the waiting rooms, they could still be in their kind of immediate community, but then they could join the larger community if there's a special event that's actually happening.
Yeah, that's great.
And what are some of the other challenges that you've seen for just being able to scale this program, not only within your own hospital, but the larger hospital? I mean, I think you touched on that a little bit, but
yeah. I mean, it's always comes down to money, doesn't it? We have to get donors and we get the devices. We have the devices. That's not a problem. It's just usually it's about ensuring that you have staff available, and then money to help support all of the different logistics and the systems, and be able to offer it. And training kids on the VR. Some have never used it before. Some troubleshooting as well. So you kind of need dedicated staffing to be available for troubleshooting and those kinds of things. And kids sometimes they're not great at remembering to charge their devices.
Yep. So there's some technology hurdles. It definitely is a new type of technology, but it does a lot come down to the funding from either grants or donors. And we'll make this plea to our audience. If people can connect us, if anyone knows of grants or donors that would be interested in helping to support expand this wonderful program, please send them our way. So with that, I think we're close to time. I will unmute Max. And Max, if you have any other questions, or we can wrap it up.
One question?
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you for the presentation. I'm really curious about the teens' selection of their avatars and how they customize and configure that. Just what have you seen as they're able to kind of change their self-expression, or especially how do they think about displaying either their symptoms or illness, or are they avoiding that? Like, what opportunities are afforded to them in these situations?
If you could translate, we heard one or two words. My apologies.
This is where the real technological hurdles are. Basically, tell me if I'm wrong. The question was, discuss a little bit about how the teams chose their avatars, and it sounds like both a little bit about what your experience was with them choosing the avatars, and also a little bit about what is important to their avatar choices in the platform.
Sure. So I can talk a little bit about the platform, and then Shandy can talk about the kids. So Foretell in general right now uses the Meta avatar system. So we are on the Quest Store, and if the device is paired to a Meta account, typically they have a Meta avatar, and that avatar will come immediately into our world. That said, the user can go to the settings preferences. We have a library of preset avatars that you can just pick from, or you can go back to the Meta screen and do a full custom avatar using the Meta avatar customization system. And then Shandy, maybe you can talk a little bit of how the kids pick their avatars.
So I was curious. So I never gave them any direction about them needing to use their real name, because it didn't matter, because they were vetted and I knew who was showing up. So they could use any name they wanted, any pronoun, any gender, and they could show up however they wanted, with the limitations of using the Meta kind of avatars. And I was surprised. Every single one of them picked an avatar that looked like them. They wanted to come as themselves, which actually, if you really reflect on it, that doesn't actually surprise me that much, because they had so much freedom that it was probably nice to be themselves with a lot of freedom in the space. And they all used their real name as well, which also surprised me. And then with regards to like how they dressed, that changed every once in a while. So some people came in formal gowns, and others very, cowboy hats, and it was very diverse, fun.
Is there any other quick questions? We're a little on time. All right. I'm not seeing any, so thank you so much for answering the question. I will say both first thanks to both DJ and Shandy. If this is something that has piqued your interest, remember that there is DJ's going to be around later tonight to show the space in some detail, and I believe that you can do things like play the water gun game, as was mentioned, and a few other things. I don't know if I'm speaking correctly, DJ, but that's my understanding. So come and find
That's right.
Come find me during the poster session, and I will get you set up for that, and you can give it a try beyond just being a spectator side. But I'm going to do some virtual applause here. Or the sound clap bubbles, and yeah, thank you so much. We'll see you possibly later tonight, and thanks for coming.
Awesome.
Thanks. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Grab that. And we have another couple minutes to stretch before we go to some paper counts.
It is my pleasure to introduce this panel to you this afternoon, and it's my exceptional pleasure to be able to introduce this first one that is with my colleague, Danny Pimentel, the director of the Oregon Reality Lab, in collaboration with Geraldine Faville, Erica Woolsey, Amy Wenzel, and Danny Mooney. And he'll be presenting their paper on exploring the viability and effects of virtual dives on Eastern Caribbean adults and youth. Danny.
Thank you, Donna. Okay, great. Well, thank you all for hanging out with me today. I'll be sharing pretty exciting work, I think, with some of the people I admire the most in this space. How many of you have been to the ocean? Okay, how many scuba divers do we have here? Certified scuba. Okay, great. When is the last time you've been scuba diving? Anybody in the last year? Okay, I love it. I love it. Okay, it's always interesting to see kind of the swath of people and their recent kind of immersion into the aquatic realm, so to speak. But I'll tell you a little bit about where I'm from. So I grew up really close to the water in Miami. Short 5-minute drive to the coast, spent every weekend there. Very far away from where I currently live. But what I love about Miami and the Tri-County area is that there's some interesting facts about it. I want to share some with you just to give you context. One, it's the sea turtle nesting capital of the United States. Over 90% of sea turtle nests happen along the Tri-County coast, Miami-Dade, West Palm County, and Broward County. Other interesting thing, how many of you loved following the Artemis mission? Yeah, some of those astronauts were trained underwater at Florida International University's one-of-a-kind Aquarius base. The third is, how many of you love the movie Moonlight? I love it. One Best Picture many years ago was filmed in my high school, where I went to school, and in my neighborhood, and filmed in the waters of Hollywood Beach. I don't know if the video will work. Probably not. But how many of you remember this scene from the film? Right? I love this scene because it captures the beauty of a child who had no experience with the ocean, had never swam, didn't know how to swim, never entered the water at all, despite living mere blocks away from the beach. Right? And growing up in Miami, having family in Dominican Republic, where my dad's from, this is a common story, right? A lot of kids grow up with close proximity to the ocean, but have no meaningful, direct experiences with marine environments and marine life. And that is an incredibly important gap to fill when we consider just how important and transformative those direct experiences are in terms of building marine stewardship, right? And so just use your imagination. They're moving, they're happy. There's, a crescendo of classical music as you immerse yourself in the ocean. But that's exactly what that scene captures in my mind and in my heart. Ocean connectedness, which is a concept that captures kind of the emotional bonds humans form with marine environments, right? And the reason why it's so important is because when you do engage in direct interactions that build connectedness, that connectedness can transfer and encourage greater care for the environment. That is operationalized in various ways in the literature. Here's the problem, though. And I love what Dr. Emma McKinley said. Most experience the sea or the coast at some point, but they do not actually experience the ocean necessarily, right? That's why I asked about scuba diving versus going to the beach versus going into the ocean. There's a whole spectrum of direct experience in this room alone. Each of those forms of direct experience can relate causally to some of these outcomes. Here's the assumption, though. There is this assumption in the literature, and just, kind of all of us might feel this way initially, that mere proximity should predict your connection to the ocean. Well, you live right there. You must care very deeply about the environment that's a couple blocks away from you, right? But that overlooks a lot of the barriers, socioeconomically, especially, that prevent people from capitalizing on that proximity with direct experience. I see this a lot in Miami, which has a troubled history in keeping Black and brown communities outside of the beaches and the ocean. And that generationally passes down, generation after generation, until you arrive at today, teenagers that have never been into the beach or know how to swim in the pool, right? So how can we make ocean experiences more accessible? There are a lot of ways, and the one I want to highlight in this talk is kind of intersected with technological nature, which is this idea that through mediated communication and properties, we can simulate aspects of the environment. Yes, that is a headset in the pool. That my colleague, Dr. Geraldine Faville from the University of Gothenburg, studies underwater VR. And my other colleague, Dr. Erica Woolsey, a National Geographic explorer, creates virtual dives with Ana Quieros, who's researched this as well, pioneers in this space exploring how do we use immersive media for environmental communication and marine education. Now, what's interesting is a lot of the research shows, and we've seen this with other talks, there is this verisimilitude, right, between virtual experiences and the media that communicates it through immersive media. So virtual dives, for the most part, can affect us psychologically and emotionally like a physical dive would. Obviously, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but it can have a positive impact on some of the outcomes, especially connectedness, right? So myself, my colleagues, we worked with, with support from National Geographic, with our collaborators in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, so OECS. And they're obviously a kind of a conglomerate of different countries within that span of the Caribbean. We were really interested in trying to explore this. How can virtual dives build connectedness among a population that is already proximal to the ocean? Are there any gains in this concept we're calling ocean connectedness, given it's so important to marine stewardship? So we were really interested in that. So we had 3 research questions, right? The first was, how do people, specifically in the British Virgin Islands, where we were working principally, how do they describe their relationship with the ocean? These are communities that live right on the water. What is their relationship with the ocean? After we understand that, we can ask a follow-up question. How do they view virtual dives for marine education and their connectedness with the ocean? Do they view it as a viable proxy, as something that builds their emotional investment into these spaces? And third, can these virtual dives that amazing people like Geraldine and Erica, the ones that make the actual immersive experiences, can those experiences actually increase ocean connectedness among this specific community? Understanding that we're not generalizing to all Caribbean communities, but merely we're spotlighting this one community we're working with. So if the video worked, you would see this amazing kind of journey. It's an experience called From Ridge to Reef, which was created by the Hydrus, which Dr. Erica Woolsey is the founder and CEO of. Her and the team with the OECS created this experience. Let me see if it does work. Can I scrub through? Can I do the narration? Now everyone close your eyes. You hear water. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't play, but it takes you from ridge to reef, and you get to understand viscerally from the viewpoint of a sea turtle what it's like, actually, sorry, from the viewpoint of a plastic water bottle, to go from ridge all the way into the reef, and you get to hear narration. We created different scripts and narratives for different audiences. So we have a general version, we have one for elected officials, one for parents, one for kids. But for the purposes of this study and this sequence of studies, we were looking at the general narration that talks about consequences of actions you take on land and how it affects life below water. So what were our methods? Well, we had the awesome opportunity to spend a week in the British Virgin Islands as part of the OECS annual Environmental Sustainability Exhibition in July a couple of years ago. I love my job because I get to do research in the Caribbean with my people. So it's a lot of fun. And especially, if it were the winter, even better. But we essentially ran hundreds of virtual dives. And we conducted 3 studies. We conducted first a qualitative interview with adults to explore their relationship with the ocean. We then conducted a within subjects experiment testing virtual dives on adults in the British Virgin Islands. And then our 3rd study replicated that study with teens in the British Virgin Islands. So after conducting interviews with BV Islanders, 22 of them to be exact, with 42 community members, we used reflexive thematic analysis to sort of answer these questions and arrive at certain themes. As people describe their relationship to the ocean. This is all in the paper, but I'll spotlight a few of them. You'll notice that in terms of who we talked to, almost more than a third were government officials. So we got to really understand the people that actually make the decisions that preserve the marine environments. What is their relationship with the ocean, and how can virtual dives affect their relationship with the ocean, which we imagine would have cascading effects in terms of policy. But we found 3 main themes. One, the relationship with the ocean. People described several things, from the proximity to barriers to access to marine experiences, as well as the human impacts on the ocean and ocean literacy. For the purposes of this talk, I'm only going to focus on theme 1, the relationship with the ocean. You can take a few seconds just to look at some of the excerpts from the conversations. I've always been afraid of the ocean. As a child, I can't swim, right? There's a lot of sort of social reasons for why they might have barriers to, connecting with the ocean. I don't have the time to be going to the ocean, getting caught up in the mundane stuff of everyday life. And these are all things we might all connect with, right? Living with the forest in our backyard. How often do you go on a trail, for example? We often can find excuses to separate ourselves from nature. But building on those themes, we approach study 2 much the same way. So how can a virtual dive affect the connectedness with the ocean? So we conducted a within subjects experiment, 57 BV Islanders, adults, completed a pre-survey followed by a virtual dive, the Ridge to Reef experience I shared. And then we had a post-survey with some measures. The primary one being the inclusion of ocean and self, which is kind of like a cognitive assessment of how much do you incorporate the ocean in your self-concept, as well as ocean empathy, kind of concern, emotional concern for the ocean, and credibility. Here, what you find is significant increases pre to post in terms of iOS. So people after the virtual dive incorporated the ocean in their self-concept. And in terms of empathy, they had more empathic concern for the ocean after that virtual dive, which was about 4 minutes. Wrapping up study 3, we try to replicate this with teens. In the British Virgin Islands, 22 teens experienced the same virtual dive, but given constraints of the camp we were working with, we only asked them the inclusion of ocean and self measure, which you see there. And we've replicated those effects. So from pre-dive to post-dive, more of the students incorporated the ocean into their identity because of the virtual dive. So wrapping up, what are some insights? Well, proximity doesn't dictate your relationship with the ocean. We know this intuitively. We have some empirical evidence of that. BV Islanders see VR as a promising tool for building ocean connectedness, and they're very open and receptive to trying it. And we find that it can also increase emotional connection. Last slide. I also want to be very clear. I'm not suggesting that virtual dives are a replacement for ocean experiences. We think holistically of where immersive media is situated in the whole lifespan of how people learn about and interact with the ocean. So we have this kind of screen to see pipeline that we're envisioning where it starts with traditional, right? Your documentaries, your film, your books. And how can that inspire kind of more accessible immersive experiences like mobile AR, 360 video on web, and then more embodied experiences like MR, VR. But hopefully the goal is this. Let's get you into IRL trips, real life immersion into the ocean. So with that, thank you so much, and I'm happy to take a question or two.
Perfect time. Perfect time. Questions? Questions? All right, coming that way.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. Actually, I've been thinking about this kind of idea for a long time. I'd love to see it. I'm curious, the ocean is suffering in a lot of ways right now. And I'm curious if you guys have looked into, besides just raising general empathy, if you've looked at communicating specifically how the ocean is suffering to people and getting people to raise awareness around what's specifically is going on rather than just kind of general having more empathy.
Right. I know there are a lot of great groups doing research, like specifically on ocean acidification. I know the Stanford group has done a lot of work on, understanding how does depicting ocean acidification and its impact on coral reefs specifically affect your understanding, your awareness of the issue. And then there's this whole world of ocean literacy, like what makes someone ocean literate and the 7 principles that kind of comprise that. And there are people that kind of pick apart specific factors in media that affect specific principles. It's a wide world. There's a lot of great people doing some of that work, but we still need more. I think we did, the same group, we did a study of ocean XR experiences, kind of a survey of what's out there. And what we ended up finding was very few of the experiences that feature the ocean, AR, MR, VR, looked at over 100. Very few of them had any ocean literacy principles in them, any kind of story or narrative connection to any actual environmental issues. It was just the ocean as a backdrop. And so we really have this need, this gap of how do we situate and frame the ocean in a way that we're not just using it as aesthetic, that we're telling the story about the ocean in a way that's meaningful. So we need more of it. More marine social science is another thing we need a lot more of. Yeah. Hopefully I answered your question.
Any other question? Oh, I see it coming that way.
Hi there, thank you. So with the experience, I may have missed this, so I apologize if that's the case. But what was the actual experiences? Can you talk about that a little bit more? Was it mostly 360 video, or was it MX? Or mixed reality, full room experience, and so on?
Right. No, apologies for the technical difficulties. It's a computer-generated virtual kind of on rails experience where you go from Ridge all the way into the reef. So it's built in Unreal Engine by a third-party collaborator with the OECS, National Geographic, and the Hydrus. But yeah, it's all CGI. The question we often get is what's the environment being depicted? And so since there are various nations represented in the OECS, it's not one specific topographical representation. It's just kind of this fictional landmass that represents all the OCS. But yeah, it's all computer generated, if that helps. Yeah, so, but it's 360 in that sense. Yep.
Thank you very much, Danny, and thank you. Our next presentation, I don't have to look at my phone, it's up there for you all to see. We have Yanni Liu, Tian Chen, I hope I'm saying these right, David Silva, and Shiza Nisar. All right, and what we have built together, navigating virtual experiences through affordances and strategic disclosure among vulnerable users of an SVR community. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing. My name is Yanni, and today I will present our study, which looks at the conversation in social virtual reality communities. Like specifically, we focus how vulnerable users discuss and navigate their virtual experience participation through affordance perception and their strategical disclosure. So as we know, SVR just is an immersive avatar-based social ecosystem built for everyday users. And what makes it attractive is how approachable and adjustable the platform is for self-exploration and social interactions. So people can use this platform at their own space. At their own pace for social engagement, and that make it really promising space for people experience some physical and psychological challenge. Just like the pictures, some people experience some hearing, the speech, impairment, or sitting in the wheelchair, or somebody experience some mental challenge like the social anxiety, social fear. So they can, in the social VR space, they can negotiate their social needs through the through what they perceive the platform can afford them. And a body of work has already showing the social VR use has been linked to some reduced depression and social isolations, and to improve social cognition and other meaningful outcomes. So, but most of study, just what we know, just come from controlled and lab-based settings, and we know far less about how this user engage with social VR in the wild. So their experience doesn't stop in the virtual world, but also step outside to reflect on and shape and process their inward experience in online communities. And platform like Reddit worth noticing here because its subreddit structures gather people around share the same similar interest and a common topic, and also it's pseudonymous and user-moderated structure lower the perceived risk of opening up, especially important for some stigma or vulnerable populations. So together we ask, how do these users draw on the affordance of social VR as a means of virtual participations, and what does the community support actually look like around them? So building on the context we just discussed, we adopt the affordance-based approach in which technical property of the platform interact with a user goal to generate perceived action possibilities. So affordance are not fixed features of the platform. They are a relational structure between user and the technology. And yeah, and also potential that user interpret in the virtual space. And for example, the mute setting in social VR gave user control over the interactional flows, and also the avatar design option reflects the anonymities, which mean the freedom to either bring one's offline identity into the space or set it aside. And the hand gesture menu speak to the bandwise. The platform offers multiple like the messenger channels from like the voice gesture and like some hand movements for message exchange. So our like main question was that like our affordance would differ. Our code the expectation was that like the affordance perception would differ between these two group we interested in because the nature of their barrier, like social barrier, is different. So what the platform affords them is likely to be different too. So we also use like social penetration theories to explore like support dynamics, specifically how disclosure patterns shape social support and feedback like this user actually received from communities. And we broke the disclosure down along two dimensions. First, like the type and the depth, which mean like whether people share like personal information, thoughts, and feelings, and the more of this person like speaks, the deeper and the more intimate the disclosure it is. And on the other side of the exchange is like social support from other users. Also beyond this comment level exchange, like platform also can also capture some collective feedback, and through like upvote and the number of replies, which suggests like how much a disclosure resonates with the more broad audience in the community. So together, these two framework anchored our studies. So we bring them into a community that talk about social aware to show that perceived affordance and the strategical disclosure together shape the support like social aware user received, and the hypothesis and the research question on screen got how we test this the following. So far for our methodology, we just run like a quantitative content analysis of the like the VRChat subreddit, and after keyword screening, we finally analyze like almost 400 posts authored by user like demonstrate like talk say they have like some demonstrate they have some like physical or psychological challenge. And we also like analyze along with about the 3,500 first level comments. So yeah, and we manually code the post and use some like classification model to code the comments. I just jump into the results because of time. So our H1 just look at whether the two groups perceived different affordance, and based on the plot, we can see the accessibility was referred far more by user with physical disabilities, and bandwise followed a similar the patterns, even though it didn't reach like significance, statistic significance. So like we know for the physical group, both affordance may work lowering the bodily and the sensory barrier to social participations, which mean like they can easily reach communication and the social engagement by removing the need for physical travels and statutory limitations, and also opening up like multimodal channels like gesture and the sign language for those with hearing and speech difficulties. In contrast, the network association was mentioned more by psychological groups. So in summaries, for H1, rather than reading as they are the same ways, each group foregrounds the affordance that speak to their specific barriers. So the takeaway here is that we say the affordance perception diverge by groups, so it can work as a marker of shared experiential identities. So H2 and H3 tend to self-disclosures. So for disclosure type, we found essentially no significant group difference, and the interest difference emerged at the level of disclosure functions. And posted by user with physical disability were like more likely to involve identity clarification, social validation, and benefit information sharing to others. So the reason we can trace back to the kind of problems in this group run into inside SVRs. Like they also like facing some like concrete like technique issues. For example, a headset wouldn't fit and body tracking cannot work with their like wheelchair, or the avatar option, design option, like they don't think can present them like the identities in the virtual world. So this group have to signal their identities to be recognized as part of the like in-group disabled social VR communities, and let them to help them find peers facing the same things, and so they can treat specific solution in their communities. So the first research question asks whether the two groups receive different support, and in the figures, the physical group is our like reference, and we can say the user with psychological challenge receive like more emotional estimate and network support than the physical disability group. And another interesting finding is the physical group gain higher Reddit scores at first, but the advantage disappear once disclosure function enter our like statistic models. So we suggest here that psychological group is different because their challenge are kind of like mix, or like they are challenged most of anxiety, loneliness, and the social fear. So there's no hardware fix to hand over these questions. So the community responds like instead with more like empathy, validation, and emotional care. So the RQ2, the research question 2 and 3 unpack the mechanism to receive support. And first, affordance queue didn't predict any like affordance discussion in their post didn't predict any specific type of support, but they consistently predict collective engagement, like higher score and more comments, even after accounting for some like disclosure motivations variables. So talking about affordance like doesn't put target help, it just resonates like a broad audience. And second, the support didn't depend on how deep or how intimate user disclosed, and the disclosure function mapped onto support in a very straightforward ways, which mean like social, if the user requests some like they want some resource, they need some like technical help, so they will receive some more like informational support, and together this can form like how you frame your disclosure shape, what do you get back in like social media communities rather than how intimated you disclose. So call to action, last slide. Looking ahead, we suggest the 3 directions. Like first, our funding issue, affordance perception varied across individual and groups, and meaning outcome even on the like very simple platform can look quite different depending on who is using it and how use it, and that point to a clear next step for our own work or for other like affordance research, and moving to the experimental settings to examine how user agency actually play out and interact with affordance to construct meaningful outcome. And second, our funding push us to rethink inclusive design through the lens of affordance and empowering users to become their like own architect of their own like virtual social realities. And second, I want to mention the confront the dark side, the flip side of the immersive social interactions, since the embodiment presence like that makes the virtual connection feel real, real, and like this can make more like harmful behaviors, like feel more violating than in other mediated channels. So as we designed for what has VR affords, we have to like take its potential for harmful just as seriously. So which call for a stronger safeguard built into the platform itself as well. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies, I should have warned that the timer is getting ducked. We have time for one question? Any questions? Not one? Well, while they're setting up, I will ask, these are the people in the Reddit community that you studied self-identified as members of these disability communities. And the content analysis was just from their Reddit posts, not from any sort of immersive observation or about their avatars or.
Just the data I use just from Reddit post. And when I screen the data, like how to identify their like appearance, physical challenge and psychological challenge, I just say if they say their like appearance, they're deaf or they're have like social anxiety, they have like social functioning autism, this function. So I just use this to screen my data too.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you guys are ready. That was quick, impressive. All right, thank you very much again. Our next presentation is with Afaf Assad, Dr. Spencer Bennett, and Tony Liao, and the role of gamification in VR pet care, understanding the relationship between gamification, embodied identity, and stress and empathy. Go ahead, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Donna. I had an intro prepared, but that was great, so thank you. I'll skip right into the introduction for our study. So starting with the introduction, animal companions have had a long history of providing emotional support, and my personal interest in this topic started when I got my first cat, Geo, who's in the top left right there. He graduated with me last year. And the emotional support that I got from him made me wonder, could virtual pets provide similar benefits for people who can't own real pets due to housing, allergies, or cost? And that made me dive deeper into digital pets, from Tamagotchi to VR. Digital pets have extended that bond, and they form real emotional bonds with people form real emotional bonds with digital companions. And virtual reality takes this further by adding embodiment, which essentially now gives us a way to study how people respond to caregiving ethically and how design elements like gamification might change those responses. And to ground our study, we explored prior research on the following. So starting with pets and mental health, research shows that pets provide real emotional support, reducing stress, anxiety, and loneliness. And that connection goes deeper as pet attachment is positively linked to empathy, especially in early childhood. And our study also draws on theories of care, which argue that humans feel a moral responsibility to care for beings that they can communicate with, and that includes animals. And part of looking into these theories of care, we kind of thought about, does the motivation behind care change the emotional connection that you form? And diving deeper into the literature, we also explored early digital pets like Tamagotchis and Furbies, which show that people can form real emotional responses like guilt, attachment, and even grief with non-human agents. And virtual reality, again, builds on this by adding embodiment and immersion, which research shows that can foster empathy and reduce stress. But gamification complicates this because while it can motivate engagement through points and rewards, it also adds pressure and can shift focus away from the emotional experience. But overall, less is known about how gamification impacts empathy in virtual reality care specifically, and that's the gap our study kind of aimed to address. So our first question asks, does competitive gamification affect anxiety in virtual reality pet care, and does it affect empathy in care for the pet? And to test this, we operationalized gamification as a point-based system where participants could earn points for doing care tasks in order to win a prize, and I'll talk more about this in an upcoming slide. But we did have opposing hypotheses for anxiety. Our first one predicted that gamification would actually increase anxiety since competition and time-based goals can create pressure, while our second hypothesis predicted that gamification would reduce anxiety by providing structure and a clear sense of purpose. And our third hypothesis predicted that gamification would reduce empathy, pro-socialness, and care for the pet because focusing on points and task completion might shift away from that emotional engagement with the pet. And so for the design of this study, we conducted a pre-post experimental study with 53 undergrads who self-identified as feeling stressed or anxious. And you can see the full participant details on the slide, but for time's sake, I'm just gonna skip ahead a little. But they were randomly assigned to either the gamified or the non-gamified condition. And both groups did experience the same VR environment in a specific app, which allowed us to isolate the impact of competitive gamification specifically. And so after coming into the lab and providing consent, participants completed a pretest measuring stress, empathy, anxiety, and competitiveness. And then they enter that 20 minutes VR session on a MetaQuest 2 in an already developed game called Pets VR on the MetaQuest App Lab. And the control group played freely with no instructions, while the gamified group earned points for care tests, which I'll talk about on the next slide. And after the session, participants completed a post-test with the same measures plus attitudes towards the pet, and they also did a short audio recorded interview, which we later transcribed for analysis. And so here is how our gamified group point condition worked. So they were told to earn at least 150 points in 20 minutes in order to win a prize, which was a lab sticker. And basic care tasks like feeding and petting were worth 10 points. And more involved tasks, ones that they kind of had to figure out a little bit more, like walking or teaching the dog a trick, was worth up to 50. The points weren't displayed in the game because our research team created and tracked them manually on an Excel spreadsheet, but they were notified about their total points at the end of the session. And here are just the different examples that the participants did with their virtual reality dog. So feeding, grooming, walking, playing with the dog. And it's just important to know here that all these actions here were core to both groups. They did do the same tasks, and that helps simulate realistic pet care in virtual reality. And now I'll hand it over to Dr. Bennett to go over the measures and the results.
All right, thank you for that, Afaf. So for our measures, our independent variable was our condition where we had our control versus our competitive gamification. Our dependent variables were our different psychological measures with things like stress and anxiety. You can see those scales there. We also measured empathy and attitude. So we used the pro-socialness scale, a pet attitude scale, animal empathy scale, as well as comfort for companions animal scale, as well as the qualitative open-ended questions that Afaf was mentioning before, where we ask questions on stress, empathy, care, as well as interaction. All right, so what were our results? Excuse me. So for stress, we found no significant difference between the stress levels in the group. You could see the means are very similar there, although we did see a moderate effect size between that. And with gamification, our gamification group reported significantly lower anxiety than our gamified group. So you could see the means there with our p-value being 0.016. So the anxiety actually reported lower anxiety with that non-gamified group. And some of the qualitative open-ended answers that we got supported this, where one of our participants said that they felt anxious at first, but this experience calmed me down. So we could see that H2 was supported, where competitive gamification reduced anxiety. However, for empathy and attitudes for pro-socialness, we saw that there was no significant difference. Again, we saw a moderate effect size, but no significant difference there. The same thing with the attitudes toward pets. We saw very similar means in the groups, whether it be non-gamified and the gamified groups. As well as empathy, we saw the same effects there. No significant difference between the groups. And H3 was not supported, so there was no significant difference between the groups. And we saw some of our participants said things like, I found myself talking to the dog like he was really there, but that didn't necessarily transfer into these psychological results that we were hoping to find. All right, so what are our key takeaways from this? So we could see that competitive gamification helped reduce anxiety by what Afaf was talking about before, providing that sense of structure and purpose. So really having the participants have something in mind while they are doing this gamification led to that decrease in anxiety. We saw that things like extrinsic motivations with things like points and prizes, as well as those intrinsic motivations like caring for the pet, they didn't trade off as participants still formed those emotional bonds with the pets. And, you know, virtual reality, as we all know here, has some limitations. Knowing that the pet was virtual may have reduced the emotional response that those players felt, suggesting that maybe empathy is shaped by the perceived authenticity. Maybe somebody was a cat person instead of a dog person. Those type of things could have had an effect as well. All right, so what did we think we contributed here with this study? So, you know, this study, we really wanted to position virtual reality not just as a medium, but as this thing that we could have multiple ways of testing these experiences with. So things like care, motivation, and emotional responses were tested so that these conditions, they might be a little difficult or sometimes unethical to replicate with real animals. So we wanted to have those controlled responses, that consistent scenarios, and, you know, no risk to a living being in the lab. I don't think, I mean, I brought my dog in the lab, but I don't know if we're allowed to have dogs in our lab. And as virtual reality grows, you know, this is going to become more complex, more realistic. So these questions that we can ask can grow with them as virtual reality grows. And, you know, we had some limitations here. It was a single 20-minute session, so we may not have had the full time to really gain those emotional connections or capture those long-term effects from our participants. Self-reported measures, sometimes we have things like desirability bias for stress, anxiety, as well as empathy. And we had limited control over the VR Pets game and the design and the realism, since it was something that we already got on the Meta Labs. And we had a small sample size, so we saw moderate effect sizes, but a larger sample might yield some different results if we had more participants in there. And some future directions, obviously we would like to do some longitudinal studies to try and repeat these interactions over time to see how they may affect people. Maybe some physiological measures with things like heart rate, cortisol, and EEG to complement that self-reported data. And maybe more control over the game design, the realism, the pet behavior, and maybe variety of animal types as well. And lastly, just testing different reward types, difficulty levels, as well as competitive structures. All right, so I think we got 10 seconds left, so I want to tell you all about the Cougar Lab. So the Cougar Lab is currently where I work, and that is with Dr. Tony Liao. So if anybody is interested, graduating PhDs, we have a postdoc position open at the University of Houston. So if anybody is interested in that, you know, flag me down and we can talk about that. All right, thank you so much. Oh, and if you want to connect, here we are.
Thank you very much. We have a question right up front immediately.
Thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. Apologies if you did cover this, but, and you mentioned at the end, right, exploring different reward types. In the experience, did the gamified rewards benefit the user or did they benefit the pet? Like, were they displayed on the user or the animal?
So for the competitive gamification specifically, it was for the participant. So if they did 150 points by completing care task with the pet, then they could get a prize, which was the lab sticker. So it was intrinsic in the sense where like they did care tasks with the pet for the pet, but then they had that external factor of getting a prize, and they didn't actually know the prize until they got the prize at the end. So.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Thank you.
This was such a fantastic presentation. And Afaf, I've talked with you about this in the past. I'm a huge animal lover, dog lover. Part of my benefit socially, I realize, is triangulated through meeting other humans at the dog park or having other. So have you explored an extension that would be a human to human kind of bonding in a social XR space with these animals?
We have not, but that's a really great idea. I think we were just very limited by what was already out there on the MetaQuest lab at that time. And we conducted this like 2 years ago. So there may be more out there now and more chances for development. But that app was pretty limited in just interacting with the virtual reality dog.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Time for one more. Yes.
Hi, great presentation. I was wondering if you consider the play types of, like play persona types of the participants, because it may be affect the hypothesis because someone, there's a player who gets calm, comfort from Animal Crossing, but there's people who gets calm from Elden Ring. So totally different play style, but however, that would kind of affect the hypothesis. So I just wanted to see if your future direction will be considering those play types too.
No, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. So with our demographic information, we really didn't study player types, but I know what you mean. Some people relax watching horror films or things like that. So I think the main area that we did demographically was to see if they were students that were stressed, where maybe those interactions with a pest would calm that stress. But I think including a player type with that game could be some sort of really meaningful mediating variable as well. So thank you for that.
30 seconds.
Okay, I have a quick one. So when I saw the slide with the points, I was immediately calculating the most efficient way to win, right? So you said that they weren't aware of the points that they were getting, but did they know which tasks were more high value or not?
Yeah, so I didn't have time to go over that, but before they entered the experience on the MetaQuest 2, I had like a printed out sheet of the points and I ran it over with them. And then during the session, if they had any questions like, oh, how many points was this worth again? I answered them for sure. So they were very aware of how many points and what tasks were worth. So there were some participants who aimed for going for the higher tasks first, like, oh, I want these points. And there were some participants who were like, like if I get them, I'll get them. But yeah, we did go over it beforehand.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And our final presentation for the session is, again, on the screen, Flow in the Spacebar, Spatial and Social Presence, Effect and Learning Outcomes in a VR Media Literacy Game. And I'm not even going to attempt them.
Yeah, I can.
Coco, Coco Lee, thank you.
We are about to switch from pass to cocktails. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Coco. I am from the Extended Reality Lab at Syracuse University. And then today I will be presenting a recent work from our lab. The title is Flow in the Space, Spatial and Social Presence, Affect and Learning Outcome in a VR Media Literacy Game. So this research centers, sorry, the screen went off. Well, you're fixing this, I can go ahead. This research centers from an educational VR game. Dr. Makana Chak, the director of our Extended Reality Lab, and Dr. Kelly Leahy is the co-PI on a grant they received in 2022. And part of the grant was used to develop this VR game thank you so much, for the e-learning purposes. And the goal here is to improve the player's abilities to identify potential manipulation techniques and the spreading of misinformation in these social VR settings. So one of the key mechanisms here that we try to implement to facilitate learning is flow status. Flow can be understood as an optimal experiences when someone is highly engaged in the task and they're striving to achieve an attainable goal. Empirical evidence has suggested that the flow may enhance knowledge memorization and increase learning confidence. It is found to be associated with better objective performance in the game, adaptive learning engagement, and continued participation in the learning process. So therefore, when we were building the game, we intentionally included the game flow model, hoping to trigger and optimize the player's flow status. The game has 3 sessions in total. Yesterday, Dr. Webb from our lab was presenting a demo of our game. But basically, it has 3 sessions. Every participant starts with how to play the first choice on the screen to get themselves familiar with the controls and VR environments. And then some of them will go through the second session here, the learning module, depending on their assigned conditions. If they are in the in-game training, they will go through that. If they are not, then they will receive the training in some other formats, such as in text-based training or no training at all. And then all the participants will finish the final game as part of the assessment of their learning outcome. And to assess the learning outcomes, we review some how previous studies measured learning outcomes and decided to measure it in terms of answer accuracy, task speeds, overall score, knowledge memorization, and learning confidence. So that's the first group of our hypothesis. And then now we also want to explore the training mode, because in-game training compared to the traditional text-based training or no training at all provides more feedback, more practices, and the alignment between later tasks and acquired skills. And based on the cognitive load theory, these features can lower the extraneous cognitive effort and help players to maintain a concentrated and goal-directed engagement. So therefore, we hypothesize that VR in-game training would lead to higher flow as compared to text-based training or no training at all. Apart from this main thread, we also want to examine two concepts that are closely tied to the flow status. One of them is presence, a concept that many of us have been talking about these 2 days. Empirical evidence have suggested that presence may be an antecedent for flow, and these two variables may have a positive association. And here, we break the presence into two facets following the Lombard scales. So we look into the differences between spatial presence and social presence. Therefore, when we beyond proposing that flow will be positively correlated with presence, we also asked if there are any differences between the potential associations, and if so, which one is more closely aligned with flow, social presence or spatial presence? And then another factor we are looking at here is affect. The differential susceptibility to media effects model have pointed out that the affective experiences are important aspects of response state. And the empirical evidence also suggests that affect is closely linked to flow. So we thereby propose that flow will be positively correlated with two dimensions of affect, arousal and pleasure. I know at this point I have talked about a lot of hypothesis. So to summarize, the overall theoretical framework look like this. For the main part, we examine flow status as a core mechanism for better learning outcome, and would like to see if training in the game would actually affect later flow status. But on the side, we also want to examine how flow status impact other key factors for in-game experiences such as affect and presence, and see whether previous findings on their positive association still holds in this media literacy VR game. So to test this hypothesis, we designed a between subject experiment with 3 conditions and recruited 71 participants from the university's research pool. After filling out the consent forms, participants answered questions regarding their demographics and completed the how to play session. And then they were assigned to one of the 3 conditions, the in-game training, the text-based training, or no training at all. And then after the training, they entered the final game, which is the third option here. As part of their assessment in the game, they will interact with the NPC who try to spread misinformation to them, and they need to choose the right answer and respond correctly to win the point. And then after the game, they answer 2 other sets of questions regarding their game experiences and knowledge memorization. So the results are a little surprising. Hypothesis 3 and 4 were fully supported, but those hypotheses regarding the training mode and learning outcome were fully rejected. So we took a closer look and tried to interpret these results. Here are some explanations that we come up with. First, for the hypothesis on learning outcomes, we think a possible explanation could be that the participants' prior experiences with video games and VR applications may actually interact with their in-game performance. So that is probably why the link between flow and all this learning outcome measurements were rejected. Besides, we also find that we go back to the literature and find that some scholars suggest that players may actually have different modes for engagement. It could be that a higher flow triggers a more holistic exploratory mode instead of a task mode that they prioritize the performance efficiency. And if that is the case, then our result here may not be read as a rejection of the flow's impact on learning outcome, but more so as its impact on the performance efficiency merely. And then in terms of the training modes, the direction, as you can see, the direction of the result actually aligns with our prediction, but the differences among them are not statistically significant. We again suspect that the interaction effects of individuals' differences on prior game and VR applications may have an impact on this, which also echoes the rejection of hypothesis 1 that I just mentioned. But beyond that, we also wonder if the VR environment itself, regardless of the training condition, was intuitive enough that the marginal benefits of the in-game familiarization with the flow was negligible. In other words, we may actually create good games. And then to summarize, so our study and the findings draw attention to how to properly understand flows. Flow and performing efficiencies may not be equated. Individuals in the learning process may deliberately try different strategies to observe consequences. They may enter a mode to fully explore the game's social dynamics, and this mode is very different from the mode to perform efficiently on the game task. And therefore, when designing games, we may want to consider first which mode to trigger for which learning phase, and second, what count as a meaningful measurement for the learning outcomes. And besides, our findings on those supported hypotheses suggest that flow in VR gameplay is part of a broader experiential complex. It is closely tied to presence and affect as suggested based on the previous literature. But more importantly, environmental and social dimension of affect may be equally important for facilitating the flow status. So that means when we are designing the games, especially for learning purpose, we may want to think about how to optimize both rather than prioritizing one over the other. And finally, this research does have several limitations that invites future research to fill into the gaps. Since our sample is mainly the college students, to generalize the conclusion to average adults or minors in K-12 education, future study may want to adopt different samples. And then our sample is a little small, so it's a little bit underpowered, and which is also probably one of the reasons why some hypothesis was rejected. And then, as I mentioned, there may be interactional effects. So moderation analysis may help to see the interaction effects, such as prior game experiences. And then longitudinal design can help to figure out whether flow-related benefits persist over time or across repeated gameplay sessions. And then finally, in our game, we have those NPC controlled by the computer. It's pre-programmed. So future study can examine whether the patterns we find may still hold when participants are interacting with like real players controlled by human beings to develop more nuanced understanding of the social dimension of flow status. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Coco Lee. Questions?
Thanks, Donna. This was great. And I feel like the flow topic could go in so many different directions. I used to have a co-shared social space called Flow Camp in metaverse spaces. So I'm kind of wondering, challenge skills balance is sometimes how you measure flow state. And, were you using any kind of biometric indicators, or was it all self-reported analysis? There's a lot of dimension, I think, to talk about flow. And I was curious about you choosing happiness or joy, because a lot of people, and I'm partial to awe and wonder, but a lot of people do connect a sense of flow with more of an awe and wonder state because it tends to show up as a loss of attachment to identity, loss of connection to time and place. So I was just wondering about some of your interpretations.
Yeah. That's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So two things. First, we include a game flow model when designing the games. So when at the designing phase, we actually try to balance the skill and challenge this the tension between them. So that's one thing. And then second, yes, we did include a measurement of how challenged you think the game is, and do you have confidence regarding the gameplay as part of our measurement. So yes.
Thanks.
Other questions? Then we are right back on track on time. Thank you again very much.
Thank you.
And that is our final presentation of this session. Max.
All right, everyone. We are going straight into. We were supposed to go straight into our next panel, which is going to be moderated by David B.A. So I think maybe if people need like a minute, we'll give it to just set up our first speaker, unless that seems.
Do the next panel and the one after back to back.
I think it's the last panel. Oh yes, we'll do that. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, take 5 minutes. Yeah, got it. Okay.
What is this?
So this one's a little weird. We've got one presenter who has their computer all set. Then the second one is online, and then Jonathan has loaded his I included an email to you. We just he needs to work off his of the lectern computer.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you need me to log into that, I can do that. Yeah.
Have we lost?
Yeah, we lost Sangha.
That's what Yeah, I'm Kai. Let me see.
With the little microphone, it's all go on one deck.
Yeah, I had sent a message out. I'll slow it up. It goes too slow.
On our stand here for the moment until we all come back. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna help set up the computer now. Go ahead, move this aside. Okay. Okay. Max, can you help?
But I figured we're all
There he is, right there. Guy in the brown hat.
You can invite him.
Okay. Let's see.
Now is if my text wasn't allowed. I always want to like yeah.
Oh, no. I'm gonna need it for later anyway. Because when we do the lightning talks, it's the same thing. Let's just redo that.
I don't know.
I need that. I just need to connect me. There we go.
Yes, I ran it, but it's a new link. You never know.
There you go.
I don't think it's
I don't know if Jonathan has notes.
Yes.
We're good. I might need you to log in later. Is that okay? Like when
I think it is a very great.
Get them to get you to go, wow, that's really short.
You sure?
By the time I like 4 minutes, and by the time I texted, I didn't have this. I had absolutely nothing. I just went to check for both group study where she was talking about she was not I mean, what a tour is nuts. I mean, and it's not.
So yesterday I tried
And for 919 sample size.
I don't know. It's like any other you know, I've been asking myself also, oh yeah.
Jerry Seinfeld, I find is another one. So I like it because they
Wait, sorry.
He is now that's so hard now. Well, like an RV, I bought an RV. They fly you to drive the RV. My grandfather used to do that in his retirement. It was a great. So he and my grandfather, that was their retirement. So that was an airplane. Little planes are one thing. Oh my God. Yes. I think I told you I lost my iPhone so many times. But here, I'm gonna let you
5 minutes turn to. Hello, Max. What do you think? Good to go. All right, we are gonna get this party started. Passing it over to our chair, David.
We all can have a seat. We're about to get started.
I don't know. Is this one loud enough?
That's one on better. Yes. Okay.
Final panel. Can you hear me now? Hi, everyone. Come on back. Come on. We're almost done. I know the social energy is just building.
All right, everyone. Welcome to our final panel before the lightning round. So our first paper will be Jonathan David Martin and a don't have my glasses, so other authors.
Yes, I'll introduce my co-authors, Adrian Fang, Bill Cools, and Huishu Pang.
Thank you very much. On making an algorithm visible, designing mixed reality performance for collective critical engagement.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction. So yeah, this paper is going into some of the theoretical and design principles underneath Dance Squared, which is an interactive and immersive research and performance project that I co-lead with my co-authors here at the University of Maryland. And the paper really attempts to codify the cognitive as well as the media theory principles at work in Dance Squared and to translate those into broader design principles that can be applied by other creators, especially those that are interested in engaging audiences in themes and topics surrounding emerging technology. And I think by the conversations we've been having today in particular, there's definitely an interest there. So many of you, of course, are familiar with surveillance capitalism. We talked a little bit about it this morning. This is Shoshana Zuboff's term that's used to describe how large-scale technology platforms rely on increasingly sophisticated algorithmic systems to understand and manipulate users' behaviors, and importantly, in ways that are often hidden from the users themselves. And so in the near future, where sophisticated algorithmic technologies proliferate and are integrated into the physical environments through robotics, through ubiquitous computing, and mixed reality, what are the consequences? Well, we thought that was an interesting question to pose for an audience. So Dance Squared then, as I mentioned, is a dance performance and installation that focuses on the relationships between humans, robots, algorithmic systems, and AI personas. and it's gone through 4 very different iterations. And the latest premiered at the Prax Performing Arts Center at Oregon State University in 2025 for about 500 audience members over the course of a week-long residency there. And I'll play a little trailer to give you a taste of it. Although it seems like my audio is coming out of here, so. It's okay. Okay, so you get a little bit of a taste of some of the elements of the project. And the first part of it is the immersive performance experience. And so this transforms the theater into a simulation environment where the audience is asked a series of survey questions delivered through their smartphones across a networked browser interface. And during each 10-second answer window, the audience collectively votes for which answer they prefer, and that answer determines the following choreography of the human robotic dancers, as well as all of the design elements and the AI. This choose your own adventure branching narrative allows for over 500 million different combinations of content, and the whole experience is orchestrated by an AI persona that we have dubbed the system. The first part of the experience, the performance, culminates in an AI dance video that is created in real time by using the answers chosen by the audience as prompts for the system, while a live video feed captures the dancers as well as the robots and uses that as the raw input that the generative AI augments. And we kind of imagine this as a montage where the AI is reinterpreting the vision of technology and society captured in the audience's answers and reflecting that perspective back to them through video augmentation. So that's part 1. And then part 2 is an interactive lab that we call the Dance Squared Lab. And we take the audience in here where they're able to explore the themes, the design elements, the research behind Dance Squared, and to discuss the project. They're able to discuss the project with the creative and the research team. And so through this hybrid approach of immersive performance and installation, we can get a lot of interesting quantitative and qualitative data. So some of that data includes the anonymized voting data that's captured on their smartphones. It's also included in pre and post-show questionnaires that are given via their smartphones that capture general feelings about technology before and after the performance, as well as the themes that they're picking up on in the piece. The audience creates artifacts in the forms of additional survey questions and answers, as well as robot prototypes that they create in the installation. We also collect observational data in the form of audience physical behavior and anecdotal data captured through creative and research team interactions and interviews with audience members. So some of the things we found from the performances are first that, yes, indeed, we found high levels of engagement as defined by the interactions on their phones and observations of behavior. We found also high levels of critical reflection as defined by the questionnaire answers and the anecdotal feedback we found. And interestingly, we found engagement was strong across age groups. We had kids as young as 2 and 3. If they could hold a phone, they were there smashing buttons and having a great time, as well as elders that came to the performance, and we found strong engagement across those audience groups. Interesting. So if this is true, then the project is successfully engaging audiences in 2 very different mental states. And so our hypothesis from that is that the cognitive effects observed in Dance Squared are produced by the layering and juxtaposition of heterogeneous technologies, media forms, and interfaces to continually induce both effortless engagement as well as critical thought. And so this is built on the theoretical foundation that is in large part built on the idea of seamful design, and we've applied in that, and how that is applied then to a performing arts and media context. And seamful design describes how hybrid forms of design and context generate ambiguous or contradictory information on the part of the audience, and thus may trigger an awareness of the underlying systems or elements at work. And so our ability to draw the audience's attention to the underlying technologies and systems at work in Dance Squared through these hybrid forms that we're working with are key to exploring the work's central theme with them. So let's give a couple examples of that to kind of make that concrete. The first, we can talk about role. So there's the hybridization of role in the piece. The audience shows up as an audience member. I'm here, I'm going to see a dance performance, and we all kind of have an idea of what that means. They're passively going to observe something that happens in front of them. As soon as they show up at the ticket booth, they're onboarded as a research subject. Instead of given a ticket, they're given this IRB release form that sort of outlines the research that we're doing, asks if they would like to participate, and then gives them this QR code where they scan it on their phone in order to interact with the project. So now they have this more active role of research subject, and their interactions again are going to directly impact the world of the experience, and they themselves are inside of it. We then hybridize that role again when we take them into the installation. Here, they become research fellows. Now they're invited to look at the research, the workings of the project as a whole, and to contribute to those ideas in the form of questions and robot prototypes. And each role, as you can see, offers a greater level of agency into the world of the piece. And so by carefully orchestrating in the onboarding this layering of different roles, we can create what Erving Goffman calls a lamination of frame. And so the primary frame of audience member is then layered or overlaid or rekeyed, as Goffman puts it, by that of research subject and research fellow. But they don't replace each other, and this is part of the important part. They are simultaneously audience member and research subject and research fellow as the project goes along. So where my piece goes in some different directions is talking about the hybridization of media and Dance Squared and how that contributes to both engagement and criticality. And I make this argument by considering how Singful design applies to retrograde remediation of the older media forms of theater and dance by injecting newer media forms in the form of digital interfaces, projection environments, robotics, and generative AI. That's a mouthful, so let me unpack that a little bit. So remediation is a theory that describes how newer media forms remedy older media forms. So newer media forms, to quote Bolter and Grusin here, appropriate the techniques, the forms, and social significance of other media and attempts to rival or refashion them in the name of the real. A really great example of this is the way that cinema is remedied inside of virtual reality by removing the frame so that you are in more direct relationship to the objects that are being viewed. This makes the medium itself more transparent, and thus greater immediacy is created. So let's flip that on its head then. Retrograde remediation is the opposite. It's injecting newer media forms into older ones. And so theorists have talked about this retrograde remediation idea to describe the inadequacy of older media forms to assimilate newer ones. And so in doing so, rather than getting immediacy where we forget the medium is there, we get hypermediacy. We become very aware of the medium itself. It becomes opaque. So a good example that I'll shout out Jason for pointing this out to me in our discussion yesterday is the theater company Manual Cinema. So again, we think about cinema as our, in this case, newer media. And Manual Cinema does this wonderful thing where they take the elements of cinema, but they put it through the older analog elements of puppetry and overhead projection design to tell stories. And you get quite a bit of enjoyment and engagement through watching the mechanics of how they tell stories. Because instead of those things being hidden is in a usual film performance, you're seeing all the workings of it. So how does this work in Dance Squared? Well, the properties that are usually very agentic and emergent with algorithmic systems and AI personas is very limited by the linear nature of theater. And the linear narrative arc then constrains those. Or we can talk about the way that we're in a simulation environment. We've told the audience the dancers and robots are simulations, but of course they're physical. And so it's the audience's suspension of disbelief and theatrical imagination that is actually creating the mixed reality environment in large part. Yes, we have immersive walls and all that thing, but it's really happening inside the audience's head. And so these are the kind of the ways that the audience is drawn to the seams between the older and the newer media, and how these structures kind of work together and work on them as individuals, work on their relationships with the other people that are in the space with them, because all of their interactions for the most part are mediated through this networked interface. Online, you don't pay attention to this, but when we put people in an audience together, they suddenly become very aware of the ways that people are voting, maybe at odds with how they think they should be voting. And so it's also this limitation I'm pointing out about the theatrical form is also why we added the installation. The installation allows the audience to go at their own pace, to have agency, to go where they want, to spend as much time with any of the themes or subjects or design elements that we've brought in, and to kind of put that together themselves thematically. So again, these are kind of the ways that we've got this hybridization of role, of media, of interface, the other design elements that we hope will create a degree of mental friction that will point the audience to the structures and effects of the technology that's being used. So again, kind of this balance between it's engaging, but there's some cognitive element that's going on. And indeed, some of our responses play this out. I'll just point out the one on the bottom that I think is my favorite, that one person said, I think technology can be used as a tool as much as it makes us a tool. Great. I love that somebody came away from the performance thinking about this. So let's generalize this for other creators. So the first takeaway, make this seams visible. Rather than hiding the design elements, how they work and how they interact with each other, make that work visible. Number two, use the tech you wish to critique as part of how your experience works, not just about what this experience is about. And three, pair the familiar with the unfamiliar to balance cognitive ease with mental friction. So the smartphone interface is very frictionless for people to use, but we also have moments where we ask people to move through the space in order to vote for what choice will happen next. And so there's a little pat your head, rubber tummy kind of thing that goes on for our audiences. Great, so that's my talk. If you want to learn more about Dance Squared, most of this research is on our website, and so you can go there and you can check it out. We're also going to be at the Avignon Festival in France this summer. So if anybody's going to be in Avignon in July, please come check it out. We're going to be doing a whole new version for the audience there. So thank you so much, and I'll turn it over for any questions.
Question already?
I'm curious about what your intent is in creating these dance performances. It doesn't have to be one intent, but it seems like there's definitely a part of what you're doing, which is kind of social practice of making people aware of how they sit within the media moment, within technology, and some sort of trying to jolt them. But is there also, I guess, an aesthetic you're going for, an entertainment value? I don't know, what other kind, as a creator, I'm curious what drives you.
Really briefly, I'll just state kind of how this project started. It started when the head of the robotics lab came to me and said, we've been exploring this little robot that runs along track along your body, and we kind of want to use art to explore some other use cases. I said, well, that's interesting. I've been talking to this choreographer who's interested in trying to explode the relationship that a typical dance audience has to dance performance. So the initiation was to come at it from both ways. How can we rethink what dance can be and where it happens and how an audience relates to it? In the same way that can we rethink what this robot is and how we might use it? And so as we went along, that started to kind of expand to be more generalized to these other forms of emerging technology. And so we are trying to create something that is engaging, that is aesthetically making people interact with traditional mediums like theater and dance in ways that they haven't before. But at the same time, we're doing it with subject matter that they may not have had more of a thought about than sort of a quick, I've got an opinion about AI, but I haven't really thought about it or what it means or how it's going to change over time. And what's interesting is to do this inside a space where people are physically present with each other, but to have it digitally mediated, which again creates this sort of interesting dynamic between people. One really quick anecdote with that is that we often have times where some voting is happening and people get very upset that people are voting in the opposite way than they want to. And so you'll get people starting to respond, and especially when you have kids in there, the kids are actually then trying to coerce other people to vote the same way they want to vote. So like, vote for robots, vote for robots. So it's interesting.
All right, and Sai, if you can hear us online, if you can share your screen, and do we have another question while we wait for that?
That's great. Or not. I just want to say thank you because up in Bellevue at our college up there at our XR lab, we've actually had a lot of interest in analog, and we have students who are studying history of animation, for example, and so they were working creating shadow puppets like Lotte Heiniger, and then also claymation, and that just happened this last week actually. So that's why I'm sitting here super excited watching what you're doing and this merging. So I actually don't have much of a question other than I want to get back in touch with you and learn more about this. So thank you so much. It's very cool. I think that there's a real hunger out there from some students to kind of transcend maybe the hype around AI, for example, and merge or incorporate more, I hate to say real world, but old school. So yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have another question real quick, Robbie, or? I saw you wandering around. Okay, so we're gonna go on to our next talk with Sai Krishna, and I hope I pronounced this right, Srinivasa.
Yeah.
Okay, existing offstage yet on stage, a novel VR theater experience.
Yep. I hope you guys can hear me. Is that?
There we go. Go ahead.
Yep. So it's nice to meet you guys. So I'm Sai Krishna, and I'm from New Zealand. I wish I was there with you guys, but I couldn't be there. But today I'm going to talk
Sai?
about my research.
If you could share your screen.
Is it not sharing? Just a minute.
We see you, but not your screen. Okay, we got it now. Thank you.
Yeah. Now?
Yeah.
Can you guys see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So I'm just going to quickly talk about my research, which is going to be a smaller presentation of my entire research. So my entire research is about virtual reality 360-degree dramatic theater. So I just wanted to apply virtual reality into theater performances and see how that goes. That's the quick explanation about it. So before going into the topic, I'd like to answer the question why I chose theater performance. The reason is when I was doing the groundwork research for my topic, I found out like VR and theater, which is like the new technology and the existing old theater performances have a lot in common. For example, both offer fleeting and metaphysical experiences and create fictional worlds. That exactly what we do right now in virtual reality, create fictional worlds. And the characters, they can be compared to the actors in the theater performances, and the stage in which the performance takes place is technically the environment in which the virtual reality happens. So that's how I wanted to make sure like what are the common elements that is between VR and theater, and how I or we can use VR to enhance theater performances. Because like VR is a emerging media, and like most probably when we talk about VR, we only concentrate on creating games or like applying it to engineering stuff or like teaching or any other industries or in medicine. But the least applied industry or the field would be like the arts and theater. So I'm also like happy to see like Jonathan's presentation about the same with dance performances as well. So what my entire research is about, like I would be using 360-degree camera. So it would be placed on the stage or on an actor to be exact, and the audience will be experiencing the entire performances from the actor's perspective. So here is an example of how my research was conducted. So the focus was on analyzing and exploring the application of virtual reality for viewing live performances from a remote locations. So as you can see here, an audience, they are viewing the performance that is happening on the stage, but from a remote location. And you can also see the actor is having a 360-degree camera on top of his head, so that like the audience would view the performance from the actor's perspective. Yep. So this also creates a question about like how does it feels to be in the shoes of the actor, and it opens a lot of venues about for people who have like physical disabilities and like stage fright and all other difficulties, this can be overcome using this application, I would say. So let me explain about my experiment. So it was conducted as practices research. So each test were done from a media technician perspective. So it was compared between a traditional camera that was placed um, before the stage or the performances and compared with the camera on the actor. So as you can see, that's my design architecture. So it is to compare the traditional camera and the 360 camera so that when the audience are allowed to view the performance from both the perspective and see how they react to both the performances. I mean, like the same performances from different perspectives. So this was a devised 10-minute performance, and it was catered to the VR technology, and it was more about exploring the nature of VR and theater. Um, and then the process involved a lot of rehearsals, as you can see over here, and it had a lot of schedules with the actors. The next thing was the finding and reflection. So the finding and reflection was very, very interesting for the entire project because you could see a lot of similarities between VR and theater. The previous theoretical evidence was now matched with the practical evidence of this experiment, I would say, the similarities between VR and theater. And also, there was a lot of improvements based on the audience focus and the focus group from the audience and the actors, which led to having visual cues and audio cues, enhancing the performances. And it also influences the camera positioning. For example, the camera field of view, like for example, does it always have to be from the primary character's perspective, or it can be from a secondary person's perspective, or it can be from an object's perspective and see the entire play or the performances from an object's perspective. So it had very, very interesting scenarios and perspective changes, I would say. So in the future, there is a lot of opportunities for shifting between two or more perspective changes with the same 360-degree camera. And I also like to go through the finding and reflections because this experiment was conducted as a whole, and then the findings where it can be categorized into three parts, which is like the actor or the participant who has the camera on top of their head, and then the audience, and then the play director. So I like to just concentrate on the audience findings. So it was very, very interesting because as you can see, it would be great for each of the actors to have their own camera. So the audience really liked the interactive nature of this approach of using virtual reality into theater performances, and they want to see the entire performance from different actors' perspective. So a single story can have a different perspective when you watch or experience the performance from a different actors. So this, in the future, it can lead to a new branch in theater performances in which multiple stories can be experienced from a single performances, but with the use of virtual reality and creating virtual space, and the audience can be a part of it. Uh, this, on the whole, is the finding and reflection. So the entire research was not based on quantitative analysis. It's more about focus groups and interviews, and it led to a lot of insights, I would say. And finally, I like to thank you guys for having me, and I like to have the floor for any questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions while we set up for the next presentation? All right, any questions? No questions, so just, oh, we got a question. Woohoo.
I'm a little curious to know anything that you observed about the audience's behavior when they're watching something in 360, and whether you would be interested in exploring doing something like this where they would have 6 degrees of freedom of movement, where they can virtually move through this physical space. And I know there's some limitations with the technology that you're using, but I'm kind of curious about how the audience maybe acts differently when they're watching something just immersive around them, let alone virtually. So maybe if you can talk a little bit more about what you observed there.
It's a good question. Thank you so much. I was really limited with the technology I was using in this research because the audience had only the freedom of having the orientation of the 360 degree rather than the movement, because the movement was constrained or restricted by the actor. So the actor chooses the direction to move in. But I would really like in the future research have all the 6 degrees of freedom given to the audience, and they also said the same. They were trying to move in a particular direction, but they couldn't because of the technology I was using. But also, I have experimented creating a mixed reality space in which the character is transported into an entire mixed reality rather than using 360 degree real-time performances. It can be like a performance that is created in VR or mixed reality. Yes, I would definitely like to see that.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any more questions before we move on? All right, thank you very much, Sai.
Thank you.
And our final presenter for this panel, Jonathan Richter with Keeping Foresight Alive, I can read it right up there, that's better. Open Knowledge Stewardship and the Codex as Living Infrastructures for Meaningful XR Research.
All right, thank you, David. And thank you, Max and Donna and Robbie. And wonderful to be here. This is such a fantastic community. I've wanted to attend Meaningful XR. When I saw it was going to be here, I just jumped at it. So my name is Jonathan Richter. I'm the CEO of the Immersive Learning Research Network. I'm also Immersive Learning Fellow at the University of Montana in the Montana Digital Academy. And the paper that I submitted for this was with Fridolin Wild. He's a professor at the Open University in the south of London. So immersive learning is this emerging discipline, and there's all these kind of actors or people who are under this umbrella. We have scholars, we have practitioners, we have designers, we have artists, we have students and emerging researchers who are trying to find their place and what the heck is all of this and where do I fit in and what are the things that I need to know. We have indigenous knowledge keepers. In Montana, I've had the amazing opportunity to be able to work with the Blackfeet nations of Canada and in Montana, working with them to understand their story and perspective. And it really has changed so much of my understanding of my own place in the universe. I could go into that, but I won't. Technologists and industry collaborators who are also trying to work within these frameworks to understand different ways of approaching this and them coming up with research questions that they otherwise would never have come in contact with and maybe changing their perspective on things. Regional communities where, like the Pacific Northwest or Cascadia, as we were calling it the other day, where there's geographic and cultural contexts that are unique to anywhere else in the world. And those are really important in the kinds of questions that they ask. And then, of course, institutions that are building XR capacity. All of these people, all of these groups coming at immersive learning and meaningful XR from different angles. So iLearn, the Immersive Learning Research Network, we've been going now for 12, 13 years. We started here at the University of Oregon when we had our Oregon Immersive Education Days when I was here at U of O through the Center for Advanced Technology and Education. And Donna and I hosted in the White Stag building a pre-iLearn in 2014. We hosted a kind of meetup. I should have put that on the slide. I think I will for the future. But this year we're going to be in Athens, Greece. But during the pandemic, of course, we had 2 years where nobody was moving around much. So we got a virtual campus from Virbela, and we've been hosting hybrid and online conferences. So you can submit to the conference and present from anywhere in the world. And we really we find that accessibility is really important. And for people who still want to be able to fly and have that ability to present face to face, that's not irreplaceable either. We try to create an immersive experience out of the destination that we're in, and it's a lot of fun. But next year, 2027, we'll be in Daegu, Korea. So we did, as you can see, kind of back and forth between Europe and North America, barring the pandemic. We're really excited to be able to finally go to Asia and be able to embrace that as well. So that's exciting. And Robbie and I were having a discussion recently about how conferences are sort of these epistemic frameworks for being able to trade scholarship and work together. And we had a great conversation, a couple of them actually, about that. And I'm hoping that iLearn and Meaningful XR can collaborate in some really cool ways. And Max and I have had some good chats too. So really like this community so much. I think there's just a lot of collaboration possibility. But iLearn has, in our attempt to kind of create this scholarly community, presently we have this monthly newsletter that we put out. We have a virtual campus in Frame VR. We have a persistent Discord, as well as conference-specific Discords that we have. We've done game jams, mostly Europe and North Africa over the last 6 years. We're trying to get that more worldwide. And moving towards those United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We also have a Circle of Scholars, which is this expert advisory board that we have tried to circle the phenomenon. They're not all traditional scholars. Some of them are active in industry or just real movers and shakers in the XR space in general. We consider that forms of innovation as a form of scholarship in a lot of ways. And then we've had this immersive futures, because we live in this world that's increasingly connected, increasingly fast-paced, and increasingly complex. And it's hard for all of us, even who live in this space, to understand all of the changes that are happening within it. And so futures studies has become a central part of what iLearn does. So we've produced this State of XR and Immersive Learning report, which, because we notice like a lot of times the research that's coming up and being presented at the conference is not reflective of the newest emerging stuff that's coming out. And so that's as a way to respond to that. And so iLearn as this epistemic infrastructure for people to be able to collaborate within this immersive learning. We've come up with all these metaphors and narrative structures for helping people to make sense of what is happening within iLearn. Sometimes it feels like we're writing children's storybooks. But we have the knowledge tree, which is for our scholarship and for evidence of what works from the innovators and practitioners. We have the immersive futures lighthouse or lanterns for shining a light on these emerging futures, and the innovation gardens for the practitioners, the educators, the artists, and the designers. So there's that knowledge tree. This is what it presently looks like. We have as roots of immersive learning, we have the computer science, software, hardware, and the engineering that goes into the technologies. We have the user interface and the game design as the way of grabbing people's attention, hooking people's attention, and keeping that attention as they're on their way towards learning. And then, of course, the pedagogies and the learning sciences that are ultimately what immersive learning is trying to delimit themselves towards, is meaningful learning within these kinds of spaces. And then we have 9 different branches of application, from assessment and evaluation, museums, nature, workforce and industry, et cetera. And these are just the ones that sprouted and grew. So iLead, of course, are these, like I said, educators, artists, and instructional designers. We started that in 2019 in London, and that's been growing every single year, just by leaps and bounds. Lots of people demonstrating, and their interest of coming to iLearn, or their interest is like, practically speaking, how do I use these kinds of immersive learning in my practice? I want to know how to do something tomorrow, rather than, show me the methods, let's write a grant, let's get it out there into a publication. They're different foci. And then the Immersive Futures is a collection of different people. And they're interested in scanning that horizon and looking at the new, right? And that's kind of what I wanted to focus on, or what we focused on for this aspect of this presentation, this paper. Those are 2021 or 2020 was when we first really started this, with a partnership with IEEE Icicle, and Cosign, EDUCAUSE, and some others, Adobe. We had some good support. And we've tried to keep that up about every year, working with these expert panels in using Delphi surveys, right? So getting the experts to do some environmental scanning, kind of vote on the categories that matter, take those categories and write them up into different bits within the publications, and produce that in a way that's accessible to administrators, et cetera. So we've been doing that for a few years. Our iLearn Circle of Scholars, you might recognize some of the names up here of some of the people who are in the audience today. They're on our website. Donna, you're on the website. Yeah, Eileen McGivney's here, Donna. Yeah, we've got a number of people here today. So yeah, just a good austere collection of top leaders in the field. So like I said, we live in this fast-paced world, and future studies has, for a while, had this problem of the possibility space becoming too big to be able to study the future, and so it's kind of entered this new phase of beyond going forecasting. You need to move towards more persistent scanning, and kind of have that ongoing move. So it's no longer about generating these foresight artifacts. It becomes much more of a process that you just have to kind of keep doing it. So those traditional reports are becoming less and less of value, because they become quickly obsolete so quickly. So looking at the future of future studies, we're looking at it as becoming more of an infrastructure of something that you need to do within these broader organizations. And indeed, for a long time, big organizations, big corporations have future studies bodies that have been doing this, but now it's becoming more of a social need for people. So we've had this starting this year, in addition to the reports, we started doing this Illuminators Forum, which is kind of just a regular podcast or a regular video cast getting some of our scholars from the Circle of Scholars, or people who can kind of help shine a light on particular things and then just keep that going. So we started this in December of this past year, 2025, and just a number of them that were, we had Kat Schreier and Tassos Macropolis and Fridolin. So we got our Circle of Scholars together to do this foresight workshop in early January, and set out to, do this kind of Delphi survey-ish. It was a little bit different than what we'd done before. This was kind of the structure of how we did the workshop. We defined the problem and selected the panel from the circle. It was very voluntary. Anybody within the Circle of Scholars was allowed to join, explored, created a synthesis of the different categories, and then provided feedback, revised, converged, wrote the initial report, gathered feedback from folks, and then moved towards publication. And these are some of the categories for that publication. That's not the focus of what this, the Meaningful XR portion was, but you can kind of see some of the categories. So we won't dive into these, but it's on as my focus of this project or this paper. It's living on our codex, which is a persistent space. So these are some of the social demands and challenges. You've got obviously equity, sustainability, integrity under pressure, global inequality. I've had a lot of these conversations happening over the last couple of days. I've heard a lot of people talking about these kinds of things. Some of the future tech possibilities that the Circle was talking about during this workshop. Also hearing a lot of these kinds of echoes and convergence around some of these things today. And so some of the past technological advances that are having a big impact on some of these kinds of things, like generative AI entering the world, it's still having just massive impacts, multimodal learning analytics, et cetera. The historical changes in education that are having a big impact, sort of the ground upon which a lot of these trends have been rooted. And some of the cross-cutting themes that go across all these different things. There's a lot going on, right? It's an increasingly expanding set of possibilities that we're living in. And it's just an attempt to try to circle or embrace some of these things so that we can essentially do sense making, right? So out of all of this, we came up with 5 scenarios as a way to kind of take those cross-cutting themes and those various trends and create some ways that we could use narrative and stories to help people situate themselves within these kinds of things. And these were the 5 that we had: creative immersion, open human agency, global co-creation, a pragmatic normalization, and some extractive surveillance, which Courtney's talked this morning kind of put a fine point on some of that stuff. So this collective sense-making cycle that we're talking about is kind of divided up into halves, right? So from January to June, we're proposing that our Circle of Scholars works on kind of doing this traditional futures scenario creation. We got all those categories. And then from the July 1st through December of every year, we're setting it up. So with the production of what the Circle of Scholars has done, we're opening it up for community engagement in a variety of different ways and getting community feedback, dissent, et cetera. And then we'll synthesize that at the end of the year and rinse and repeat. So here's an example of flow machines, right? So what would happen if real-time biometric sensing is suddenly being enabled through XR systems to dynamically tune the difficulty, the pacing, and the feedback for each learner in real time so that you get this continuous flow state. That pedagogy then becomes this closed loop control system. And could that happen? I think people are now starting to talk about that and see that on the near or midterm future horizon. So in our codex, the top half of our codex is a record of what the Circle of Scholars workshop is. This is the card. The green card here is what was frozen in time from this workshop example. And then the second half is opening it up. You scroll down on this card page and it has the tensions, the dialogue, some of the questions. These are the questions that are kind of fed into the codex for now. It'll open up in July. But you know, the responsiveness versus the opacity, there's all these tensions that are happening within these potential, you know, every technology giveth and it also nails your foot to the floor in different ways too. So kind of having those spelled out in a way that then allows people to situate where they agree, where they disagree, or here's an example of a project that I've been working on that would work within this particular category. So people can contribute and they can become co-authors of this larger report in any way that kind of makes sense from their particular perspective as a scholar or a contributor in any way. So, you know, can flow be a legitimate instructional objective across all learning domains? What constitutes evidence that biometric adaptation improves learning rather than just engagement alone? How should disagreement between learner self-perception and system influence be handled? And who is accountable when adaptive systems fail or cause harm? Like those are some of those tensions that you start to be like, yeah, that might be great for us to have flow happening with all of these things, but some of these ethical questions that come up, or who's responsible, how do we place these kinds of things within situ? And I don't know how much time I have. I have examples. Here's the survey itself. So if you went into, you know, you wanted to either disagree with, you could say, here's the name of here's my name, my affiliation, here's my relationship, whether I'm a practitioner, a researcher, a student, the nature of my contribution, whether it's theoretical framing, a design pattern, empirical research, a methodological proposal, a brief summary, etc. So we have specific questionnaires written for each card, right, as you go through it. And then that from July through December, we'll open that up, use our social media, try and get people engaged, ask them to fill these things out. And then at the end of the year, then we can kind of do that larger umbrella of analysis to see kind of what happened. And we'll have a much richer report that kind of comes out of that. That's the idea. So while we had these past versions of the State of XR and Immersive Learning report that were basically done by these expert panels, these Circle of Scholars, and that's it, we're looking now, these are just some examples of what we did over the past years. With this new forecasting infrastructure, it captures these emerging signals and then continuously, rather than waiting for the next workshop or next cycle, verifies how well did we do this forecasting. You know, futurists aren't supposed to be right all the time. They just have to kind of be within the window. We don't want to be so surprised when the future happens, right? It preserves this institutional memory and accelerates this collective learning, opens this up iLearn's mission is to become this open society of immersive learning, not just work with professional scholars, but really help the public land where immersive learning can help the most. So if you're interested in engaging with this, or if you'd like to get online ticks, I'm so impressed by the Meaningful XR, and I like you guys all so much. Send me an email. I can give you a code. July 14th or June 14th and 15th is our online conference. I can't give you tickets to come to Greece, but I can give you tickets to join us online. So thank you very much, and appreciate you all. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you. I was part of this dynamic with the circle of scholars, and so I just wanted to let people know what it looked like was open dialogue and a Miro board and people, throwing up all of these ideas. It was really colorful. So it wasn't like the tag words kind of symbolize an open dialogue conversation that, as I recall, went beyond flow metrics, which are interesting and dynamic. So this is an interesting point, like side note, I was imagining someone in a constant flow state, which would be like no downtime, no fallow, no, yeah. So I guess some of this is just, when do you envision you'd love for a report to come out, and how would someone need to be a member of iLearn to participate in that report process? Or what if someone listening says, oh, I know some materials that could be really helpful? Like, how would this group onboard into being part of that co-creative process that I imagine is really change-making right now? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Caitlin. iLearn membership is free. We don't have a paid membership model. When you publish through iLearn, there's a fee attached to that, because we do need some support for our peer review process, which is fairly expensive, as well as our publications. And we get some sponsorship from some other people. But you can join iLearn. Just go to the immersivelrn.org website. And those codex pages are open to the public. So when the reports come out on our codex, it's available for everybody to be able to see. As a 501c3, we want to make all that stuff available for everyone. So we're trying to reduce barriers. So Anna and Danny, I'm sorry, I blanked when sorry. Anna and Danny also. Did I miss any other Circle of Scholars? You guys are.
Any other questions? Okay, that's time for this panel, but don't go anywhere. We're gonna go right into the MXR retrospectives and futures with our favorite people, Max and Robbie.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I don't know if, yeah, you can hear me. Cool. I'm going to hand one over. There you go. Turn it on. And now we present something. No.
The beginning of the end, but not the end. After this, there's a session with
after this
lightning talks.
Lightning talks followed by our poster and demo session like last time. So 3-minute lightning talks, and we'll need like 5 or 10 minutes to set that up, I think, but we'll be right on time then. So that's always good. And also we have a lot of mugs. So if you like the design of our mug and you'd like a second mug, if we don't have them, they all go in the OR lab, and Danny didn't know that. So he really didn't. Okay.
Also, yeah, so we threw these slides together to think about MXR, recent and future. But before we do that, all of you might know, or some of you might know, that Max is an avid bicyclist.
And Max put so much work into running this conference. Really, just broke his back. I think literally.
No, it's other injuries.
Other injuries.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like our logo? The MTV thing? Yeah, that was inspired by, nostalgia. And I had this idea, I would get Max a biking hat that doesn't say MXR on it, it says MAX on it. But in the logo.
Thank you.
And I got you too. So this is a thank you for your hard work.
Very much
You know?
appreciated. Thank you.
Max and I are like an old married couple, but one that doesn't bicker. It's amazing. So thank you, Max. It's been such a pleasure to work with you, and I
appreciate
look
that.
forward to the rest of our careers together.
I also didn't know about that, and same. Very much
Yes,
appreciate
of course.
I've
I
got
also have
nothing to
chocolate
rob.
for other organizers as a gift and a thank you to you guys. But let's get into this one. So we're a 3-year-old community. We're entering our terrible threes. And that means we still are teething a bit, maybe, and in diapers, and hence feedback is very useful. We started out, as I mentioned a few times, in Northern California at Stanford, and then up to Davis. Now we're in Portland, and we'll talk a little bit about where we're going next. But
Just heading north, slowly towards the
I
Arctic.
know.
No, I'm just
Oh
kidding.
gosh, do we have anyone in Vancouver? Oh, that's not
Do
working.
you need me to? Here, I can do slides.
I'm just. Oh, there. It's just slow.
Okay.
Okay. So, we're growing also in numbers. This is cut off a little bit, but you can see the number of submissions and papers and presentations has increased. The research papers has doubled, which is a nice mark of interest in the research communities. I really appreciated the diversity of presentations, research, creative, industry, etc. But having strong research, I think, is always going to be at the core of our mission as a community at MXR. And yeah, from 45 to 96 presentations. So we've nearly doubled in terms of number of presenters. That might be a testament to, I don't know, packing more in.
I think we packed more in, right, everyone?
Yeah. We kept you close to time. The first year we had longer breaks, so sorry. We're an increasing size of community. We have 208, I think, unique authors represented according to Claude's analysis of the programs. And so there are multiple people who are repeat customers. Thank you. There are multiple new people who we hope will stay part of this community and return to wherever MXR is in the future. We have representation from across the globe. We're missing Australia, Oceania. What's up with that?
I don't know.
Well, MXR needs to get.
We know Cy was there earlier, so we know that we have some representation.
Some of us have been there, but yeah, maybe we should go there eventually. We've been in VR chat since day one. This year, we had fewer people actually in. I was about to say physically in, ironically, or oxymoronically, but I don't know why we didn't have as many people in VR chat. Any guesses? Last year, we had about 6 people consistently in there. We didn't really.
And we've had like 3 or 4. In the first year, I think we had about 3 or 4.
And there will be poster sessions.
There will be poster sessions
in VR chat,
which I will invite all of you to use our headsets to log in and see those, because we have at least, I know, one attendee who is presenting their poster in VR chat. So if you want to see them in their poster and talk to them about it, that's going to be the way to do it.
Is there any reason that you all might feel reluctant to put on a VR headset in this face-to-face social environment? Please share.
Actually, I tried to enter it and I got kicked out. Don't know why.
You got kicked out, don't know why. Well, that's a valid reason. Okay. Oh, but yeah, but technical errors. Is it socially awkward? Is it just kind of clunky? The opportunity cost of all these real humans around you is too high. Please, Matt.
It's the audio delay. I'm hearing the speaker. About 6-7 seconds, then I hear.
Yeah, the lag. Okay. Back there, and then Jonathan.
Also, I wasn't totally clear on what I would be doing with my headset. So I actually brought it with me and had it here yesterday, but since it wasn't clear what I was going to be using.
Okay, so better messaging, yeah?
To the piggyback point here, audio is such a really challenging thing anytime you're doing real-time VR with
it is
physically located. And maybe if you were to run it back, you've got these sort of adjacent spaces where you could have participants who are going into VR spaces or some of the VR experiences located in some of these areas where sound bleed is not quite as much of an issue.
We tried to solve.
Part of it.
Yeah, so our project that led to this conference came out of a research project funded by the NSF to study inclusion in virtual meetings. And through that, we were creating features that we thought would enhance communication. Dealing with the audio hybrid challenge was part of that. And we tried to create a feature which identified who was IRL together and then muted them only for each other. That meant that you could talk to someone who wasn't physically there and they would hear you, and the people around you wouldn't hear you double. In theory, and then we lost our funding because it had the word inclusion in the title, and now we're not developing it. But we do hope to continue the project.
Equitable.
Equitable, yeah. Either way, thank you for that. Go ahead, Caitlin.
It's really clever. It made me think of that installation at Burning Man where people were there in person, and then they had this like two-way mirror, and they were interacting with people.
Who weren't there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And they could see them projected.
Yeah.
And my feedback was a lot like yours, doing the demo in the back. People's biggest was like the audio lead.
Yeah.
Just wanting to be fully present with these amazing.
I know when we're here. I mean, it's ironic.
So
We should.
place attention one place in it.
Yeah. Minor aside, did you know that there's a burner sphere, which is a VR based? Yeah. I'm helping organize the census in Burning Man. Let's talk about it later. Cool. So let's keep going though. Some topical changes. Unsurprisingly, we now see AI represented more directly. I'm not sure these are all, actually accurate. But
we had AI assisted experiences in 2025.
Yeah, okay. Any other notable, way more smart glasses this year than in the past 2 years, unsurprisingly, maybe because of the technology, getting more accessible. Anything else? I mean, any comments on the topics that we should encourage or discourage? Donna?
I would love to riff on Kent and Caitlin's opening session, that we really focus on humanity and meaning when we talk about meaningful XR, that we bake that humanity into the
Bake humanity into the meaningfulness. That's good feedback. I'm going to start taking notes because we're about to get to that note-taking section of the presentation. Anything else you want to
No, I don't think
focus
so.
in on? All right. And then, okay, so final slide here. Where next? That's the biggest question. We are thinking Florida and Gainesville. I think Oogie left and Danny. Danny, are you the most closely connected to?
Oh, Donna is.
Donna? Oh, because you're going to be physically there.
Yeah.
Yes. An alternative option is also Miami, potentially, because Anna has the Miami XR conference there. They're 5 hours apart, though, so we can make it a two-campus thing. If it were a question between Gainesville in March or Miami in February, what would you prefer? Neither. Miami. Okay. Weather's better in February than in March. No. Donna says no. No difference.
beautiful.
Gainesville in March is beautiful. Not too hot.
No.
Not too humid. Okay. May is hot. Okay. Miami versus Gainesville as a, let's like take off our fun hats for a moment and put on our researcher hats. Like, is there a difference in the substantive experience of the conference given proximity to industries? And how so?
And also think about your own work and academic schedules. That's a big one.
That too. Yeah. So anything you'd like to raise with those considerations? Spring breaks. Spring breaks tend to be in March. So February would be a little better.
There's some spring break there in February.
There are some spring breaks near the end of February, right?
What about
MSUs?
What about the end of March in terms of not competing with most spring breaks?
There might be some like,
Well, the ones would all be on the quarter system. So it's our spring break, but everyone else's would be back in the swing of things.
IEEE VR is though?
That is a great question that I do not know the answer to.
another consideration here is if,
That is
oh,
your
it's your
spring
spring
break.
break.
Okay.
Well, that, I guess March would be Gainesville.
IEEE VR next year is February 27th.
Nope. So that's end of February. Yeah.
Do you know when Miami XR is?
What?
Second week of February.
Second week.
Okay. We,
Yes.
Hey, Robbie, we have
This
some
could become
Zoom
my
comments.
birthday conference, which I would like. Go
We have
ahead.
some Zoom comments. Do here, let me
yeah.
hand this over to.
Or Max, do you mind?
Okay.
Yeah.
I can look.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. This one. It's hot right now in Florida, says someone. Says Evo.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Evo, you're getting obviously the laugh of approval. February is before spring break, easier on travel and hotels is what Evo is saying. And also Evo will be available on Zoom after the lightning talk if you want to chat with them. I just wanna throw
Can
that
can
out.
you repeat hotels are easier when?
Hotels cheaper February is the short
Hotels
version.
cheaper February.
End of March is Ultra Music Festival.
Oh.
End of March. Ultra Music.
But is that
Festival.
in Gainesville? Okay.
Miami. Okay. Another question for consideration. If we go to Gainesville in Florida, we're kind of spinning it up like this. It's its own thing. If we're in Miami and we're partnering with Miami XR, we're collaborating with a new group. We know the organizers well. You know Anna the best, Kim Grenfelder and Tom Merritt. Yes, Tom Merritt. Sorry, blanked on it. But they also are a bit more on the industry side. It's a bigger event. It's a few hundred people. If we were to partner, we would pitch them with saying like, we'll bring a little bit more on the research side, but we have an industry connection. So I think it's a potentially synergistic partnership. The largest change would be size. We've been under 200 attendees 3 times now. Under 100 in person. And we like this size, a little bit bigger, might erode the intimacy. Is that a major concern? I mean, are there any opportunity costs or like major trade-offs?
Divides it.
Miami XR is probably parallel tracked already or no?
We tried this year with industry and demos and like the industry.
Industry and research in different rooms.
And the presentations were all in the same, like here.
So one track presentations, different rooms for kind of quasi synchronous stuff. I like that. So maybe we could stay one track-ish if we didn't bring too many more.
Yeah, I think we would have to have 2.
Probably have to have 2. Okay.
But the name Maya Meaningful XR just rolls off the tongue, right? Maya Meaningful. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Maya Meaningful. Oh, there was a comment in the back.
Yeah, I think a huge part of the intimacy is because it's not only aligned ethical part of XR. So like no matter what your topic is here, you're like pretty confident that you could find something or something interesting to align on with the person. So I think if we do scale, I know it like makes logistics hard.
Samir, no, that's a useful comment. Keep going, please.
I think if we do scale, we would preserve a lot of that intimacy and collegiality and kind of feeling like we're all part of the same community because the topic matter is so like it aligns people really, really well. I think the one track is really helpful because it makes sure it makes it so everyone has the same like common background when we enter discussion between. I think splintering, there's a risk that it would change the dynamic, and for some reason, my gut feeling is that it would erode the intimacy in a way.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's inevitable. If we get larger, we splinter, and if we do it through partnership or just through natural growth, that might happen. But yeah, we can add days. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
That's
if
been
it's
my instinct.
February. Some schools have winter breaks, right? Like, or yeah.
Yeah, but that's January.
Okay,
Well, we will continue to
Yeah.
mull on those issues.
But if also you think your institution, I mean, we're leaning towards these, but if anyone wants to step up and say, hey, we should do it here, and I'm willing to, do the logistics, on the ground logistics, I don't think we're against that idea.
No.
And you would have the power of, I'm sticking around to do all the reviewing and organizing on the back end. So we really need someone for the space, and then you have the rest of the team to work on everything else with you. So it's not like you just be doing it all on your own. Just throwing it out there. Feel free to come and talk to us if you're like, I think this is the perfect place, and here's the perfect month, and I'm willing to talk with my dean or local town council. I don't know where it's going to be.
And it doesn't
get
have to be
happen.
for next year. If
Yeah.
you just want to start the
That's true, too.
conversation for 28, 29. Also, our LinkedIns are up here, not only if you want to help organize, but also if you want to connect with us. But those are Max and my LinkedIns. And that, go ahead.
No, I was just checking the time.
Max's invitation notwithstanding, can I just see a show of hands? I'm going to ask Miami or Gainesville. It's Miami, February, Gainesville, March. This is non-binding, friends.
Yeah.
You can change your vote later, but let's start with Gainesville, March. Miami, February. 60-40.
Oh, no one-
Gainesville Airport might be a little bit
Gainesville
harder.
Airport, harder to get to.
Okay.
Yeah. But.
All right. Then the one last thing. Are we out of time?
We're always out of time.
Always out of time. All right. I'll keep this quick. But so I'm going to go through the notes I've made for myself for changes for next year. And then at the end of them, I'm starting a list of principles inspired by the Burning Man organizational culture of gifting, which I noticed kind of works here. Like we're all gifting something, our knowledge, our experience, sometimes, stickers. Whoever gave me a sticker, thank you. And maybe we should adopt that. And I realized, well, maybe we should adopt a principled framework, because another thing that came up here is, well, if everyone's special, no one is. We have multiple Incredibles references, but also if we can make an argument that anything is meaningful, right? Like increasing stockholder value is meaningful. And to some people, and maybe that's not what we intend. So Donna, your comment about making sure humanity is at the core of our principles. I mean, we don't want to be exclusionary, yet another Burning Man principle, but at the same time, we do want to promote things that we associate with meaningful XR. So as I'm going through these other notes to myself, which also you're welcome to comment on, please mull on any other principles you might want to add. So the first one is add breath mints to the swag bag. Lightning talks before lunch, or else people get bored. Keynote near the end is good. Lightning talks should not overlap with the poster sessions, but demos can. That way we don't have the bleeding audio issue. Invite an administrative leader from the organization, like a dean, to give an opening talk. We've done that in the past, and that kind of slipped this time. Add a pre-lunch group photo for both days, because not everybody comes both days. Separate remote speakers from remote attendees, possibly, and then share the Zoom link only with the speakers. Then we can share the streaming link with others. And I'll take some notes on what we just talked about with respect to the VR chat kind of messaging around bringing your own headset. Definitely. Bring back the t-shirts. It was heavily lamented, and 100% cotton, and both unisex and female-bodied shapes. Possibly following iLearn, split the Discord into a members-ish section and a conference-oriented section, so it's not as daunting with so many channels in the member section for people who are just encountering our community. And then adding 10 principles to our MXR page, sharing and gifting I mentioned. Confidence and mutual support is something I was thinking of. I noticed a lot of people were giving their talk over by this podium because it feels so safe. And maybe part of the problem is we left these chairs out here. But I don't know, but it's, and I love to see it when people come out to the audience and connect. It's a signal of confidence. And especially when we have younger scholars in the community, we want to kind of enhance their feelings of confidence. Yeah, look at that. That's confident. Yes.
A monitor.
That's a
Yeah,
great
that's a
idea.
good point.
Or at the podium.
That's fair. Okay, that's a good point. I'll take that note as soon as I finish these last two. Interdisciplinarity is an obvious one, and humanity at the core. Are there any other principles you can think of? Please, Jonathan.
I don't have a super principle, so help me define it. I think the one modality I was missing here was structured events that help me connect with more people.
Okay.
I love the little pitching and coffee time and that kind of thing. But I wanted more, almost like, hey, we're gonna talk about this thing, and we can see or 5 people around a table, something around the
Round tables, fish bowls, that type of thing. Okay. That's a great idea.
way to kind of change, because they're like I feel like the wonderful talks were kind of like a fire hose of unidirectional info.
Yeah.
And I needed to split it up a little bit. And I love things where they're structured. So it's forcing me to meet somebody who I don't necessarily just otherwise gravitate.
No, I think that's great. And also, I'm all for breaking up traditional patterns of conference talks. So I think that's good. I do think extra day starts to become more and more of a possibility if we keep it at this size, you know, in order to facilitate those types of discussions, because they're time consuming in a good way. But
Would a birds of a feather lunch satisfy
Oh,
that? Have
that
you ever
sounds
seen
good.
those, like early signups for,
No.
have you seen those at conferences? Birds of a feather lunches, you like organized by topic of interest,
like
you
that.
sign up and then you
Yeah.
go out. It's like a no host kind of thing.
Oh, okay. We have another online.
Love all participatory design and interactive sessions when there's time, from Evo again.
Okay. More, so participatory design and interactive sessions as topics.
Please yell it out.
There were just a lot of communication channels, which was awesome, and then daunting and time coming. So maybe
51 emails for those who are counting.
communication channels, like one Discord would be awesome. Announcements in Discord.
Okay.
Maybe not so much 4 waves.
I don't know.
Well, we
Yeah.
do we
The
have more
four
than one
ways for-
Discord?
was for email.
Oh, so just Discord as opposed to
Or
forward to
just
Discord.
email.
Or just email. Single thing.
Okay.
Got it.
Got you. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, maybe wish there was some way to identify projects, maybe through like a section of time that are, you know, strictly like test VR projects and projects that are like semi-available to the public. And then there are projects that are really meant for mass distribution. Like if we could sort of understand those, so be like, oh, this is something I could actually do at home. No, this is something that's
kind
of mid-development for my thesis, you know, like just getting a scale on those things. And I'd say also invite in more non-academic producers for making stuff that's designed for public.
And one thing with that, Robbie, if you want to leave in the note, that's something that we can easily add to 4 waves as a tag. Yeah, very easy to do, very easy to program. Great idea.
Ron.
Conference has always been on weekends. When I attend other conferences, they're usually on weekdays. I don't know if that would make a difference. but-
I don't remember if it's always been on the weekend. It has not. That
We've
was
been
actually,
either like late week into Saturday or over the weekend.
And actually, that had to do with the programming that's happening at UO Portland this week. It's a packed week, as Donna and Danny will tell you. They've been going constantly, and it continues wonderfully into Monday. So with Caitlin giving another workshop. So I think that was a practicality thing, but definitely we'll try to avoid it if possible. Yeah, because we've usually done like a Friday, Saturday with a Sunday open or something like that.
Yeah, and it was fine for my schedule, but we got lots of staff members.
Yeah, sure.
Cheryl.
We're gonna go to the University of Florida in Gainesville in March. You're gonna run the class on campus.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Point that out.
Yeah.
Conflict.
No, that's a good point. It's a great point. Great point.
I would love if we could agree with you. There's other inherent conflicts that come up.
Well, but if we can manage it, if we could do a Friday to a Saturday, maybe we do a Friday to a Saturday. Yeah, it's always something.
One more.
Yeah.
We instituted what we call the jet lag tour. It's a pre-conference social day that you just organize so that the people who have traveled don't have to do much. They can just ride.
Yeah. And I think that was another, we got caught up in the the organizing for this week, which, you know, took over with ICANN and everything. So definitely something to do in the future. Cool. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you all for being part of the MXR community.
And yeah, thank you. So we're about to wind down a couple just
Oh,
notes.
there's one more
If-
slide. I
Oh,
forgot.
there
But
is.
Go on.
So number one, please, if you have other comments, especially those who are online, do jump on the Discord. There is a pinned channel there. We have thick skin, so feel free to say the good, the bad, and the ugly in terms of suggestions. Number two, I will be sending out a note probably by 4 waves about the proceedings. We are going to do our first proceedings, and just as a reminder for those in the room, these are proceedings that are not peer reviewed but are open access. So the idea is if you have something that you want to submit to a journal, and you feel like the thing that you submitted here would be best in a peer reviewed journal, we will not be offended. But if you want to submit your abstract, or if you want to submit your poster, I will give you a form for that. The only requirement that I'm going to try to do, if I get a lot of pushback for this, maybe this is the first thing to throw in the Discord channel, is I really would love them in Markdown for the way that we're planning on publishing it. So
He said he'd really love them in Markdown.
Markdown, the
Have you
Markdown file language. If you do not know what that is, and again, feel free to voice that and tell me before you leave. And if I hear it from enough people, I will modify my suggestion. But it'll make my life easier.
We will tell you which software you can use to
it's
create
pretty
a Markdown file. It's like a Google Doc or Word doc, but for computer scientists.
Yeah. But so the point is, there's that, and then, but keep an eye out for that because we would love to get all of your abstracts in, and we will have our first proceedings of Meaningful XR that will come out of this, and we'd love to have you all in the inaugural issue, which will be freely available to anyone you want to send it to, which will be exciting. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Could someone take a picture of me and Max? Oh, up here. Yeah, and go.
And then we will.
And there's one more.
I feel like we're about to sing.
Right. Was there one more?
Well, after Courtney's talk, I wanted to share that a bunch of us did talk about initiating something that would be proactive. So that's a watch this space category, and I'll share more about that.
Awesome. Yeah. And we would love to publish that if that's a appropriate venue. Okay. So I think we're going to start transitioning a little bit later than expected to demo sessions.
Why don't you transition now?
But we're going to transition now. So those who need to stretch. Those who are doing lightning talks, come on up, and we'll start doing that. And then we'll just get everything organized and then start everything.
Yeah. I want to see it live, but.
Also, Alex Leith Online said that if you send in other formats, he can convert to lockdown or to Markdown. I think I figured out a way to get it to Eugene. I'm meeting up with a PhD student of mine. They're going to hand it off to Jesse Abdu now. But thank you. Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. Once we started talking, this is what. Okay, so those are on my computer again. So all we have to do is.
The stream is about to end.
So all I have to do is Google Drive it. And that should.
I'm the first lightning.
Oh my God. Yay.
Okay.
And you do not have slides.
I do, but we don't have to go.